I was muted. Was I muted the whole time? Oh, God bless it. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. It's a very, very pretty Sunday morning out there. So I'll have to redo my intro again because apparently I totally spaced that I was muted. Good to see everybody. Welcome. I know it's early. I know it is so very, very early here. But this is the pre-show. Welcome to Bridge the Divide. This is the pre-show before our bi-weekly Discord stream. Can you convince us that God or goddesses exist? And this is where I sit down with some fellow atheists and agnostics and deists, and we talk to theists, Christians, Muslims, whoever. We talk to them about what they believe and why, and hear their evidence and hear their arguments to determine if they stack up. And you never know what we can hear. We get occasionally we get some really, really good conversations. Occasionally we get some wacky ones like Jason the Worm guy and stuff like that. If he shows up for the deal to come, but occasionally we have some good conversations. So, but other than that, welcome. If this is your first time here, I appreciate you hanging out with me. I know it's early, but thank you for being here. And like I said, this is a little pre-show for me to give kind of updates on what's going on, and just kind of like touch base with everybody before I share the Discord stream, and then we go live, and then we talk to everybody. Pat Dallinger, my audio is actually maxed. It's actually maximum. So I apologize, but my volume output is actually maximum on my mic and on StreamYard. So, because that was the best way to set it up. So, but let me go through. I hope that helps. I hope you're able to adjust on your end. But let's go through and say hi to everybody that is here. Say hi to everyone. I see Kyle Wellman was first in the chat. Says excited to check this out again. What's up, JL? Hope you're having a great weekend. I'm having a fantastic weekend. All kinds of stuff to let y'all know about. Angel Rivera became a new member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Angel Rivera. Do appreciate that. Thank you. You rock. Ardo Rissanen is here. Good to see you. Says I'll give it a try here. Look at the trees. A protein needs trillions of years. The book says so. I have faith. Ha! Irrefutable evidence given. Boom, 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 boom. It's all done. Questions answered. That's pretty much it. Marcus Dresden is here. Good to see you, Marcus. Thanks so much for hanging out as well. Good to see you, Kyle. Haley is here. Good to see you, Haley, member of the Godless Army. Appreciate you being here. Unlike Irish, I cannot read your Gaelic name there. So I just know it's Haley, and I'll call you Haley. So I appreciate that. Thank you for bearing with me. Maddie B is here. It's good to see you, Maddie B. Thanks so much for hanging out with us today. Cal Cool J is here, another member of the Godless Army. Thanks so much for being here. Do appreciate it. And I see, Arterison says, no one tagging me. I will sue everyone of untargeting unharassment. I haven't heard anything from Chile. And I don't know. Apparently, over on the Masshole Reports Discord, they got hold of a list of, like Chile's, shit list of all the people that Chile was going to target. And, he was going to sue. And there was a JR on there. So, there's no JL, but there is a JR. Now, we don't know of any other JRs that are in, that kind of circle around him to pick up on his content. So, that may mean me, that may not. I don't know. But I haven't received anything. And if he thinks that my name is JR, then I probably will not be receiving anything. But, nonetheless, it's pretty much it. Oh, and I thought it was funny. Somebody, I think it was, who was it? I think it was Aza. It was Aza who clued me into that. So, thank you, Aza, if you're out there. Let me see here. Mr. 4 Twitch is here. Says, love the music. Oh, I love that music, too. I absolutely do. Thank you so much for being here, bud. Mr. 4 Twitch, another member of the Godless Army. Oh, I ought to put that up there. Bam! A big, huge, giant thank you to all of the channel members, and anybody who's checked out the Bridge the Divide Teespring. I have a couple of t-shirts up on there. I want to be selective about what I put up there, so I want it to be interesting. And I have 2 good shirts up there. One minimalistic, one that's kind of funny. But anybody who's ever picked one up, I do appreciate it. And, of course, all of the channel members that support the channel, I do appreciate y'all and all the support you give. So I do thank you so much. Mr. 4 Twitch, we do need to go fishing. It depends upon where. Because where I am, the nearest place, the best place would be, Texoma. Would be Lake Texoma, which is about 4 hours. No, it's about 3.5 hours south. And because Texoma's got fantastic striper bass. So Texoma would be good. But then again, with water levels being what they are, it might not be that great. Because water levels are pretty bad all over the place. Water wars coming up. There are people in Oklahoma City that have been arrested for water theft. So I don't know. So it would depend upon where we go. But I'm very familiar, pretty much the breadbasket, all the way up north to Minnesota, all the way down to Texas, to the Gulf. I'm pretty much familiar with everything and have fished pretty much everywhere in there. But yeah, one day we will. Let me see who else is here. I'll make sure I didn't miss anybody. Sean Galloway is here. Good to see you. Sean Galloway says, hey, you beautiful man. Thank you so much, Sean. I do appreciate that. Javier Hara is here. Good to see you. Says hello, or yellow. Good to see you, Javier. Thanks so much for hanging out. Mitfulkez is here. Good to see you, Mitfulkez. Thanks so much for hanging out. I do appreciate it. Pat Dallinger, I hope that audio, I hope you were able to get that sorted so that you can hear me a little bit better. Let me see here. Demon Orb is in the house. Good to see you, Demon Orb. Thanks so much for hanging out. Yes, it's been a good morning so far. Javier says, in the name of the Dunning-Kruger Institute, we want to offer Otangelo a PhD on everything and a tenure ad infinitum. I understand that. Absolutely Dunning-Kruger. You know, it's either Dunning-Kruger or he's just a massive troll. It's hard to tell sometimes. Because Otangelo admitted to me in a we were on Discord, he popped in the channel, there was only a handful of people there, it was a quiet night. And we ended up having a conversation that was pretty civil. And he pretty much, I don't know if I got him to admit or he admitted it because he wasn't thinking about it. And the line of reasoning just kind of went there. But he pretty much admitted that he only debates evolution with atheists. And he doesn't debate it because he doesn't accept evolution. He debates them because they're atheists. That he understands and acknowledges that there are Christians out there who accept evolution because it is understood to be a fact. He gets that. But he doesn't debate them because they're already Christians and they already get the message. So it doesn't matter if they accept evolution or not. So it's not that he cares about evolution. He just wants to go after atheists. Because he thinks that atheists predicate their disbelief in God on evolution. So it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. But I got him to admit that, and that really, really pissed him off. Because he refused to debate me ever again. So it was a bummer. Well, or was it a bummer? Or was it? Probably not. I probably saved myself a lot of grief. Doubting Thomas is here. Good to see you. Doubting Thomas says hello all. Thanks so much for being here. OG Goblin as well. Good to see you. Says good morning. Peter Noddle here, member of the Godless Army. Thanks so much for being here. Says good day, mate. Captain Welshie as well. Says hi, Bridge the Divide. How you doing? I'm doing good. Sorry for bombing the Discord the other day. All good. You can bomb my Discord any day you like. Thanks so much for hanging out. Mr. 4 Twitch says lawsuit has Josh and Kate's name on it. Yes, it does. I did see that. Haley says he really hates the guy from Dallas, JL. But I'm not from Dallas, which is what's funny. Team is from Dallas. I'm not from Dallas. So I'm from Oklahoma, and I told him this when I met him. I told him I was literally from like an hour and a half north of him. So I had to drive an hour and a half south. I told him I was from here. Like I was from Oklahoma. I never said I was from Texas. So it's weird. Unless he went back and he watched my old content when I was living out north of Dallas. So I don't know. It's weird. John Rapp says, certainly not this John Rapp. Good to see you, John Rapp. Thanks so much for being here, bud. We do appreciate it. Member of the Godless Army. Thanks so much for the support. Ardo says, oh, it is you. I can't wait for Chili to file a class action lawsuit against you all. He against the class. Should we tell him it does not work that way? Probably. He's very, very dumb. Thank you, OG Goblins, is wearing my Bridge the Divide shirt today. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Goblin. That's awesome. All right. Texoma. Striper Bass. You have to check those water levels to see if they've opened up the dam, and because if the water level's too low, it'll suck. Aid Bucktoes is here. Says, keep thinking Jason's about to walk in the room, not freaky at all. Yeah, I love that statue back there. He was worth every cent. Life size Jason statue. Blofeld 20K is here. Good afternoon, you godless rationalists. Good to see you, Blofeld. Thanks so much for hanging out. And Dib is here. Good to see you, Dib. Mike Hunt as well. Says, nobody trolls like me. Nobody. Good to see you, Mike Hunt. And let me see. Matty B says, got my headphones on as the audio is a little quieter from the laptop speakers. I've heard that laptop speakers don't really carry it very well. I am back is here. It says, good morning. I am back. And Mr. Malort as well. It says, hello, fitness friends. Good to see Mr. Malort. Speaking of fitness, I'm back into my workout routine that I used to be in. And I finally knocked out my first 5K yesterday. And my legs are feeling it. As when you get back into a workout routine, your body starts waking up again. But my calves, my Achilles, and my hamstrings and my thighs are feeling it. So, but I'm glad I finally knocked out a 5K again. So I'm going to get back into that routine. Luckily, my body's kind of remembering it quick. So I don't think the bounce back time is going to be as long as it was the last time I did this. So I'm looking. I think I have a good foundation that I just kind of like had a solid foundation, and then I kind of let myself go. But I still had that foundation, so now I can get back into it. So I'm really looking forward to that. Oh, pardon me. And my allergies are killing me. Maynard Saves is here. Good to see you, Maynard Saves. And takes half damage. He says, "Hey, now I'd love to watch, but I'm busy thinking about atheism." Good reference to the previous video, to the Dunning-Kruger dude. I was really pleased with how that video turned out. I really was. Let me see here. Katz is here. It's good to see you. Katz says, "Hey, gang, Nova Scotia here." Oh, all the way from Nova Scotia. Fantastic. I will be on the stage later on with Randolph Richardson, who is from BC. So, thanks so much for hanging out. I love Nova Scotia. I fell in love with Nova Scotia through I fell in love with Nova Scotia because of the show Haven. And, because it's based on Stephen King work, but, I fell in love with Nova Scotia. It's absolutely beautiful up there. Just as I fell in love with Newfoundland because of the show, the Republic of Doyle. So, I fell in love with those two towns. I love those little sleepy seaside towns. We have beautiful stuff. Let me see here. Thank you, Mike. Yes, I do love that dude. He is awesome. God Hates Us All is here. Good to see you. Is T-Jump going to be on today? I do not know. I do not know if he will be here. It's hit or miss, but we shall see. Oh, by the way, if you do want to join the Discord, the Politics Discord link is in the description. You can join the Discord channel from there, and then you'll find our stage, and you can join us, and you can listen in live. You can be there, and you can ask questions if you want. If not, you can just hang out and listen here, because I'm going to be streaming it all directly here. So whatever you like. Let me see here. Logical Hillbilly's here. Good to see you, Logical Hillbilly, another member of the Godless Army, as was God Hates Us All. I do appreciate the support. Appreciate the support of both of y'all. And let me see. Mike Hunt says, "I saw T-Jump last night. He was getting beat up pretty bad, then the stream crashed." Oh, interesting. And then, of course, Gosh of Heckfire. Greetings from the Midwest. Good to see you, Gosh of Heckfire. Thanks so much for being here. Do appreciate it. Oh, Mitfokez became a Week in Horror patron. Thank you so much. Fantastic, thank you. I do appreciate that. Awesome. We're going to have to add you to the Patreon banner over on the other channel. So thank you, Midfokez. Do appreciate that. Oh, I said Dallas. I meant the TV show J.R. Oh, J.R. Ewing. Gotcha, Haley. I get that. I'm with you. Yeah. All right, so as far as like updates going on, let's see, they got the politics. I got the politics Discord link down there in the description, so we're good to go there. I'm going to be sharing the screen over so you guys can see who the stage, who all is going to be on. I know Taco's going to be there, Amy Newman's going to be there, Randolph Richardson is already up there, and me, of course, and then Jack Burton, Jefferson Spatchcock, King Xerxes, T Jump, Peter Tucker, J Mike might pop by, Ix might pop by. It's hard to say. It's kind of hit or miss who will be there. But we have a whole host of atheists, agnostics, deists that like to pop by and talk to these individuals. So we shall see. And this would be a nice break, or a nice little recovery, because the other day I spent 4 hours talking with Concrete Plus, Barthologist, and PMars, who was going by Electric Jesus car. And that was just mind-numbing, just mind-numbingly bad. And then, of course, PMars had to come over to my channel and, like, start ad-homming me in my comment section, which, was just sad. I was like, come on, dude. You got better things to do. But nonetheless, I know, okay, so to address the big thing that's coming up this week. So, first and foremost, I know that the vast majority of you have most likely seen that there is another stream scheduled for Tuesday. And I wanted to give a little bit of context to that stream, because it looks a little bit different, though. I don't normally do the horror content on this one. I do that over on Week in Horror. And I appreciate everybody who subbed over there as well. But I typically do the content, but I'm going to be doing it on this one because this one I have more subscribers to, and I need access to everybody. So I got selected for the Face of Horror contest. And it's a fairly large one. Grand prize of like 13 grand. Photo shoot with Kane Hodder, bunch of like cool prizes, stuff like this. And I thought, in like a photo spread Rue Morgue, I thought it was really, really cool. So I'm in this contest, And so part of the contest is, of course, popularity contest. Now, my profile is already set up. If you check out that live stream, there's a link to there to my Face of Horror profile, so you can see me there. And essentially, it's voting who's the most popular as far as, like, you know, the Face of Horror. I've run a horror podcast for funny, Mr. Malort. But I've run a horror podcast for 3 years now, and about to go into our 4th season. I don't know many who know the horror genre as well as I do. Johnny's kind of up there. Yeah. You know, but Aaron's pretty much up there. But yeah, I'm up for it, and that will take voting. So it'll take people going to my profile and voting on me. So I'll be doing a live stream to kind of curry votes to people to go over to that link and then hit the vote button and vote for me. So that's what that's about. Big prizes, and of course, the big thing about it is big exposure for the podcast, and of course the film projects that we are working on. So it was kind of a cool thing that came along, and I happened to get roped up into it, and now I'm eligible to be voted on. So that was a big thing. Let me see here. That's coming up on Tuesday, so that one will be going live at 11 a.m. Voting will start at noon, and that's a kind of little thing going on there. Other than that, we are about to conclude Season 3 of Week in Horror. The season finale is coming up next week, which is going to be on the 14th, and then we kick off Season 4 on the 21st of September. And then, of course, I am going out of town. I'm going to go hang out with... thank you, Mike. I do appreciate that. I'll be going out of town to meet up with Irish Demon in Kentucky, over at Ashland. And so I have a kind of an adventure planned out for me. I'm going to be leaving here. I'm driving up there. It's literally a straight shot east. I'm going to be driving through. I'm going to be going through St. Louis. And I'm not live streaming while driving, but I'll try and do updates and send pictures and, you know, see the things that I see. So, but I guarantee that I will be swinging. I will be checking out the St. Louis Arch. I will be checking out the Louisville Slugger Museum. I will be checking out the Mothman Museum in Point Pleasant, which is literally kind of like an hour north of where the fight's going to be in Ashland. So I'm just going to take a day trip. Or take a little trip and go up north, up along the Ohio River, check out the Mothman Museum. Then I'm going to come back. And then on the way back, hopefully Irish Demon will be with me. We are going to check out the Ark Encounter up there in, I think it's Weather or something. I have to look at the name. But it's north of Lexington. So it's like a little bit north of Lexington. We're going to pop over there. We're going to check out the giant Ark Encounter, the big leaky boat that the state of Kentucky dumped a ton of money into that it has not recouped because it does no business whatsoever. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Famra, it's good to see you, Famra. Thanks for hanging out. I do appreciate it. It should be a lot of fun. We're going to have a fun little weekend out there. We're going to do, you know, a bunch of stuff content-wise. But yeah, hopefully it'll be a lot of fun. It'll be good times. Not Mr. Hoven's place. That's down in Alabama. So we're going to go up to Ken Ham's place. Yeah. Angel, have we done the Mothman prophecies? I think, did we? Have we done it? 4 years, like 4 years of movies and 4 movies every week. And we haven't missed a week yet in 3 seasons, so it's 52, 150, 156 episodes, 156 episodes of Week in Horror, minimum because we used to do 5 in one episode. So then we switched to 4 because it was a lot more streamlined. I think we've reviewed like 7, like almost 700 films. Or almost 600 films. Almost 600 films we've deep dived to 600 films in Week in Horror history. So we may have. You know what? I can look. And yes, you're right. God hates us all. Ken Ham really fucked over the Kentucky taxpayers. The taxpayers are paying for that, and that's really, really, that's just it's aggravating as hell because it's not exactly like Kentucky's overflowing in money. You know, they needed that money to go to other things like, you know, infrastructure. That would have been helpful. I'm going to go to the horror film database, and we're going to look up Mothman prophecies. We did cover the Mothman prophecies. That has been on the show. So we covered that. I don't know when we covered it, but we did cover the Mothman prophecies. We absolutely did. No, we're not going to save that. All right, good to go. All right, so we got about 7 minutes before we go live. Let me see here. It's 1 year ago. Just found awesome, Angel. Yep. John Rapp says only half a boat-like structure. Oh, I missed it. It jumped on me. Only half a boat-like structure. The ass side is a normal building. Oh wow. Okay. I'll be looking forward to going out and seeing this damn thing myself. I really, really will. Peter Donald says the horror genre is my thing unless it's B-grade comedy. We cover those too. If it qualifies in the horror genre at all, whether it's horror comedy or it's horror thriller or suspense, psychological, whatever, if it qualifies in there, we talk about it. It's in the horror movie database. Season 1, episode 17. Oh, that was a long time ago. Long time ago. Mr. Ho, that would be Mimic, Mike. That would be Mimic. Guillermo del Toro, Mira Sorvino, and Norman Reedus, Charles S. Dutton. Tesla Bit and Radios here, so sorry I'm late. Had to get coffee. I had to get my wake-up juice, too. As you can tell, I'm probably still kind of waking up a little bit. McKinnon Mitchell says, first, oh, wait. Yeah, well, in some dimensions. There is Art Arisen says, Jesus Christ, the Vampire Slayer is an epic Christian movie. There's another one coming out. It's about like it's about like a trip to hell, and I'm really, really curious about checking that one out. That one could be interesting. Tucker and Dale versus Evil. Let me see here. Yes, we did talk about Tucker and Dale versus Evil. We have talked about that one. We did cover Tucker and Dale versus Evil, and hopefully there will be a sequel. Hopefully, one day. Martino Berto is here. It says, source of Ivan Panin debunked, please. Source of Ivan Panin debunked, please. I don't, Oh, cool. Fruit Punch. Nice. Yeah, I dig the Absolute Zero. I don't know what Ivan Panin is. Ivan Panin, So Martino says, source of Ivan Panin. Ivan Panin. Russian immigrant to the United States who achieved fame for claiming to discover numerical patterns in the text of the Hebrew and Greek Bible for his publication. He was a numerologist. Numerical patterns in the text of the Hebrew and Greek Bible. Convert numerology. Okay, so you wanted the source of that being debunked? Absolutely. Give me 2 seconds. All right. So so for those not familiar with this brought up, what Martino Berto has brought up. Martino Berto has brought up Ivan Panin, who was a mathematician. Let me see. It was a mathematician who discovered apparently who achieved fame for claiming to have discovered numerical patterns in the text of the Hebrew and Greek Bible, and for his publications regarding those. Notable works like Inspiration of the Scripture, Scientifically Demonstrated Pantheism. So his conversion occurred in 1890, and he essentially what it is critics have stated that his own version of the Greek text was rigged to more closely align with the patterns that he believed existed, and that the text made selective use of alternative readings of Westcott and Hort rather than a systematic review. Panin's claim to have reconstructed the lost original version by such techniques is identified by critics as a form of circular reasoning, since it relies on Panin producing patterns in the text himself. So he assumes that they're there, and then he constructs things in order to, or he believes that they're there ahead of time, and then he constructs it in order to find them. So in other words, essentially what Panin did was an example of, you could say it's essentially like, he was expecting to see something, and he looked hard enough, and he had to move the pieces around till he eventually found it. And so that's essentially what the biggest criticism about it is. And I think it is. Let's see, Ken Smith did investigate. Yeah, okay, so we can go here, copy that, and let me see, let me see, where's he at? Martino Berto. Here is the link. That was the University of Australian National University, School of Computer Science. Brendan McKay, Ivan Pavin, and the Gospel of Mark. So, but yeah, that was that's the article that pretty much breaks it down, the problems that he had, that he committed in that. Yes, Angel Vera, Bible code. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, it has. Chris S., it has been a minute, and we're about to get started here in a sec. It has been a second. Been about a month. So, real quick, Caliban, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Member of the Godless Army, do appreciate it. Chris S. as well, good to see you. And you're very welcome, Martino. My pleasure. Blofeld 20K is here. Good to see you as well. Let's jump over to the politics server and get this bad boy started. Oh, Jefferson Spatchcock is here. Let me get this shared. Share screen. And system audio. And let's do that. And let's like that.
Previous fortnight, but it was kind of a summer holiday for a lot of people, and many people were out of town, but we're back on our regular schedule here, and we hope everybody had a great summer. This is a show. Hello, everyone, and
thank you.
That was my mistake. I apologize. I thought I had that closed, but I had a second one open.
You're out of the atheist club. No.
All right, I'll be right back.
That's funny, since I kind of run an organization. That's hilarious. So I'm just going to go ahead and proceed. We're a group of people who are not quite sure that a god or a goddess exists. And we're always open to people presenting some kind of an argument to try to convince any of us that that is the case. And here is our panel of atheists and one deist. So, we have, first of all, Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, Sending Love, is a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel.
What's happening, Fact?
She also creates educational and other important content. Her channel is at www.youtube.com/Amy Newman. Tom Jump is an atheist philosopher who hosts conversations with professors, philosophers, and other academics about topics ranging from biology and physics to religion and morality, and recently he's had some politicians on his channel as well. T-Jump's YouTube channel is at youtube.com/TJump. J. Mike is one of the co-hosts of the Talk Heathen show, who joins us from time to time as well. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has a particular expertise in analyzing and reviewing debates.
Amy's badass.
He does in-depth debates on his YouTube channel, which is too difficult to read here, so you will find it linked in the description of our YouTube video. Everybody's links are there. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel, where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, and societal divides that they create, and how these divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. His YouTube channel is at youtube.com/JLWarren. That's spelled W-A-R-R-E-N. I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist from British Columbia, Canada, and I'm the founding president of an organization called the Canadian Atheists. I'm an advocate for freedom, fair justice, and critical thinking.
Do appreciate that.
My organization can be found at www.canadianatheists.ca, and my YouTube channel is at youtube.com/Randolph Richardson. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary biology-inspired computer science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticism, and so on.
My
Jack
vape
Burton
batteries
is
died.
self-described as a middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time.
Jack Burton.
He's a deist and mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Peter de Tucker is an atheist from the Netherlands who handles the production of various YouTube channels, including Aaron Ra's channel, and generously contributes his professional artistic skills for free to atheists all around the world. His YouTube channel is at youtube.com/gonna go for it. That's spelled Gonnagoforit. And Taco, our organizer of this event, is our number one Discord debater who has never lost a single Discord debate in his life. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in, and thank you for all who are on the panel today. Some of our other panelists will show up later, and it looks like I'm going to leave this to Taco, hand this over to him, because there is, looks like people in our audience queue ready to join us.
Yeah, I see Meryl in queue, so I'll go ahead and get Meryl pulled up here.
Awesome.
Good morning, Meryl. Welcome, and thank you for joining us.
I love you guys. Like, I listen to you guys every time I come here. I like your channel. I like Jefferson's Fastcock. It's good to, have an opportunity to talk to you guys.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate that. We do get that kind of feedback from time to time. We do get some bad feedback as well, and we take it all seriously.
Hey, Jello, I love your channel too. Thanks for introducing me to the world of horror movies.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you so much for checking it out.
Yeah. So I want to ask you guys, looking at American politics, growing intolerance, how extremism on the rise. How do we get through to millions of Americans still living in the Bible, but still living, who are still irrational? They have this, the minute we, put any rational argument, they feel as if they're personally attacked. Their daily hillbillies are attacked. How do we get through them? Literally, maybe anti-abortion activists, or people who are anti-vaxxers, or people who are who use the Bible as a way to mandate rules for others. How do we get through them? We can't since we're secular, we have to abide by tolerance and.
Well, the society that we live in is an exchange society, and it's a democratic exchange society, and the best way to operate within that society and maintain the social order without destabilizing everything or just hitting people with sledgehammers is education. That's first and foremost, because people, fear comes from what we don't understand. I don't think there's anybody on the stage or anybody in the audience that would disagree with theist or non-theist, or theist or atheist, who would disagree with that. Fear comes from a lack of understanding or lack of understanding something. Fear of the unknown is what that comes from.
Do you remember this incident where
the objective? One second, Meryl. So the objective would be, first and foremost, education, appropriate education, and that's where I see the majority of the failings coming down, is when these kinds of opinions that you're talking about, these biblical stuff like that, individuals like this determining what is appropriate to teach and what is not appropriate to teach, and that's where it's problematic. Now, of course, there are other issues as well, but I think education is where we should begin. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Yeah, but our education is secular. It's not it's not agnostic. Or what I'm saying is we tend to respect all religions, and then we give space for people to practice a religion. Then how does this go away? If we're secular, right?
Because with education, we can teach individuals the difference between that which is imaginary and that which is real. We can teach people to be intellectually honest. We can teach people not what to think, but how to think. How to critically analyze information, how to critically analyze evidence, how to get to the bottom of a thing. We can teach people, because the vast majority, and I think the vast majority of
Like
people on the
lots.
stage can would agree
Yeah,
with
but
me
I
on.
feel a lot of these people, have heavily invested their time and effort into this. I think it's a sunk cost fallacy thing, like, where they invest so much of
Well,
time into religion, they don't want to critically analyze their beliefs. Like, they'll
well,
just
they
like
don't. Well,
stick to
they
it
don't.
because.
But then they don't. But that comes from being afraid. That comes from being. That comes from fearing something. It's either fear of the responsibility that comes with recognizing that there is nothing like directing life, or that there is no inherent purpose to everything around us, that we have to determine these things. There's a lot of responsibility that comes along with that, and when people are faced with that responsibility and the weight of of their humanity, and recognizing that they are responsible for not only their actions but their inactions as well, then yeah, that can send people running and screaming to a god that tells them everything's going to be okay, it's all planned, all is good, everything's going to work out just fine. So there's a psychological utility there. The problem is that it's predicated on being afraid of things. It's predicated on thinking that we're special. So when we teach people, when we educate them appropriately on how to think, on how to do these things, that is where that's where we'll get the most advantage. Because once an individual has been taught how to think and how to approach things, not what to think, but how to approach things correctly, and how to actually apply critical analysis, that's when you see the best effects. That's when you see that. And because once you learn how to do this correctly, it becomes pretty irrefutable. And yeah, you can hold on to things you believe, but you'll then be intellectually honest about what you believe. You'll be able to say, yeah, I believe this because I feel it. I have no evidence to support it, but it makes me feel good. I recognize it's a psychological utility, and I'm going to hold on to it because it doesn't cost me anything not to hold on to it. They recognize that they can't prove. They're not going to run around screaming that this is true and y'all should believe it too. It's not going to be like that. It's going to be something personal for them, and that's great. They can hold on to that as long as they're not trying to influence legislation and influence kids with it.
And I also don't
Yeah.
think that it's going to survive the internet. I think that this tends to be the atheist stomping grounds, because when you get information, that religion tends to die. And I think that's going to become exponential as we move forward.
Excellent point, Amy. Yes, the internet, the speed of information at which we can literally, you carry a brick around in your pocket that gives you access to like all the information on the planet, like the history, like all the knowledge of human history is literally in your pocket. That's inconceivable at a time when gods were being thought up and created. So now that you have that, now all you have to do is use it and keep researching, keep hunting, keep searching. And once we teach people
but
to not be afraid of that, then
What about political influence? Like, literally, a couple of months ago, so I saw a video where a pastor was actually preaching how to vote Democrat is to be like, you're not a good Christian if you vote Democrat.
Okay,
And people were cheering
it's
at
the
it
same
like
thing.
but no
Yeah.
action. Like
Well,
shouldn't they be
it's the same thing.
tax?
It's the exact same thing. It's education again. Because if you don't teach people how to look at a party objectively, how to look at what a political representative. If you look at politics as this kind of like with just like this broad stroke, then you're not going to get a sense of what politics is about. You have to get into the deep nuances of individuals, of each individual in and of themselves. Once people, like I said, once we've educated people on how to think, then people can critically analyze political representatives and ensure that they are voting for what they are saying. Is this person like an outright liar? Are they a grifter? And this is how we avoid people like, number 45 getting into office, is because people will be able to like look at that and understand what's really going on. The problem is that we have a real fear. There is a real pervasive fear of education in this country. And because of that, it's because the more you know, the more it challenges what you believe. And so now it's turned into this whole thing where opinion is more valid than fact. So
This is where American public education sucks. Like,
yes,
literally, like,
agreed.
it's not teaching kids like to analyze critically. It's just a place where they do bare minimum to pass state. Gives people just an opportunity to grades and tests. There's no like I used to have a lot of debates when I was a kid. Now like there's no debates. There's no like confrontation with the views you have.
Right. It all comes down. It all comes down to education, because with education
It's underfunded.
comes with
Yes.
education comes understanding. With understanding comes a lack of fear. With a lack of fear, and if you want to go like the whole Yoda thing, fear leads to hate, hate leads to the dark side. For all of our Star Wars fans here, but it comes with understanding, with education, with knowing how to think, and with that education, with the ability to know how to think, comes greater understanding. With that understanding comes wisdom, and wisdom eliminates fear because you understand it and you can grasp it. With no fear, there's no reason to hate. With no hate, there's no reason to be adversarial. So it all comes down to teaching people it is okay to not know something. Not knowing something is not a weakness. Not knowing something is a strength, because it gives you the opportunity to know something new and to improve. And to expand your horizons. So we have to get out of this mentality. And how do we get out of that mentality of people believing that not knowing something is a weakness? Because we teach them how to think and not what to think. So it all comes down to education. Teachers are the front line.
I don't know, like Americans are so obsessed with like non-trivial topics like abortion and like I know then fixing their education system, like they're probably paying their teachers more, having more qualified teachers, like at least a master's.
Well, they
But
are
there's no-
focused on the education system. Have
There-
you
there
not
is no
seen
outrage.
the news? I literally saw a Reddit post yesterday of a teacher who
That's just
had
my take on it.
like
It's always
one of
been
those
education.
rainbow gay pride heart, not gay pride, but like, you know what I'm talking about, like one of those rainbow hearts.
Yeah.
They had
Yeah.
one of those up on the wall, and then they had something else that supported another group. I don't remember what group of people.
Yeah.
it
I
was,
see
but
that.
they had
That
two
outrage
things
was-
supporting two groups of people, just small things at the top of the room, and they like circled them, and they're like, "I can't believe this." Like that's the society we live in. There's like
Yeah,
these
it was like-
religious
it was
people
like-
calling out
it was like,
teachers for that,
I think
not making them want to
California is
teach our
planning-
children.
like California is planning to like build low I don't know, cheap housing next to schools to attract like teachers, because like people don't want to be teachers anymore. This is a kind of like country we live in. Like it's underpaid.
Yeah, the disrespect
They do
to our
very bad.
teachers is an abominable. It's abominable. I mean,
It's a problem that there's no outrage. There's
so
no
often
public-
you want to hear certain groups in this country talk down about Mexico. Mexico as a country treats their teachers like they're royalty. They get paid way more, by comparison, than teachers get paid here, and it's absolutely ridiculous. It's because they understand that education that it should come first. Teaching kids how to think, not what to think, and that's it. I mean, there are other countries that get this, and for some reason we can't. But then you see, like, the defunding of schools, and now there is a concerted effort in this country to basically get kids out of public school and get them into online classrooms only. What does this do? What does this do for children, getting them out of public school, public education, because for whatever reasons, but it basically, if you defund public education, then kids are forced to take online classes. And sure, that sounds like it would be a good thing. Kids can be at home, they can be with their families, and there are some positives there, but there's some big-time negatives there as well. One, social interaction. Children need their peers, and they need to be in constructive environments or structured environments in order to learn how to engage with others. And competition is also a good thing as well. The problem is that you need that social interaction, but you also need the ability for the child to be outside of an environment that is predicated towards a particular belief system. If you think that every child being homeschooled by their parents, you think that those parents are trained to not allow their personal bias to influence what they teach their kids, and all they have to do is just check the boxes on a curriculum to say, yep, my child has done this, child has done this, here's all the appropriate paperwork, but the kid walks away with a biased understanding of what they've learned. But that's not reflected in the paperwork that's turned in for the homeschooling parent. So that's what's problematic. And then because you'll notice in the news, every time a teacher pops up trying to espouse their own personal beliefs, they get shut down very quickly. because
I have
that's a
family that
bad
is
thing.
homeschooling jail. You know what they teach their children?
Huh.
They teach their children with books that say that evolution is fake and that special creation is real.
Right.
And that they teach that a scientific theory is just a colloquial theory.
As a former homeschooled social conservative myself, yeah, I can vouch for that. The weird thing about those books, there used to be two big heavy hitters for homeschool publications. There was ACE was one, and I think they might go by a different name now. And then Abeka was another big publisher for books.
John
And
Papiano,
rather
good
than
to see
become
you. And I Heart
back
Dogs, good to see you as well. And Daisy, thanks so much for being here.
the language was a little bit quieter about denying things like evolution and stuff like that. They treated it like it was a controversy. And now, if you look at some of the books now, they've firmly planted their flag on like science denialism side of things. They've gone harder core and in some circles. So yeah, if people get into homeschooling, because I mean, there's different ways to get into homeschooling. There's obviously remote schooling through different schools and alternative things like that are going to use, kind of more or less secular mainstream textbooks that are going to be grade specific. The Abeka ones, if you're a younger family and you're getting kind of like pulled into the homeschooling.
Hey, hello, baby, good to see you. And I experience that as well. That comes down to the faculty. That comes down to the teachers. And when the teachers are not supported, the teachers are defunded.
There's a very strong emphasis on, well, here,
they have
you're
no
going to
incentive.
homeschool your kids. The reason that you're homeschooling your kids isn't necessarily to provide
care of
them
your teachers, they'll take care
better
of the kids.
education. The idea is that you're protecting them from the influences of Satan.
Thank you
So
for the
these are the books
£1
that you have to give
super
to
super
kids.
chat. No message, Calicool J,
And
but I
only
appreciate
these
that.
books.
Thank you
And
for
if
the
we find out
support.
that your
All of
as
that's
a
going to
church,
the
we'll
Trip
help you get
Fund
those books.
for me to
We'll
go
help tell
hang out
you
with Irish
which
Demon
books
and get to the Ark and
start them
Encounter
out
and
with and everything.
do
And if
all
we
that
find
cool
out you're
stuff.
using
So thank
books
you very
outside
much,
of the
Cal.
ones that we approve of, then we're gonna chew you out. They do that shit. So, and they're still doing that stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know if the ranks have grown, because thanks to the internet and remote learning possibilities, there's a lot more competitors to that kind of thing. But
Do you think there should be a federal ban on homeschooling?
I don't.
There should be a
not
federal homeschooling curriculum
the problem
that
is that
they
too
have
much
to abide by.
too much of like what happened. I mean, the educational issues as far as like whether when they're state controlled end up becoming these things where you end up having to deal with like what the states mandate and what the federal government mandates. I think there should be better federal standards that apply to all schools. The problem with doing that is that because the federal government isn't uniformly supplying funds to those schools, they only do it in terms of like grants or things like that for at-need schools. The states and local municipalities and counties are largely left to figure out how they're going to fund their local schools.
Thank you.
And so
baby.
that always ends up
Appreciate that.
becoming this kind of like thing. If the federal government
No,
steps
but
in and
how
says,
was this a good idea? Like, don't the worst neighborhoods need more funding because they need better teachers? Like, how was this a good idea from the beginning?
I agree with you. I don't think that is a good idea. I think fundamentally the problem with education in the United States is that education needs to be uniform, not uniformly, but funded from one source, the federal government, from on high. The idea that we kind of have everything budgeted so that budget constrained states have to provide for something that's as expensive as education, when it's in the interest of the nation as a whole. That should be funded more heavily by the federal government and less of a responsibility for those local ones, because then they start looking for easier way outs, or they can't afford to initiate. So say the federal government decides that what's necessary for kids going forward is earlier and better exposure to more modern education in STEM stuff, the science, tech, and engineering, mathematics. Well, okay, if you're going to expose kids to that earlier on, you're going to have to make sure schools have updated, lab equipment and updated, otherwise you're going to get this disparity in outcomes. What will normally happen is that the federal government will try to basically lower the bar on the federal standards so they can be applied as evenly as possible from wealthy schools to poor schools, and then the wealthy areas will be able to supply all those cool necessary opportunities that the poor schools can't. So, that's sort of been the goal, is just to provide this kind of, the federal government provides a standard that's like the lowest common denominator, but then they leave it up to the states and local counties and things like that to figure out how to collect that money, which ends up becoming a thing like, lotteries pay for local schools in a lot of states, or property taxes and these kinds of things. And this creates a huge disparity in the way education turns out. And that needs to be addressed. You have to address funding. One of the things I think that gets to what Meryl was talking about and what JL was talking about is that the political environment in this country for the last 30 or 40 years, and this has largely been the result of like conservative ideological elements telling people that they shouldn't expect things from their schools and they should vote for me, the Republican, because I will make sure the government stays out of your way. The first thing I do is defund schools. And then schools are designed to fail. And then the more they fail, the more I, as a Republican conservative, can point to them as an example of why public education fails. It becomes a cycle of failure that I can constantly reinforces my ideology, and it was never really given a chance to succeed. In places where it does get the funding and support that it needs from on high, then they do better, and students do better and have more resources, etc. But it's a way of making sure that people don't. America is very good as far as political ideology in convincing other Americans not to expect anything from their government. It's been popular since even before Reagan, but Reagan made it as popular as Coca-Cola or Pepsi in this country. And it's a poisonous ideology. It's the biggest difference between the United States and Canada. This idea that we don't expect our government to do anything. It's the reason that so many Americans to this day think taxation is theft. Government takes
wasn't that
tax-
John F. Kennedy like, ask not what you do for a country, like ask what you can do for a country, like.
Kind of, but I mean, that's also coming from a guy that, JFK was, now I'm pretty sure conservatives would call him like the second coming of Mao, but JFK was actually kind of a conservative, right? Like he ended up doing kind of supply side political stuff. He lowered the income tax rate on the wealthiest Americans. He essentially started what Reagan weaponized when he got in. So yeah, our ideology has always been kind of fucked up, but with the conservative ideology from Reagan forward has been, don't expect anything. Like the government isn't the cure for your problem. Government is the problem. That was Reagan's one of his most famous speeches, and they still act like this. And Christians have really internalized this. It can't be overemphasized. Christians in the United States have really internalized this message, and it became apparent in the late 70s and throughout the 80s when they started pulling their kids, especially the more fundamentalist evangelicals, pulled their kids out of the schools because, hey, they're failing anyway. The government's going to fail them, and they're a satanic influence. So why expose your kid to that when you can get these textbooks from Abeka and teach your kid from home? And that was a hell of a thing too at the time, because it's not like your kids had the ability to jump on the internet and find this stuff, right? This was before. This was a point where like taking a day trip to the library was, for some families could be a significant expense. You were really reducing your kids' access to educational resources by pulling them out of a public school system, even if it was kind of a bad school system. But it didn't stop. Right? It didn't stop. The primary motivation for that homeschooling kind of thing is based on that. But all of it is motivated by this kind of general dumb American ideological concept that education is always going to be a failure if you leave it to the government, right? And you're better off buying it yourself or whatever. So, yeah.
This was an awesome topic, but let's get back to the main topic today. Meryl, thank you so much for coming up. We've got a bunch of people in the audience who want to talk about gods. So we're going to go ahead and start pulling them up. Thank you so much for coming up. Meryl, you're always awesome and welcome.
That's a big, long socio-political conversation. We can have another time. But yeah, defense spending, too much defense spending. Take 10% of the defense budget, put it into infrastructure, healthcare, and education. That'll help.
So lines, I don't know. Don, what's going on, Don?
Nothing much, man.
What do you got?
So do you think any gods exist?
Nah.
Okay, is that it?
I mean, I guess.
Do you got any goddesses? Because I've been having a chat in one of the live chats with some people who are convinced we might be able to get to like being convinced there's a goddess. Any goddesses at all?
Nah.
Damn it. All right, fine.
Yeah, we're in
And
the
if
same
they have
boat.
an OnlyFans page.
Well, take it easy. I'm going to go ahead and pull up Claire, who's been ankle biting a bit in chat.
Claire.
Hello, Claire. How are you doing? Thank you for joining us, and we're curious what you've got for us today.
Yeah, who's the biggest loudmouth, Claire?
Claire, you have your microphone turned off.
Welcome.
I'll do my
great.
best
Now
not
we
fidget
can
with
get
my
you.
mouse on
It's
the
been a while
screen. I
since
know
I've
y'all
done
can
that.
see
I
that.
was saying
I know
hello
that's
to
annoying.
this, but muting myself. Sorry about that. Yeah, I just wanted to say a few words about theocracy because really, if people want social conservatism, I don't think they have a choice but to all follow the laws of God as found in the holy books, and particularly that in view of the fact that Christianity has failed. And I think this is something that's very hard for people to accept, particularly Christians who've had 2,000 years of history. And I mean, this only applies to social conservatives, obviously. If you're sexually liberated and you don't want to have children and you can't see the point of marrying to have children or staying together to parent your children properly, then you wouldn't want, you would be interested in what God says about sexual morality.
Is this all
So you would
presuming
be
that
you
the
would be
God
in,
exists?
yeah,
Sorry?
you would be you would be in favor of having a Jewish theocracy?
Oh no, the Jewish theocracy is very strict. In fact, Jews don't even want their own Torah theocracy because the Torah has 36
Thank you,
capital
Frayed
offenses.
Edges, for the 10 Australian. Thank you so
I
much.
mean, I've
Appreciate
spoken to
that. It's going to
rabbis
go right
about
into
it,
the
and they
travel
said,
fund, or
rule
the
by
trip fund for
rabbi
me
would
and
be
Irish.
horrible.
Thank you so much.
And you
Justice
can
Mascot.
imagine the
I see
kind
you.
of fetid
Claire, the
atmosphere
Christian
where all these
nationalist.
rabbis competing for position would be accusing each other of having committed one of the 36 capital offenses.
Well,
So
to
it
be
would be
to be
very
fair,
dangerous.
It's funny. It's funny how your tone changes when you're here and when you're on a Jewish channel.
okay, I
amazing.
think we're gonna skip that, Peter.
Well, I just
Claire,
want to point out that Sharia law has not worked. It's not a viable system, and so we can just throw out the Muslim system of politics
Yeah.
and handling religion and government. And so then what else would you have? If we've just thrown out the Jewish, Christian, and Muslim system as being failures, what else is there?
Okay, well, just to be fair, like the religious systems as well as the non-religious systems have all suffered from the same problem, which is the human factor. Because when people have positions of power that they can attain, that they can acquire, then we start to see corruption among many people. Now, not all people are corrupt. The problem is that the majority of people who are attracted to those positions of powers, it seems, tend to be corruptible in some way, and some seem to be quite corrupt and very interested in those positions, and that's the biggest problem we have. Religion, unfortunately, in my opinion, makes it a little bit easier for people to corrupt people to get in and abuse these kinds of systems, because they get a bit of a free pass because they're religious and people will just kind of look the other way. And it's unfortunate society has this kind of tendency, and I think that attitude needs to change. But all politicians, and religious or non-religious, need to be held to account better than what we've been doing as a species. I think that's just my opinion.
Yes,
That is its hermeneutics is the biggest obstacle to that, is because there's different ways of, whether it doesn't matter if it's Judaism, doesn't matter if it's Catholicism or Christianity or Islam. There's multiple ways of interpreting the text. That's why there are like denominations, and why there's splinter groups off of the primary lines of thought. So when you have such subjectivity in the text, and different people saying, no, you're looking at this, you're looking at it wrong, this is the context, like, no, this is the context, and neither one of them has a real justification for it, because they're written vague enough that you can take that from it. Then who has the right theocracy when you can't even justify that your interpretation is correct? So
whatever is the official, legal, governmental state interpretation, of course. That's the whole point of having a theocracy. There is an ultimate.
Okay, so I understand that, but all of this is predicated on the theology that it's based upon being true. So that's where the big problem is that if you're going to say that this is what our system is because it's based on the system because the system is true, then how can you demonstrate that it is true? How can you demonstrate that Allah exists and the Quran is the word? And how can you demonstrate? Where's the evidence that that is true? Why should we go off of that instead of just evidence and reality?
Okay, I accept. I'm actually an agnostic.
But that just means you don't know. You can be an
I'm
agnostic
saying I
theist.
can't convince any. No, you can't really convince anybody who's determined to believe the opposite. You won't be able to prove physical evidence that God exists. All we can do is put forward arguments. Like we
Right,
think God exists. Okay,
but Claire,
so
Claire, wouldn't the existence of these stages and all of us up here on the stage talking with you pretty much disprove the fact that we're not? If it is true, we want to know it. That's it. If it is true, we want to do it. So assuming that we're biased against it automatically is a bit intellectually dishonest. So what
how
you should
is it you're all biased against it, and you just
no.
tone,
We're biased. We're biased against. No,
discourse,
Claire.
you're
We're not
talking over me,
biased.
not allowing me
Claire,
to make
we're
my
not
point.
biased against it. We don't accept things based on illogical or
I am
irrational
not
arguments.
asking-
Claire, we
okay.
don't accept things based on
No,
we don't
you
accept
don't,
we don't
and you
accept
haven't
propositions.
even allowed me to make
Claire,
my point.
no,
about
because
deductive-
Claire,
Hey, let's
Claire,
stop talking
if
over
you-
each other,
Claire,
guys.
If you
You're talking
misrepresent,
over me the whole time.
Claire,
but this is how you do it.
Claire, if you misrepresent us, if you misrepresent us,
Hey,
Claire,
both you stop one at a
Claire,
time. Come on.
if you
My
Claire,
point. I'm not
Claire,
allowed to make my point.
Claire, if you misrepresent us, I'm going to interrupt you. This is not your stage. This is our stage. So if you misrepresent our position, I'm going to stop you. Because anything that you derive from that misrepresentation is going to be incorrect.
Oh, okay, Jail, let her talk, and then
Can't I even make my
address the
point?
point that she makes.
No, I'm saying there is no evidence that you can bring, no material evidence that anybody can bring either way, because it's all argument.
But there is no logical
the
argument. There is no
argument
logical
before
argument.
is,
Ask Claire a
for
question.
heaven's sakes.
You stop talking.
No,
So,
I haven't. I
you
haven't
did.
even made my point. I haven't even made my point.
Then
but
present
if you
it-
don't want to
then
make my
present
point,
your
just
logical
kick me
argument.
off the stage. Kick me off the stage.
Then
Why
present your
don't you?
logical argument, Claire.
So my logical argument is that there will never be physical evidence capable of convincing either side that God exists. So if theists produce scripture, say, "Ooh, somebody made it up. It was some guy who made it up. Muhammad wrote it. Moses wrote it, and then they claim that God wrote it." So we can anticipate all the arguments that atheists would use to disprove any evidence a theist might bring. So what I'm saying is that the argument, it's only arguments. So it would have to be moral arguments, because we have to consider that it can be interpreted either way. So I'm going to use Jews as evidence of God's existence, because they are the world's most ancient and powerful tribe. They've been around for so long, and without Judaism, Jews wouldn't exist. Without Jews, there would be no Jesus for Christians to worship. Without
this doesn't even
Christianity,
logically
there
follow.
would be no three global empires for Westerners to claim the world. And
This does
without
not logically follow
Christianity,
that a
there
God
wouldn't be
exists from this.
Islam to challenge the hegemony of the West. So we can see there is a Hegelian dialectic to it all. And who's going to win? I think it will be the people who make themselves practice marriage and family values. They would at least be able to say, I'm part of this group, and the group that I'm part of has existed for X number of years, while the atheists will die childless and have no group identity to claim to be part of. So
Can I push back on
that's my argument.
The existence of God is just an argument of popularity?
No, an argument of logic. So if we are
That's
complaining
not what you
about our
just said.
government,
That's not what you
What?
No,
said.
Claire, what you just presented didn't even. Just because the Jews are in a particular position does not logically follow that a God exists.
The Romans we probably would have had Eastern and Western. We did have a Western Empire even before Judaism or Christianity, and I don't think Christianity really is the key mark to our society as much as it's just freedom, secular values. And I also think you can have both liberal and conservative secular values. I think that we can have value, tradition, community, family, these types of things that they give lip service for. I think we can do it better. I would point out that we do have evidence that some of these, that we know the Quran is not true. The Quran has passages, has an entire chapter called The Ant, where Solomon just talks to ants. The ants actually respond, and he gives them commands, and he laughs, and the ants do things that he commands. This did not happen. It is not historically accurate. It's not biologically accurate.
Muslims not required to believe everything in the Quran. There's no
and
need for them.
You're also a agnostic secular Quranist. I'm going to put those cards on. You actually don't believe in a God, but you think that the Quran is a good book for which it will help society. I disagree. I think secular values are going to be what push our society forward. It is the future of family values and tradition and community. And I think once these religions fall, you will see we will actually do it much better. You will have a happier conservative atheist than you will the religious version.
And this notion that atheists can't have family values is just absurd. Because
the decline of the West.
I'm an atheist, and I'm an atheist. I've been married to my wife for almost 20 years. We've chosen not to have kids because we can't afford them, to give them the life that they deserve, because we're responsible for those lives. So we couldn't give them everything they need.
You become extinct. Atheists as a group will become extinct.
Clark.
No, because there are other people, there are other atheists that have children because they can support them. They are responsible parents.
I'd like to just quickly interject here. I'm a parent as well. My wife and I have 2 kids. For the first 8 years or so, we thought we weren't going to have kids, and we eventually changed our mind. We see nothing wrong with people deciding whether or not to have kids. That's a decision of family autonomy or bodily autonomy. These things are all mixed in there. And to me, these are values that come inherently to human beings. Religion, to me, seems to deviate us from our natural inclinations. And in some ways, the religions will have things that are helpful and useful to society. But the problem is there are many things in religion that are actually also very bad for society. And so just like with reality, where we pick and choose what best suits society and suits our families and suits ourselves, the best way that we can, to me, is the superior value there. And religion shouldn't get an exemption to this. It should be where people are picking and choosing what they think is best for society and themselves and their families. And in fact, we do see this practiced often in society. We see people even choosing religions this way. So the mistake that I think is made is to take a whole religion, say it's all good, and using that, or to take a religion, say it's all bad, and going at it that way. So it's got to be a more nuanced kind of choosing thing. And this is part of the reason why we have so many different denominations of a particular religion, because people have gone through this and then they've branched off into other things that they think are a better way to do things.
And another thing, if you look at the polls and you look at the most secular countries, those are the countries where people are the happiest. As far as my country goes, for several years, that has been the country where the children are most happy.
What's your country?
Netherlands.
I don't see how you can measure it. Well, what is the objective measure of happiness?
They're called happiness indexes.
Yeah.
No, but we don't really believe that, it's all skewed in favor of the government claiming that.
Okay, now you're just appealing to conspiracy.
The moment it goes against your beliefs, Claire, it's automatically a conspiracy.
We're not here to be happy anyway, are we?
Yes, we can be happy.
I mean,
okay, well, you can be happy and
as far as I can tell, this whole notion of this whole notion of people having children just because they can, this whole go forth and multiply, or be fruitful and multiply thing, has gotten us into more trouble as far as our population goes and our use of resources go on this planet. Is completely and totally antithetical to our survival as a species. Responsible parenting is what is important. People knowing when they should have kids, when they can have kids, and when they can't have kids, and when they shouldn't have kids. Okay?
They shouldn't have kids if they're not married. And the
what does that have to do with it? What is the problem? Now, I'm really curious. What is the problem that if parents are in a good relationship, what does the marriage certificate add to the whole thing, other than just providing people in at least in my country with some benefits, tax benefits, stuff like that.
Jefferson, she just might be. I just
benefits
wanted to hear her
should
evidence
one
for
of the
this God.
parents,
Like, why would we predicate any system
pass away?
on a theological belief system if we
child
can't even
protection.
demonstrate that God
Absolutely,
exists?
it adds absolutely nothing to the
You
relationship
have no children,
itself.
do you? Dutchman, do you have children? You don't. So
And I don't see
None that he knows of.
I don't see I don't see how this is I don't see
Of
how
course,
this
it's
is
relevant.
relevant.
If you have no investment, no biological investment in the next generation, your thinking will be short-termist.
I'm
And you're not
asking
going to be
you, I'm
imagining
asking you
No,
a simple
Claire,
question. The
Claire,
fact that you
Claire,
want-
hang on a sec,
the fact that-
Peter, hang on. That's
No, no.
demonstrably not true because I have a biological investment in the future because I will be sharing this planet with the next generation. And if I don't care about the future of the planet, then I might as well just, like, not care about myself. But I do. So I want this planet to be sustainable for me in the future as well as everyone around me because I share space with everybody around me. So I do have a biological investment in the future.
I want to get back to the question that I asked because I know Claire doesn't want to answer it and just wants to deflect and go off on different tangents. I'm still curious what a marriage certificate would add to a perfectly good relationship between two or more people.
Well, it's a question I do want to answer, and I'm saying that the prison statistics will tell you that most convicted prisoners come from fatherless homes of unmarried mothers. So we already know that widespread illegitimacy is degenerate, delinquent,
what does that have
Peter, let her finish.
Peter,
Let her finish, please.
of your society.
Yeah. So
Sounds very
again,
much like families who shouldn't have had kids.
I'll ask you the question again, since you obviously didn't understand it. If parents or if just people are in a good, loving relationship, what does the marriage certificate add to that? I know you have trouble. I know you have trouble listening to a question.
You are assuming that unmarried parents do not have a higher rate of breakup.
I'm asking you a simple question. I'm asking you a simple question.
I like the answer, but it is nevertheless my answer. So it is statistically true that couples who are not married to each other, who have demonstrated no commitment to each other, are more likely to break up. And this means that the child of this union, this illegitimate offspring of these unmarried parents will be likely to suffer the damage and abuse of living in a fatherless home, disadvantaged culturally, socially, and economically, and will be more likely
in my country,
to be
that's demonstrably
delinquent
wrong.
and
It still
criminal and a
doesn't.
convicted prisoner, and that is what the problem is.
So what you're saying is that if people have a marriage certificate, it is
last I checked,
forcing them to
100%
stay
of
together
divorces come from
longer
marriage.
against their will? That is what you're saying?
Yeah.
So, and you think that if children grow up in a household where the parents would rather be going their own way instead of being forced to stay together, that's a more happy family? I think you're sadly mistaken. Because those kids will suffer more abuse than parents who can decide. I wasn't finished, Claire. Claire, I wasn't finished.
Cal.
Those
Awesome.
children will suffer from more abuse than in being in a family where the parents, when the time comes, just can say, okay, this isn't working out. We need to separate, and then maybe even parents can find a new partner, and it works out better. It's demonstrably wrong what you're saying, that if you force people to stay together, then that will have a better effect on the children, because it's not. Children grow up in families where there's constant fighting, which sometimes even gets to the point of physical abuse. Children will suffer.
Oh, the criminal statistics, the crime statistics prove you wrong. The if you come from fatherless home, you are more likely to end up being a convicted prisoner. This is something that you deliberately ignore. That's a point that I've made. I don't think you can ignore it. If you look up the crime statistics, you will find that most convicted prisoners
I don't see
come from
I don't see
fatherless
those
homes.
statistics. I don't see those statistics in my country, but my country has kind of a strange judicial system, which has led us to having to close down prisons because we lack criminals, and even renting them out to Norway and Belgium. So I don't know what you're talking about. In my countries,
Well, I've
it's
never heard
entirely
of such a
different.
thing. What you actually have such low crime that you have to close down your prison?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that's news to me. I will ask a Dutch contact of mine what he thinks of your
There are
apparently
two.
utopian
We
Holland.
still have a prison which is actually considered Norwegian soil at this moment, where Norway sends us prisoners. We also rent out a prison to Belgium. You could those are things you can easily check. Just do a Google search. Does the Netherlands rent out prisons to other countries, and you'll find it.
So I gotta
So
John, we're on this kind of tangent, but it's kind of like run away from what the point of the stage is. And going back to it is like, Claire, if you're an agnostic, so you're not invested in whether or not there's a God, unless you believe in one, which I don't know if you do or not. If you don't, then
He identifies as secular.
The concept
so
of God definitely
not believing in
exists.
a God.
Concept of God definitely exists.
The concept exists. It doesn't mean that a God is extant to reality.
But I'm saying we have a moral imperative.
Well, we're going to go ahead and move
obey
on
his
to the
laws.
next guest, Claire. We do appreciate you coming up. Do you have any last things you'd like to share with the group?
Taco, just a sec. Before she goes, if you want to give her 30 seconds to rehash her view, that would be, I think, a good thing to do.
Thank you. That's fair of you. So I'm saying that we have a moral imperative to obey God's laws, even if we doubt his existence, for the sake of social order and for the proper parenting of the next generation, so that you avoid suffering degeneracy in your society, and that means the decline and fall of your civilization. Thank you very much for having me, gentlemen.
Claire, I have one question left after what you just said. If God doesn't exist, are we then following God's laws, or are we then just following people's laws?
We would be following the laws of the patriarchy, because patriarchy cannot exist without the practice of marriage, and
of people.
Marriage is about forbidding and punishing extramarital sex.
I just want to make this clear, Claire, because you said we need to follow God's laws even if he doesn't exist. If he doesn't exist, then it's not God's laws that we're following. It's
human laws.
Well, then you could say what I believe to be God's law.
Which then would be a lot better if we follow modern humans' laws instead of ancient human laws, wouldn't it?
Oh, I think a lot of people don't agree with transgenderism and gay marriage and no-fault divorce, and a lot of people want to go back to the good old days of marriage and family values.
To the good old days where we just gassed Jews and stuff like that.
Okay, guys, we're going to go ahead and thank you so much for coming up, Claire. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest now.
Our species made it 2 million years without God, so I think we're going to do okay.
Yes.
I did have a question.
I do. Just a quick answer to Peter. You're saying, if God doesn't exist, how can people follow God's laws? Perhaps they'd be following a goddess's laws.
See, I would really be up for that, depending on the goddess that you would bring forth.
Sorry, Jocko, go ahead.
And Jefferson would be with me all the way because he's looking for a goddess.
So I do have a question from a younger gentleman that had sent me a message here. Let me find it, though.
And I wanted to ask Tom a quick question.
Sure. But real quick. So Amant was asking, if there isn't a God, then how was the Bible made? Which I haven't heard a question like that in a long time. So I figured one of y'all might have fun with that. He's actually in the audience.
Humans made it up. Just like we made it all, because if there's no God, if there's no God, Which I mean, that aside the point, I can demonstrate the Christian God does not exist, or it cannot exist. But if there's no God, just like any other book, like the Egyptian coffin text, like the Tao, like the Bhagavad Gita, like, you know, any ancient historical text, the Quran, doesn't matter. Then humans just wrote them. Humans made them up. They're compositions of text that kind of record a biased view of history, or a very ignorant view of history, and of course a very ignorant view of phenomena, and trying to explain things. You know, humans were very, very aware of phenomena. They were aware of the phenomena around them. They just didn't know why these things took place. They didn't know the mechanistic reasoning behind them. So they came up with stuff to like explain these things. And so that's why these things exist.
Just one quick thing. One quick thing. Dog in the YouTube chat has stated that he follows the laws of the matriarch because chicks rule.
Exactly. So one quick thing. So since Amand has DM'd me as well, why not raise your hand, come up to the stage, and instead of DMing people who are busy doing this stage, just come up and ask your questions. That would be a lot easier.
Hey, everybody know his name. Gabba to you, bud. Yeah. When women with property, freaking ridiculous.
Then everything went silent.
Adam.
Is it okay for me to? Tom, I wanted to ask you a quick question, following up since Claire was on here. You had a debate with her?
Yeah, like years ago.
Years ago. During that debate, did she or did she not? Because I want to clarify this. Did she establish that part of her, like, you know, if her ideology were to be the dominant one that a society should live by, it also includes public corporal punishment, like lashings and things like this?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Oof.
So I know that she has made a statement that she is in favor of secular torture. Not entirely sure what that means.
Okay. So the thing to know about Claire is that she's starting a new denomination of Islam, so it's going to have some different rules than the other denominations.
I can't imagine how that is going to play out.
That was not meant as a joke. That's serious.
No. Just Tom's reaction to it. Tom, I think we both had the same thing in mind. It's just like.
Oh no! Oh, good Lord! All right.
Hello, Erebus.
Erebus.
What's going on?
KWF. Erebus, KWF.
Hi.
You're saying your name right. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
So, it's more or less a question. So,
shoot.
In some sense, would some of the beliefs be positives or negatives in general, like in a blanket term? Like some of the beliefs that things enforce, like the Quran and other things of that nature.
It really depend on what those beliefs are, because some beliefs can be quite harmful and others can be harmless, and some can actually be advantageous for us. So it's really, I don't think it's possible to make a blanket statement and say all beliefs are bad. People who are, for example, inventing a new technology will have maybe motivated by a belief that this invention will help people, and then that's why they're inventing it, and the invention ends up turning out to help people. Would be an example of a good belief. I know it sounds a bit vague. A bad belief would be that everybody must be punished when they do something wrong, and then we know now in modern society that rehabilitation is a lot more effective. So
what was the question?
Yeah, I was hoping for a little bit more. Okay, Erebus, can you elaborate a little bit better? Or elaborate a little bit more, sorry?
Like, it's kind of like... So, like, would some beliefs be more beneficial to society? Like, in some term, would God exist? Like, not actually exist, but, like, would his beliefs genuinely make life better for some people? Some beliefs. Like, not all.
Well, there is a psychological utility that belief in such things, depending upon the God that you believe in. There is a psychological utility that can benefit some people. So
because I see people like look at like a placebo effect almost, where like their life gets better, even though it's kind of just in a. It was all from them just being better people overall and doing more things.
It's Dumbo's feather.
And then they blame it on like their religion.
It's Dumbo's feather. They could always fly, but they needed something to like give them the motivation to be able to do so. So that it can be just the question just becomes the problem is that when you have that and then you're never aware and then you refuse to acknowledge you're never made aware of the truth, then that belief can then begin to influence other things or other motivations in your life. So it's about having that, but you can have that, but be intellectually honest about it. So, but yeah, there is a psychological utility, and I've always agreed with the fact that, in our most primitive times, unifying religious beliefs, like unifying all the people of the tribe under, believing one thing, get them all motivated into one direction, all supporting the same idea. These were good things because it helped keep us cohesive, help us grow our numbers, survival in numbers, and there was a social utility, years ago, or we're talking hundreds of thousands of years ago. There was a social utility to these kinds of beliefs, and there is a psychological utility today. But as far as a society goes, they're not really necessary. I just say they've kind of they're spent. It's an old concept that we don't need anymore.
I have another question.
Go ahead.
So, how come some religions seem to be more jokingly, as in Greek mythology and stuff like that? Like people used to believe that genuinely, but now it's more or less a joke. Like, what do you think separates? What do you think the main thing that separates that from other theologies is?
So there's a thing that I've been talking about quite a bit that I've been addressing on some of my channels, and I'd like to hear what other people on the stage think about this. So I'll try and nutshell this really, really fast. Is that as human beings have progressed through time, as we have developed better technology, we've understood the world around us better, then the gods and goddesses that we invented in order to explain the phenomena around us, we begin to understand that they don't explain those phenomena anymore. So we begin to drop them. So, for example, there was a time when we didn't understand what lightning was, so we created a god that was behind it, Thor. Now we understand that Thor doesn't create lightning, so we understand lightning, so we don't need Thor anymore. So, as far as the Roman equivalent or the Greek gods or the Egyptian gods or anything of that nature, we're so far beyond that. They've been relegated to mythology. We don't need them anymore because the things that those gods explained are all now well understood, and they don't need gods to explain them. We understand the reality of the phenomena itself. So, gods themselves, as we've invented them through time, have adapted, evolved, mutated, to kind of survive the logical entailments of their attributes and our growing and more accurate understanding of reality. So nowadays, gods exist kind of metaphysically, outside of space and time, disembodied minds, they don't walk around with us, blah, 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 however you want to describe it. They keep getting pushed closer and closer to the edge of the board. So as we've understood things, gods have changed, slowly but surely. And that's been the repeating thing through history, is that we see that as we understand more, we need the god less. So then we invent new gods, or the gods adapt and change, so that they can then be applied newly in another way, so they can answer another question we don't have an answer for. So, but slowly but surely we answer those, and then the gods change again, or they get dropped off entirely. They get relegated to mythology. So that's pretty much been my
partially
take.
True. So we stopped believing in Zeus and Thor. When the Romans just died, it really didn't have anything to do with science. We still had no idea what caused lightning, but culturally the religion just lost favor, and so most religions just die off because of cultural shifts. Other religions, other militaries conquer you and force you to join their religion, and then that's how that religion grows. And then once a religion is in power, then it starts to change because scientific facts debunk it. But I think the reason we're not Romans, because the Romans lost a couple wars and then they're not in power anymore. And that's why we're Christian, because they won a bunch of wars.
And technically with the Romans it was Jupiter, but that's neither here nor there. But but T-Jump's also correct. There's cultural shifts in civilizations dropping off, new civilizations taking over, new cultures coming in. So, and then of course those gods offering different things or better things, societally speaking, that are, the gods are much nicer, the god is much nicer, much kinder, much more loving, less cruel, less capricious in that respect. If you think your gods are capricious, I come along saying, no, here's this other god that explains things better, and it's less capricious than your gods, and you may be inclined to believe that thing. So, culture shifts are a part of it as well.
Okay, I have another question. So if people over time stop believing in certain gods when they have things that come out, how you talked about Thor no longer creating lightning because people learned how it's actually made, Why are people clinging so hard to gods that are like completely omnipotent and things like that are like utterly like just completely imaginative that you would like?
From my experience, two things: fear and fear and or say cognitive bias, or I would say like confirmation bias. And T-Jump can go into further details of this, or somebody else can as well. But because people are afraid of death, and they don't want this to be the only life, they don't want this to be the only effect that they have, and two, people want to believe that they're special. That because we seem to be unique upon the planet, there must be something special about us. So we fallaciously assert or assume that we are special because we're big brains. So we look at this like, oh, look, we're the only things that can reason. Well, why can we reason? Well, it must be something special about us. So therefore, what gave us the special ability? We must be unique in this respect. And then, of course, we're terrified of death. Terrified of the unknown. And that's what kind of leads people to kind of cling to these things, because it gives them comfort for the yawning gap of nothingness that awaits us.
They just want it to be true so desperately.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more or less a fear of what they, like their limited time of finite lifespan.
And that feeds into it. We're going to die. Humans die. That's what it is. And if you haven't made something of your life and you die, then you will be relegated to history, just like the billions of people that came before you that you don't know and don't remember and have been lost to history. So, but that's just the reality of it.
Airbus, if there was an eternity pill, would you take it?
No.
They want it. They want it so desperately.
An afterlife of reward for good deeds or an afterlife of punishment for bad deeds, for misdeeds, like an actual like objective standard of like judgment and I guess like whatever, like that. This gives people hope for their own lives. And it also like lifts them, or also alleviates them of the responsibility of their life here on Earth, because for many of them this life is just a stepping stone to the next thing.
It's why do so many people buy lottery tickets even though they're all going to lose?
They want the money. They want it so bad. Maybe they'll get lucky.
Take it easy, Mike. Thanks so much for popping by.
It's a desire for comfort, and the idea brings comfort, and the problem is too much importance is put on that. I think a lot of people, it really appeals to people to have a much more comfortable life, which is not a bad thing. But people often want it at the expense, are willing to put a lot of things that are necessary in life aside to get that comfort. And the promise of comfort, an eternal comfort, seems to be you got these fluffy clouds in a heavenly afterlife, or you've got a never-ending party in a hellish afterlife. There's or some people will see one is good and the other is bad, but they will do things thinking that, well, a bit of Pascal's wager gets in there, and people are saying, well, they better play their cards right so they can, if that comfort exists, then they'll get that. So they're trying to set that up for that. And it's a shame, because there's the thing about life from my perspective is it includes a whole gamut of these different experiences. If all we have in life is comfort, then we won't know it's comfort if without having the understanding of what the opposite could be like. And experiencing both, I think, is an important part of life. Now, I'm not saying we should be experiencing terrible things. Yeah, we want to try to make our life as best as possible, but the whole idea with this kind of heavenly comfort thing seems extreme to me.
Do you guys ever would you ever feel pity when you think about the fact that these people kind of live their entire lives in a certain way that prevents them from experiencing some aspects of life, just to die, and then they just cease to exist and they'd never know the difference?
Only when I encounter them and I could see that they are actively fighting cognitive dissonance. Sometimes when you're engaging with somebody, you can see you can see the battle within them, like the cognitive dissonance. There's a physical reaction to that cognitive dissonance. They, in their minds, recognize that the things that they're holding on to don't make sense. there's some sort of dissonance in their heads about it, and so but they'll hold on to it nonetheless, just in case, either because they're afraid or for whatever reason, for whatever their personal reasons are. But that's the only thing that elicits pity for me. It's like I see them and I'm like, oh, you are in this cognitive dissonance battle in your mind, and you can't reconcile it, and then they refuse to do so because just maybe, if I just hold that into this irrational thing, that it'll pay off. There's a sunk cost fallacy, but you can see the effect it has on people's lives, on their minds, on their mental states, on their bodies, and that saddens me.
They will spend 166 days of their life in church if they go to church every Sunday, 50 weeks of the year for about 2 hours for 40 years.
So I see people do this when they join pyramid schemes and multi-level marketing schemes and different scams as well. They'll spend a lot of time and effort on these things with the promise that they're going to make a large amount of money for a more comfortable life again, I suppose. Maybe a motive. But it turns out that a lot of those multi-level marketing pyramid schemes are really not profitable for the vast majority of people involved in them. It's just the people who start them who tend to do really well with them because the way the money funnels around. I remember I was in school with one of my schoolmates. Later on, I caught up with him a few years after graduation, and he got involved in one of these big name multi-level marketing pyramid schemes. And he got a garage full of all kinds of items like toilet paper and toothbrushes and things like that. And he was unable to sell it because he had to recruit people to sell it.
Thank you for the 350 pounds,
just
Billy
selling
Wood. I
it
do appreciate it. Good to see you.
without a
Thanks for hanging out. Member of the
storefront
Godless
just
Army.
wasn't working.
That's going to go
And,
Sunday coffee for.
they put themselves up as a supplier,
Thank you so
but they're
much.
really
Appreciate
just
that.
it's really just
That's
moving
going
money
right into
around
the
is what
travel
it was all
fund, the
about.
trip
So
fund for me and Irish.
it's
So
unfortunate,
thank you very
and
much.
it's
Appreciate that.
people.
That's gonna help.
I wouldn't say I feel pity for people so much as I feel like, oh, that's unfortunate. I wish there was something I could do to help people. The problem is I'm not a multi-billionaire, so I'm limited in what I can do to help people.
What do you think the best way to combat stuff like this is?
Education.
Education, critical
Education,
thinking
yeah.
being taught in education, philosophy being taught is something that I'm a big proponent. I'm hugely in favor of. I think starting from kindergarten, if they did philosophy half an hour once a week, or even 15 minutes, just some very basic fundamental stuff that would be easy for a kindergartner to understand would be a wonderful start. Imagine how much improved our society could be if people were thinking of understanding some basics of philosophy throughout their schooling, and also critical thinking, because one of the problems that comes up is a lot of people associate doubt with something that should be feared, and to me that's a major problem. That's a major cause of a lot of
I
problems.
haven't yet, Rodent. I have to look. I have to look for one.
Things. And my wife and I have taught our kids to embrace doubt as an ally, to be comfortable with saying I don't know, and see that as an opportunity to possibly learn more. Because because if you don't know something, I think it's better to admit this, not only to yourself but to others, honestly, of course, when appropriate, and see that as some indication of there could be some possible self-direction opportunity here to learn more about a subject if it's interesting to you. It's better, I think, that than making assumptions that could lead a person astray or lead others astray.
So you think that teaching people how to think is better than teaching them what to think?
Bingo.
Well, I think they're two different things, and as a very important component of teaching people how to think is encouraging all these students in these classes to question the how to think part and challenge it and test it and learn how to do that for themselves, so they have the proper intellectual tool set to not just follow somebody saying, here's how you should think, and here's what you should think, but also questioning those things and really trying to put a rigorous test on it to try to understand and make these determinations for themselves. It's this intellectual sovereignty, I like to call it.
That was one of the things that was impressed upon me by my own mother, and probably the thing, because my mother's a devout believer, and probably the thing that she regrets, because she raised my brother and I equally to, if you don't understand or if you don't know, ask. Never be afraid to ask. Never be afraid of not knowing something, because it's always an opportunity to learn more. And if something doesn't make sense, find someone that can explain it, or do the research and learn so you can find the explanation. Always be asking questions. Never be afraid to, because the minute you're afraid to ask a question, that's just the beginning.
So, and that's what we're trying to kind of inspire here a little bit, is for people to also ask questions. Like what you're doing here as our guest, asking all these questions is fantastic. Please keep doing this.
I also how would you encourage people that don't necessarily have like the tools to be taught things like that, like to be like taught like to question things?
So one of the most important things for educators is to make an effort to try to find what learning styles and approaches work best for different students, because people have different ways of learning things. And indeed, there are some people who are mentally deficient and are unable to learn certain things.
Take care.
And
be safe out there.
Just an unfortunate part of life. Modern medicine and modern psychology are all working on these kinds of problems. Fortunately, they're kind of rare. But that's one of the most important things in teaching, is to try to find the student's best way of doing this. Now, in a class environment where you've got 30 students, that can be a challenge. But it's very often the case, in my experience as someone who's been a student, I guess, that and looked into this, that there are often it's the case that there are multiple different ways that will work effectively for many people. So that can be helpful for the teachers too, to develop strategies and find there may be 2 or 3 different common ways of teaching that'll work for all these different students, and then they're able to kind of incorporate all of them together within their class structure, and then that can get almost all the students covered. And so that's kind of what we hope for. Now, this is putting a burden on teachers who are already quite burdened, and that's a challenge that society has to work on. I think somebody here was mentioning that, I think it was Mexico has a very different approach to teaching that works quite well. And we're improving, but there's still a lot more work to be done. Education systems, unfortunately, are not perfect and limited by funding very often. But I think in general, at least here in Canada, we're going the right direction, and many other countries are as well.
One of the people in my live chat, Freight Edges, brings up that it starts in the home, educating parents. And I think that it starts with our education system. Is that when you have, it's sort of like we've been espousing, it's education. When you teach kids how to think and not what to think, when you teach them how to think, how to approach things, appropriately, that makes for better educated generation of young people, who then grow up to be better educated parents, who then pass it on to their kids, and then so on and so forth. And so it's got to start with our education system, with a revamping of our education system. So that's where the heart of it is, because that's how you reach this next generation. Like I said before, teachers are the front line. So that's where you reach this next generation. That generation then grows up. They have their own kids. They pass it down to those kids, so on and so forth. So it's got to be there.
So what would you say the best way to deal with kids that simply don't want to learn? Because I go to an inner city school, and a lot of the kids there just straight up refuse to try to learn, and they actively want to disrespect the teachers and things like that.
Okay, so there can be a lot of different reasons for that. There isn't a simple black and white answer to it. Sometimes there can be a problem with issues at home. There could be a problem with some other kind of abuse happening from somebody else. There can be other reasons for it. There could be some situation where their thoughts, their mind is really more concerned for a relative who's not feeling well and suffering with a serious disease or something, or injury or something. There could be all kinds of different reasons for it. They could live in a neighborhood that's got gang activity going on that's a bigger issue to them than having to go to some school. So the first step in this is trying to, I think, making an effort to understand why the student is this way. There could also be learning disabilities. I have 2 forms of dyslexia, one for hearing, one for reading. It affects words, not numbers for me. It's and that was a problem for me in school, and I had a French teacher call me stupid right in front of the whole class, and I was completely uninterested in learning in that class when that happened. I was already struggling, but after that I just completely shut down, and that was in grade 4, and I just kind of, that was it for me. I stopped, and I just kind of goofed around and made funny noises and made the other kids laugh. So there's understanding what the reason or multiple reasons are, and very often there can be multiple factors, is I think probably the very most important first step is in understanding what is going on with that person's life. And then working from there. Sometimes professional therapy may be needed in the case of abuse, intervention from authorities and whatnot. So the solution must come, I think, from first understanding what the cause or causes of the symptom are.
And now we're getting into big socioeconomic things that stem from all kinds of problems: infrastructure problems, healthcare problems, education problems.
We're just asking about the gods, man.
Yeah. This is kind of going in the same direction as that first conversation went. But yeah, when it comes to religion, I think. Do you have any other questions regarding that? Gods, goddesses, or you want to talk about what you believe or why you believe it?
Me personally, I don't believe in a god. I used to. I feel like most of that, however, was just because of the household I was raised in. But I feel like, why do you think that nowadays polytheism is more? Monotheism is more popular than polytheism?
It really depends on where you are. If you're in a place like India, it's going to be that polytheism is a lot more popular because Hinduism is the predominant religion there, and it has multiple deities, goddesses, and gods in it. So this is kind of the perspective can be quite limited based on geographical purview, and so it's a question, like in North America here, you're going to find that many people are going along with a Christian idea of just one God instead of multiple, and yet even the Holy Bible does reference there are no gods, there may be no gods before me, kind of thing, which seems to acknowledge that polytheism is a thing. It's curious, isn't it?
Exodus 12:12 actually talks about polytheism. It says something about the gods of Egypt, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and then there's a verse somewhere in Islam that says that polytheists have no knowledge. And I had this in modern day debate I was on recently. I pointed out, I refuted that point. I said, look, if they're a polytheist, it's incorrect to say that they have no knowledge, because they obviously have knowledge of multiple deities.
Yeah, there's a big geographic bias to that.
Well, so what is your overall opinion about those who believe in religion but don't force it upon others? As in, like, they're more or less passive about it.
I think it's the most intellectually honest position that they can take regarding their belief, regarding their faith. They can believe what they want to believe. They have the right to do so. And I'm not gonna. I would fight for the right to believe in that, because they can believe what they want. The point is just because they believe it doesn't mean everyone should believe it. It certainly doesn't mean that everyone should live by those beliefs, like influencing our legislation and stuff. So they want to believe it and keep it to themselves. Good times.
Yeah, I think it's okay for them to kind of share the ideas as well. Where I draw the line, and I agree with jail and all this stuff. I just draw the line at when people are trying to impose it on other people. And Erebus, maybe we should move on to our next people in the audience. But would you like to ask one more question or have some final statements? With your impression of your encounter with us here, we're very interested. We'd happily give you a minute.
No, I have to leave now as well.
Hey, thank you very much for joining us. It was a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you so much for coming up. We do appreciate your time. You have a great one. She-Hulk wants to come up and chat with us. They're very interested in speaking.
Yo, how's it going?
Oh, She-Hulk, how are you?
I'm good, thanks.
What do you got for us?
So sadly, this won't be about religion. I'll try and keep this as brief as possible. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
I don't want to wake up my roommates. So I like debunking conspiracy theories, right? Like 9/11 stuff and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But I find that there's still people that buy into a lot of conspiracy theories, like, I don't know, that the NSA is spying on everyone, right? Despite all the evidence that refutes that horseshit, they'll cling on to it. And so I wonder what you guys' thoughts on that and like Snowden and all that debunked nonsense.
There's a lot like mango.
Well, people typically hold on to things that make them feel special. Conspiracies and believing that you're like on top of a conspiracy, or believing you're like you have the knowledge of a thing, gives a sense of kind of superiority. And
yes, I know the truth and nobody else does.
Exactly. It's like I'm on it. I've got my finger on the freaking pulse, man. I see it for what it is. They do the Dennis Hopper thing in Apocalypse Now.
I know, I get that, but in terms of like these people think that they have evidence for it, right? So, for example, these nut jobs think that like leaked documents by Snowden prove that. When you go through and read those documents, they say the same thing the government said in 2013. The declassified documents match the same thing. The only one who's incongruent with all the record is Snowden himself. He lied about what the documents say if you just read them. And it got so, the public's reaction got so bad. In 2015, they ended one of those programs that Congress authorized.
What does this have to do with God?
And made American security. As I just said, it doesn't. I was just curious, since I was asked, what other topic you want to bring up, and so I thought I would bring that one up.
Take it easy, William. Good to see you.
Religions can be a lot like conspiracy theories, or do you think they deserve to be in a different category?
I mean, I personally treat them more as like it's flat Earth, right? If you believe in God, that shit is explained away both through science, and of course, you can trace back the origins of pretty much every religion: Christianity, Judaism, the Hindu stuff, all that, right? And then you got people that think the Earth is flat, people that think that the government spies on everyone. All this nonsense. It's all the same. Lack of evidence.
It's just like a bunch of drinks with different flavors, then.
How I view, yeah. Right? I mean, again, but these people refuse to read those very documents they think supports their claim. And it's the same with, people thinking, I don't know, the CIA did X regime change or X coup, for example, right? You go and read through those documents, they don't say that at all. It's very interesting when it comes to just the basics of fact-checking. Other shit like, I don't know, fucking... the 90% drone strikes hit civilians.
Hey, Bob.
Fake news.
Hey, Bob Nodell. It's good to see you.
Right? Go follow along those sources.
I think these are really good points. And to follow up with the drink analogy, I'm going to say cheers. And if you wanted 30 seconds to give a summary, we'd be happy to hear you before we move on to our next guest.
Well, I was just curious about your guys' opinions on the NSA and all that nonsense.
Oh God, don't care.
Yeah, it's kind of off topic for here, and I think you'll probably find there's mixed views. That's what I noticed in the atheism demographic, but the majority of people are applying skepticism to most of it, is what I encounter.
Skepticism to what, sir?
Bob Nodell
They're applying skepticism to what?
To the conspiracy theories, and usually there's a tendency to disbelieve them because the conspiracy theories are very often overcomplicated, and when an idea is presented that is quite complicated and has a lot of intricate facts or ideas put to it to try to show it, it sounds like someone's kind of overreaching to defend an idea, like a preemptive defense, and that raises suspicions. So I find a lot of people are quite suspicious of conspiracy theories. At least most of the people I've encountered in the atheism demographic. In the other demographics, it's kind of a little bit less of that. But where I see the delineating factors, where there seems to be better quality education, especially childhood education, there tends to be a greater degree of critical thinking and skepticism and distrust of conspiracy theories.
Well, I'll just do a 30-second wrap up then. So the TLDR is
Perfect.
the NSA doesn't spy on everyone, vigorous oversight, Snowden's documents debunk his own narrative, match all the declassified records, just matter of fact checking. Cool. Toodles.
Okay.
Thank you for coming up. Cheers.
Thank you for your opinion.
I just want to say I view religion as the largest
My wife made
superstition.
cranberry,
so I feel like you can
blueberry,
kind of be anchored under that. It's
orange
just
muffin,
the
I
flavor
think.
of superstition.
It looks like.
For sure.
Are you confident in that? Are you 100% in that?
99.90% sure. As sure as
And-
I'm gonna be.
So
Yeah,
Otto
Hello.
wants to talk about God's existence. So this one is on topic.
Hello,
What's
Paul.
going on?
Hello. My main idea is, if I'm right, great, and if I'm not, I've got nothing to lose. I would rather
Pascal's
live.
wager, by the way. But go ahead.
Essentially, I would rather live as if there were a god and find out there wasn't, than live as if there wasn't a god and find out there was.
What happens if a god specifically only burns people who hedges their bets and only believes in them because they were going to get burned?
Well, what you're talking of is essentially the foundation of early Judaism, and Christ has saved us in order that we don't follow that fate. And Christ has personally helped me, so there's no way I can deny Christ. Christ is directly involved in
So
my
how do you
life.
know that you're? How do you know that you're?
I'm sorry. How you've applied Pascal's wager doesn't factor out that way. When you,
Wait, so I would like to ask a question here. So why do you think believing in a god? You said you'd rather believe there's a god and live there is a god rather than there isn't. What do you think the difference is? If like living like there is a god versus living like there isn't a god.
Living as if there is a god, you do every action, or you try to do every action. Nobody's perfect. As if you will be judged. As if there is entity
Morality?
that will judge you. An objective morality, yes.
Well, just
without-
clarify. Wait. So there are models of objective morality that don't include a god, so you could not believe in a god and still have that.
What's the object?
Platonic objects, a priori abstracts, universal laws of nature, well-being. There's lots of them. Like most
those
philosophers.
universal laws of nature. Let's go to universe.
Hold on. So most philosophers, most academic professional philosophers are atheists. But they're also moral realists. They believe in objective morality. So the experts in the field believe in objective morality without God, because God's actually a really bad hypothesis of morality. So that's not actually a difference.
I mean, the objects of universal law, as you've stated, what can that be defined as? If you want to say,
I just like listed for them, but what? So my point there was simply that you assume that without a god you don't have morality, but that's false. Most professional philosophers are moral realists without God. So,
okay,
if that assumption is wrong.
Are they projecting their morality onto an object that they don't think is a god?
It doesn't like you can think there's a god. Remember the point here was that you want to assume there's a god and learn you're wrong because you live a moral life. So even if they're assuming their morality and it's wrong, they're still living a moral life without God. So they don't need to assume the God. There's no benefit to the God there.
Just 1 second. I've got a reply. I will be 2 seconds.
one question I wanted to bring up to Poto is why how he's chosen which god to gamble on.
It's also the incorrect application of the wager, because there's no justification beyond emotional appeal to eliminate any god from contention. So he's got to factor all gods into it, and the fact that the majority of gods that humans have ever believed in do not judge based upon belief; they judge based on action, regardless of your belief. So
he didn't make that argument. He just said he'd rather believe there's a god and discover otherwise, and not believe there's a god. But he never explained why, what the benefit of the god is. And so, if his benefit is simply that he lives a better life or whatever, he acts as if there's morality, then that argument wouldn't apply to what he was saying.
The benefit is more so I'm on good terms with God, if you will. If I believe there's a God and there is a God, I'm on good terms with him. I'm not damned to eternity, or damned to really anything other than what God wants for me. And if I am on great terms with God, if I fully put my faith in him, then I will be rewarded accordingly. If I'm not on good terms with God and I die and find out that God is not my biggest fan, then I'm screwed. I'm completely screwed. So there's no way I'm getting out of that. I'm not given a second chance. And as much as the anti-theist, and I'm saying anti-theist because it's not atheist per se, it's mostly the heavy anti-theists are confident in their disbelief of God, they cannot ever, with 100% certainty, disprove God.
Sure it can.
Go ahead.
That's a separate argument. So
it is a separate argument, but I just want to make that clear. Yes, Poto, the Christian Abrahamic God cannot exist, and yes,
Okay.
it can be demonstrated. But go ahead, T-John.
I would like
so hold up. So what your argument is that what the other guys were saying would apply to the current version you presented. That you assume that there's one kind of a God who would reward your belief. There could be other kinds who don't reward your belief, or a kind of God who only allows atheists into heaven because he only wants the rational ones who think about the arguments. And so belief there's a God doesn't have any probability that you'll actually go to heaven. That's zero. The probability you go to heaven, the probability you go to hell is the exact same for any belief until you actually have evidence that indicates one conclusion or the other. The same thing applies without a God. It could be a universe where there's a certain kind of dharma or karma or whatever. If you have belief X, you get the afterlife, and if you have belief Y, you don't.
I know I got him on the
So
hook with
literally
that one.
believing in a God has
He's
no
chomping at the bit.
statistical effect on rewards in heaven or not.
Well, I would tend to agree with you if I wasn't so set in my own beliefs, and I admit that I am biased. There's no way of removing that. However, what I must say is my discussion with God, my prayer, leads me to the full point that I am saved. I am under Jesus' salvation, and Christ has saved me. And I can understand that it sounds as if I'm a loony if you aren't of that belief. But when you are so heavy set in your belief in God, you know that the Abrahamic God is the only true God. And although there may be different interpretations of God,
There's a problem right there. Saying that you're heavy set in the belief isn't knowledge. It's just confidence. So you have a lot of confidence, but that's not knowledge.
I'm not going to pretend it is knowledge. I'm just using it as a point to say, yes, I am biased, and yes, I have these beliefs. However, again, if you are set in your beliefs, then you know that the Abrahamic God is the only true God. And you know
that's knowledge. That's no equals knowledge. So you can't. It's not knowledge just because you believe it really hard. Believing things hard is not knowledge.
I don't think arguing semantics is the correct idea.
It's not semantics.
Well, it
You
is
said
semantics.
no.
I
You
say
said you
no.
know.
I say no because you know in your heart
That
and
you feel.
know-
That's not knowledge. That's feeling.
That's feels.
Would you rather say feel? Because I can say feel if you want to argue semantics.
It's not semantics. It's a very important distinction to make.
It's
You
not
have
an
to take
important
this
distinction
term,
when you
but
have-
knowledge would generally be seen as justifiable true beliefs. So you have beliefs, and a subset of those beliefs are knowledge.
Right, but under the context, you can clearly, if you're actually listening and you're not just picking out words, you will know that in the context it is of faith. Your knowledge is of faith. It is not set in verifiable facts. It's
Yeah,
set in
but Pato,
faith.
these distinctions have to be made, and they have to be very, very clear, because if they're not, then the wrong conclusions can be drawn from them. So when you say that you know, that implies that you have knowledge. Okay,
Sure,
not that
I'll
now.
say-
Now, if you
I'll
want to
say-
say, if you want to say you know that you feel, that's different, because you do have knowledge of your feelings, and that you feel that it is true. So you know that you feel that it is true, not that you know that it's true.
Sure, I would say have faith in. I won't say no. So you have faith in the Abrahamic gods being real, and most people will come to that conclusion, even between the infighting of Jews, Christians, Muslims, whatever. They will know in their heart that the Abrahamic God is real, even if they think Jesus isn't God, or if they think Muhammad is the perfect man.
How does this relate to your original? Because your argument is that you want to believe there's a God rather than not believe there's a God because it makes you feel good. Is that how you?
What I'm trying to say, and just give a quick summary so you can link it together. What I'm saying is, when there is the faith in God, and you believe that your God, which for most people is the Abrahamic God, is the correct God, then you will know in your heart that your wager is a good choice. That your wager on if I die.
So just to clarify, it seems like what you're saying is it's better to believe in a God because your belief in a God makes you feel good. That seems to be like the structure of your argument here.
Not necessarily. I mean,
Psychological utility.
You certainly do feel better if you have a commanding figure, if you have a God. That is not.
I'm searching for like a logical justification. Why would it be rational for a human being to prefer belief in a God versus non-belief in a God? And so far, the justification you've offered is, well, it makes people who believe they feel confident, they feel good about their belief, and that's
Would you
the
rather
only
be
change.
confident in your beliefs, or would you rather be inconfident? I mean, even if your beliefs are atheism, would you rather be confident or unconfident? Because
Well, I'm confident in my atheism, so I also have confidence.
Okay, so I don't see the issue in stating that confidence is a good thing.
No, there's no difference. So your original argument is you should believe or you like to believe in a God rather than non-God because there needs to be a because there. I can say I like to believe in the naturalistic pantheism rather than a God because I'm confident in it. That's not rational, and it applies to all the different hypotheses. So you could be confident in your belief in a God. Therefore, it isn't a reason for anybody to be confident in that belief. It's just you're confident because you like it, and that's it.
Your confidence shouldn't be because you like it. It shouldn't be because of aesthetic reasons. It should be because you have sat down, you have discussed, you have praised, you have done whatever is needed, and you have came to the conclusion through discussion with God.
Right.
But that's
What?
that's your position. Your position is that it
Am I
works for
supposed
you
to argue
because you
someone
feel
else's
it,
position?
because you feel that it's right.
Am I supposed to argue someone else's position? I thought I was arguing mine.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But then you just told T-Jump that he can't have that same thing.
I'm not saying he can't. He can absolutely. I'm just saying his is, in a sense, that if you are taking atheism as the truth, then you accept that your side of the wager is there. And whether you want there not to be a God, or whether you want there to be a God and you to be disproven, that doesn't matter.
I've disproven the Christian Abrahamic God, so I'm good.
That's a different topic. Different topic. I don't understand anything you've said, Pato. Like it seems like you're saying you like believing in a God because it makes you feel good, which isn't a justification. And then you said something like, "Well, no, you should believe because you had a conversation with God and God told you to believe or something," which is
correct.
Sounds like a psychological delusion to me. So, what
Well,
rational?
I'm delusional. There's no consequence to me.
Okay, but is that a rational reason to believe something, or should you use some kind of evidence to try to differentiate imagination from reality to establish
Sure,
whether or not your belief?
if you want evidence, then we can move to another discussion, but that doesn't involve the wager. So if you would like to move to that discussion, then we can move to that discussion.
No. So your wager offers nothing. It offers nothing other
The
than...
wager offers confidence, and it offers the knowledge that your bet is there.
You already have confidence. That's why you have the wager. So if you didn't already have confidence, then the wager gives you nothing. And if you already have confidence in an alternative...
put their confidence in their wager. What I'm trying to
doesn't make
say,
sense.
is, no matter your beliefs, your confidence in the wager is there. What happens there from now on is if your belief in that confidence is because of aesthetic reasons, as many pagans fall to, then it's not a good wager. If your wager
let's
came
take a
in
question.
via proper,
Everybody has confidence
force.
in their position. What makes your confidence better than the confidence people have in pagans or the confidence people have in naturalistic universes? Are those equivalent? Because if they're equivalent, your argument does nothing.
Well, you can point to the fact that Jesus performed great miracles, and we know Jesus was a real person. Whether or not you think he was the Son of God is another matter.
Assumes
We
the
know.
truth of the Bible.
What does this have to do with
Sorry,
Pascal's wager?
Can you repeat that, Warren?
Assumes the truth of the Bible. It's logically fallacious.
Yeah, we don't.
But no, the truth of the Bible is that he is the Son of God. We know he was a real person. What is
just
up?
because an itinerant rabbi walked around Iron Age Palestine and was executed for preaching heretical beliefs does not logically entail that he was divine.
That's not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing he was a real person. I'm not arguing if he was the Son of God.
What does this have to do with Pascal's wager? What does
I
this
don't
have
know.
to do with the wager?
I don't know, because it keeps spiking off. Warren.
No, that's what I'm asking you. You brought up the wager. You said you have confidence. That's great. I'm saying everybody has confidence.
I'd like a minute uninterrupted then, so I can properly convey my point of the wager. Because when there is an interruption, it spikes off. Right. In that wager, all beliefs have their confidence in the wager. Your confidence shouldn't come from aesthetic reasons. It should come from thought. And I understand that most people's wagers do come from thought. However, if your thought is thinking to yourself and not thinking to try and at least find a higher power, then it is useless, because all you're doing is pondering yourself. You're not pondering the actual idea of a god. If you want to find God, you don't sit and think, could God be real? You go out and you find God. You don't want to place your wager when you have not sought that which is reliant on, is what I'm essentially trying to say.
Okay, well that's easy to understand. So it's wrong though. It seems you're making appeal to methodology here and saying that the only way to gain knowledge or a reliable method to the wager is to seek God, and you can't do it by thinking about other stuff, and that's just wrong. You can use whatever methodology you want and could still be right. The justification of the methodology isn't determined by the goal of the methodology.
You could 100% be right, and I could be wrong, but your methods in doing so are wrong. If you were trying to defend God and you've not sought God, then you have no grounds to disprove. The same way that if I'm trying
that's wrong.
to prove atheism,
do scientists discover things even when they didn't intend to? Like, we made a particle decay. We didn't even know that could happen, right?
Yeah, correct. However,
so you could have a methodology to try to discover something about the universe, which has absolutely nothing to do with God, and you could still end up discovering God or the fundamental nature of reality. Your motivation or whatever methodology you're using is irrelevant. The evidence.
I'm not arguing that you can't be right. I'm arguing that it wasn't a good method. The same way that.
No, I understand that. I'm saying that's wrong. It can be a good method, independent of the goal of the method. The goal is irrelevant. It's called appeal to motive fallacy. The motive is irrelevant to the actual thing you're discovering, the evidence, the quality of the evidence, the quality of the method. Those things are independent of whatever your goal is. Your goal could be to murder babies. If you do science, you're still doing science. So the goal that you apply is completely irrelevant. And we know it's irrelevant because it's a named logical fallacy in philosophy. It doesn't matter.
It gets me about T-Jump. I know he says stuff like that just to be edgy.
Sure. I understand where you're coming from, and I understand that you see it as a fallacy to believe that a method can be wrong when the goal is out of place almost. And I can understand where you're coming from, but I have to ask, do you believe the end justifies the means?
No.
No.
What does that have to do with topic?
Well, it's just it's completely on topic. It's kind of reliant on what you were saying, and I'm just trying to question because I'm trying to get a full understanding. But
I wasn't saying it wasn't on topic. I was asking you how is it related to the topic.
Yeah, I was just trying to get an understanding. I wasn't trying to make a point there.
Okay.
I just want to put a pin in this Pascal's wager because it doesn't help. It should not help in either direction. Because
We can move on. We can move on from Pascal's wager.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can.
Because you mentioned it a couple of times, and so far no one has picked up on this. This is something that I'm really curious about. You said you had a conversation with God. Can you explain how that went? And
when you pray, you conversate with God. That is.
No.
I'm curious about the. I think along the lines of what. No, Peter. I think along the lines of what you're asking is, by what methodology did you determine that you were talking with God and not yourself?
No, that wasn't what I was asking. Conversation is a two-way thing. So it is one person talking to another and getting an active, audible response. So praying is not a conversation.
No, it's
praying is asking a question, and then you have to wait for the answer, and the answer won't be given to you in an audible sentence. It will be an action, and that is whether or not you attribute certain
it depends on your prayer. If your prayer is for an action, then an action will happen, and that's not necessarily a discussion. If your prayer is to discuss, then you will discuss. Because if you seek to discuss with God, then He will discuss with you.
In what way did God respond to you? Was it audible? Was it how did God respond in this conversation?
Would you like a general example, or would you like an example of a specific time?
I mean,
did you hear a voice, or did you hear a voice, or did you get a feeling?
What we're doing here is a conversation. I'm talking to you and you're responding back to me. I'm just asking, that is what a conversation is. You claim to have had such a thing with a God, and I'm asking you how that went. Can you explain how that took place? You don't have to go into details or what the topic of the conversation was about, because that's not my question.
Well, you seek first to have a discussion with God. You ask a question, you give praise, you do whatever, and you will be answered, and that can be audibly. It will, a lot of the time, be audibly if you are seeking discussion. If you're seeking action, it will be through action. But that discussion with God, you will be given the answers that you seek. You will be given the solace. If you
that is not what I asked. You touched on what I asked, so I'm really curious. So let's say that you're going to seek and have a conversation with God, and I just happen to sit in on this. Would I be able to hear God as well?
Oh, this kills me.
Because it's
leading
not
to the question that I asked. It's like,
not
what
an audible
methodology
frequency
can you
to you.
determine if you were having a conversation with
I mean, you've got
yourself?
to understand
if it's an audible frequency and you can pick it up, it's an audible frequency that I can
walking
pick
through
up.
the steps
it's interdimensional. If it's not directed at you, it's not directed at you. If the prayer is with God, unless obviously I can invite
it's not audible.
You to the prayer, if I can invite you to the prayer, and if you accept that invite, then you are invited into discussion, and you can have that discussion.
That is what I asked. If I sit in and if I want to listen in on this conversation, will God be audible to me as well? And you said no. Now you say if
because I misunderstood your question. My understanding of your question.
That is why I tried to clarify.
Is that you were, I don't know, sitting on a bus near me. That's yeah.
But there's a question that's come up in our YouTube chat audience. John Rapp is asking, he'd like to know what your view is on the Bible's position on slavery, genocide, world killing, flood, etc.
Randolph,
but Peter, just a sec. But please first address what you're doing with Peter here, and then maybe get to that.
I can move on to it once I'm finished talking to Peter. Yes.
Well, I'm still curious, because this is something. This would be cold hard evidence of a God.
I can see that
so
Peter
I'd be
is directing him into
very
a trap,
interested
in
taking part in one of your conversations. Is there a way that you and I could set this up so I could be present and listen in to your conversation?
I can pray for you, and you can join in on that prayer.
that's not my question.
I think we all understand when people.
My question. Hold on. My question is, can I sit in on a conversation that you are having with God? Because you just explained that if I get a certain invite and I'm open to it or whatever, I could audibly hear God. That is an experiment that I really would like to do, that I would really like to take part in, because the topic of this is, can you convince a god or goddess exists? That to me, sitting in on a conversation between you and God, being able to hear both parties, that would be pretty convincing.
Okay, do you have a church near you?
I'll have to look because they're closing faster than anything else. But
it requires a church. I think an all-powerful God to be able to direct it to wherever he's sitting.
It doesn't require a church. It's just a church is a good meeting place for discussion with God.
Ah, okay.
Well, so when I don't think that you're in the Netherlands. So when are you going to be in the Netherlands and where? Because that might help with picking a church.
I don't plan to come to the Netherlands anytime soon.
Can we skip to the next topic?
If I go to a church, I can't sit in on a conversation that you're having with God, can I?
Thank you, Fred.
Oh my God! Stop, please stop.
Appreciate
we
it.
know what prayer means. They're talking to themselves in their head. We don't need to go through this topic for like an hour.
I really want to go this route. Sorry. I really want to hear what Pato has to say.
Ultimately, I get that. Ultimately, the question comes down, Pato, is by what methodology do you determine that you're talking to a god and not talking to yourself? How can you eliminate the possibility that you're just talking to yourself? How do you eliminate that? And there's no way that you can do that. That is ultimately where this is going to go. That's ultimately where this line of questioning leads up, is to how he determines the difference between talking to a god and talking to himself.
No, I want to be there and witness this conversation, which is what I asked, and he said it was possible. So we can do this online as well. There's no problem that we couldn't do this online.
No, what he means is that you can pray. You can pray to God. That's all he means. He means you can pray to God, and God may or may not speak to you. That's all he means. This is very, very obvious. We know how prayer works. We've all been religious at one point.
I know that is what he means. It's not what he's saying, which is why I'm holding him to what he is saying, not what he's meaning by saying it, if that makes any sense.
Principle of charity, please. The principle of charity, you imply the most rational interpretation of what the speaker says. Don't hold them to the literal words, because that's unimportant. Principle of charity.
Okay.
Don't straw man.
So it's not possible to fit in on a conversation that you're having with God, Pato.
No, it is. It is. If you go to a church, you see a person praying, and they invite you to prayer, you may sit and you may have a group discussion with God.
Is this person
Peter's asking
you?
One sec.
No,
so Peter's
hold
asking.
on.
One sec.
Please don't interrupt.
You've been talking. One sec.
Because this is going
one
to
sec.
make...
Peter,
No,
stop. You've gone over this a million times. I don't want to go over this again.
Of conversation.
I know. Yes. Stop.
Please don't interrupt. Pato, is this person going to be you? The person that I'm walking into?
You've asked that question 10 times. You stop asking the same
going
question. Stop asking the same question.
Yes.
He's asking, can he hear the voice of God and your voice? And ask him a question, him an answer. Asking, can he literally hear your voice and God's voice, trade information? That's what he's asking.
If he seeks, so yes.
So when can we set this up?
I
Can you DM me on Discord so we can set this up?
I don't plan on coming to the Netherlands anytime soon.
I like how you preface that. I like how you preface that with confirmation bias. That if he seeks him first, then he'll hear it.
Peter, just send him Peter, just send him a private message. This show is not about scheduling events. Please just send him a private message.
Do a Zoom meeting with God. Just do a Zoom prayer.
And it's weird that you had to preface that, Pato, with confirmation bias. That he has to be wanting to seek him first. That he has to essentially accept that he exists, accept that a God exists in order to find evidence for it, which is no different than confirmation bias.
Warren, when you go to seek conversation with a friend, you don't just wait for them to come to you. You go and seek conversation with them.
Yeah, but I know my friend exists.
Sure. You don't have to know
I don't have to assume the existence of my friend in order to have a conversation with my friend.
You don't have to know God exists to have a discussion with God. You just need to seek him. If you don't know
But
God
if it doesn't
exists,
exist, then what am I seeking?
You're seeking
This isn't very convincing, man. Do you have any form of actual evidence? Like most of us have prayed and been a part of that at some point in our lives.
I was raised
determined
in
that it's nonsensical.
Did you mean your prayer, or were you only praying because you were brought up?
Are you saying that we were being disingenuous? Like that's disingenuous.
Literally, okay, it's like no true Christian. That's where you're going to go with this.
I'm not saying no true Christian. What I'm saying is you could well have meant your prayer and it not, and you not felt that it had happened. I'm just saying that a lot of the time this happens is because people were only praying because their family did so.
Otto, I sent you a DM. I really want to set this up because
sure.
You've raised my curiosity. I want to see this.
Well, nonetheless, regardless, I mean, if you want to address what Randolph brought up about the horrific things in the Bible, or if you want to discuss the fact that it could be demonstrated that the Abrahamic Christian God does not exist. So either way, I think the Zoom prayer, I think that can be scheduled another time.
Sure. I'll move on to Randolph, and then if I've got time, I'll move on to you.
What does God's voice sound like to you, Pato?
It was John Rapp who was asking in the YouTube live chat about that, what your views are on those atrocities that are committed according to the Bible.
If you could just give a list of atrocities, I can go through them one by one.
Okay, what John Rapp is asking is he would really like to know your view on the Bible's position on slavery, genocide, and world-killing flood.
Okay, we will do we will do all three. Slavery, the Bible's position on slavery is it is immoral. However, if you must be a slave master, you must treat your slaves kindly, and you must give them fair and good sustenance. You must give them a comfortable life.
So if it's slavery, it's not fair. So that's already invalidated in my view.
The assumption of chattel slavery, I think, is what's causing that. When it talks about slavery, you need to think of it more as serfdom than chattel slavery.
Buying and selling of human beings is chattel slavery.
Yes, that's not.
Yes, you may buy your slaves from the heathens around you. That's chattel slavery.
It was the same slavery as the transatlantic slave trade, just not about race. They just took them from the countries around them.
It was literally generation to generation. There's a bunch of verses on this. Did you just ignore all the verses, or are you lying to yourself, or how did you get to this point?
Well, no, what I'm talking about is when you look at slavery in the Bible, you have to assume it's serfdom because that is what was most.
Why would we make that assumption?
Because that was what was most done. You would buy and sell. However, it wouldn't be in the same vein as modern, chattel slavery, neo-slavery.
Yes, it is. That's how chattel slavery was justified in the modern age, because it's in the Bible. That's where the justification for it came from.
Have you seen the propaganda from the 1800s on it? It quotes the Bible.
I don't care about the propaganda. That doesn't affect the Bible. That affects the people.
No. That comes from the interpretation of the text. You're trying to interpret the text another way in order to shine it in a more positive light.
Well, no, I don't think it's a positive light. I think it's still bad. I think it's still bad that slavery what happened. However, it was still discouraged.
No, it wasn't. There were rules for it passed down. Deuteronomy, Leviticus.
Correct, there were rules, but
New Testament.
There were ways to loophole your slaves into being your slaves for life.
The rules were there to justify that slave masters, even though it was discouraged, treating your slaves fairly was still a rule that was given because God didn't want his slaves of righteousness, as you would call them, to be treated unfairly by their earthly masters.
Which included beating them, but not so badly that they die within 3 days.
Would you link a verse to that? I'm unfamiliar.
Beating your slaves.
It just seemed like God could have saved us all a little bit of trouble and just said in one of those commandments.
Exodus 21, 20 through 21. Anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result, but they are not to be punished if the slave sorry, I got the idea, but they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property.
All right, 1 second. I'm flicking to Exodus now.
Exodus 21, 20 through 21.
The fact that people are forced to do things they don't want to do in a slave-master relationship is sufficient for me to say, hey, this is slavery. But I also agree with the observations that have been put forward here, because the Bible does say very clearly, as J.L. Warren has just quoted, so that is slavery, it is chattel slavery.
Yeah, they are your property.
But the question was not about, the question from John Rapp was not about chattel slavery, it was just about slavery. And so, anyway, I see that as unethical and immoral. And I guess once we're on that, we can quickly talk about genocide and world killing flood. Genocide, an example of genocide, in my view, would be the Amalekites, the attempted genocide against them, which seems to have been largely successful. Unfortunately, and then also after that, there's the world flood that there doesn't seem to be scientific evidence for. Like these are all examples of the deity, I think, being pretty horrible, and the fact that we don't actually have evidence of the entire world flooding and covering every mountaintop—that's a huge amount of water. To me, seems that. Is sufficient reason right off the bat to have serious doubts about believing in this God. It certainly doesn't convince me. Like one of the big problems with that is that if there was that much water on our planet, it would squash everything. It's just the weight is just too much. As people go deeper into the ocean, the equipment that we use to go down deeper has to be stronger to withstand the pressure, the force of all the weight of all the water above. So, the idea that fishes and whales and all these things didn't need to be on the ark because they could just swim around is ridiculous, because they'd be dead from all the changes to the environment. But yeah, you're just going to address the slavery thing first, I think, and then you can quickly move on to genocide and world flood if you like, and then we should.
I'll finish up.
Wait a minute, can I provide a cool fact about the flood?
Go ahead.
So if that amount of rain actually happened, it would have superheated the planet and turned the oceans into boiling whatever, and basically sterilized the planet.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, there would have still been extremophiles, and it probably would have re-evolved at some point, maybe, possibly, but it would have basically sterilized the planet.
Basic fluid dynamics also disprove this thing. We understand fluid dynamics and aerodynamics. That much water on the planet it's not possible. It did not occur. We know that for a fact. So, unless you want to appeal to magic.
Okay, we'll move on to genocide in a minute, and then we'll move on to the flood. When we move on to the flood, we can talk about the floods. For now,
Exodus 20, Exodus, I think it was 21,
20
21.
Yep.
Where it says that the slaves are your property.
I will read through this. When a man strikes his slave, male or female, with a rod, and the slave dies under his hands, he shall be avenged. But if the slave survives a day or two, he is not to be avenged, for the slave is his money. When men strive together and hit a pregnant woman so that her children come out, and there is no harm, the one who hit her shall surely be fined, as a woman's husband shall impose on him, and he shall pay as the judges determine. So we are looking at this. It obviously looks quite bad. If we turn a page before, these commandments are to the Hebrews. The Hebrews specifically, they were not to be put on anyone else, as obviously you may know. So
where does it say that it's not to be put on anyone else?
Well, this is Exodus. This is rules for the Hebrews escaping Egypt.
Okay, but Taco's right. Where does it say that those rules don't apply to anybody else?
These rules don't apply to anyone else at the time. They should apply to us now, because at the time,
where's that distinction made?
No. These rules apply.
If they had just said this only applies to Hebrews, the whole slave trade of the Atlantic could have been avoided.
Listen, this applies to the Hebrews because the Hebrews at the time were some of the only people of God. The others would ignore them. These rules were not rules of sin. They were rules to keep the Hebrews in line, so they did not do what they did at the mountain and build Baal. So these rules were to keep the Hebrews from straying. They were not to keep the Hebrews from committing sin.
So you're saying, in essence, God needed to imply barbaric rules to keep his chosen people in line because God did not trust that they could handle their own affairs.
Well, jail, what he had to do was he knew they were going to sin, right? And so if they were just beating people normally, that would be a sin, right? But if they're their slaves and there's specific ritual laws for this slavery they can follow, it doesn't matter. It's not a sin, right?
I think that is heavily a misunderstanding.
This is a shite God you're arguing for. I'm just going to say that outright.
If you see laws of don't hit pregnant women and treat your slaves fairly as barbaric, I think that's an issue with you. I don't think it's an issue with God.
Where does it say treat your slaves fairly?
Okay.
Where are those words in there?
The laws about slaves cover it all. I will quickly flick through. If you want to have a discussion among yourselves, you can have so. It'll be about.
Are you just claiming that they treated slaves fairly back then, or are you claiming that the book said to treat slaves fairly?
I'm claiming that God told them to treat slaves fairly. The Hebrews were known for obedience to God.
Please cite the scripture where God, said, treat your slaves fairly.
If you will give me a minute.
And then please, juxtapose that against Paul saying, all slaves should obey their masters, even the cruel ones.
Right. We're going to start at the very beginning. We're going to start at verse 1. Now these are the rules that you shall set before them. When you buy a Hebrew slave, he shall serve for 6 years, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. If he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, their wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. If a slave plainly says, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free, then his master shall bring him to God, and he shall bring him to the door or the doorpost. And his master shall bore his ear through with an awl, and he shall be his slave forever. An awl?
Yeah, that's that loophole we were talking about. In order to take your slave who would be temporary and make them permanent.
No. An awl is used. It's a stitching device, as far as I'm aware.
An awl
hey,
is
real quick.
An awl is a nail.
Did you just describe chattel slavery?
That's chattel slavery.
This is specifically saying if the slave says he loves his master, then he will keep to his master.
Do you think a slave would not say that if they were in love with the wife that was given to them? In order to keep his family together?
If the wife was given to him, and he says he loves his master and the wife, instead of just saying he loves the wife...
Well, then, no, if he loves the wife but doesn't love the master, would he just say, well, I can deal with the cruel master so long as I get to stay with my wife?
I don't see what you're trying to say.
If I have a slave, and that slave's going to go free in 6 years, okay, and then I give that slave a wife, and they get married, and they fall in love, and they are together... Then the 6 years comes up, the year of Jubilee, and then that guy's he's got to go now. But he doesn't want to leave because he doesn't want to leave his wife. He doesn't like me because I'm a shitty slave owner, okay? Because, I'm a slave owner. But he doesn't want to leave his wife because any kids that they had and the wife are still technically my property. But he doesn't want to leave them because he's their dad, okay? That's his children. So he says, yeah, I love my master. And he just says that so he can stay with his wife and his kids. That is a loophole that is utilized to keep them in bondage forever.
If you were using a loophole to be a loophole, and you're going to be punished accordingly, because it was the backbiters essentially who would be punished the most on Earth. This isn't at all in regards to the supernatural punishment. This is entirely on Earth. So what is said, essentially, is if you are using a wife as a tool to bring in your slave, and your slave is a man of God, God obviously will tell you, will tell the slave even, that it is not his place to take that wife, because that wife will entrap him. The God protects those who
Okay,
take.
where's the record of that in the Bible? Or is that an assumption you're making in order to justify the position in the Bible?
No, that's not an assumption I'm making. It doesn't justify anything. It is clearly stated, Psalm 91, in fact. If I can just flick through, if you'll give me a bit of time.
I just want to point out that if it wasn't for religion, there would be no more defense of slavery. We would not be going through this. It's the only last.
Well, you know what? Bible study is a little boring on this, because it's already been pointed out that the system is a loophole. It's designed to ensnare people who normally would be in bondage temporary, to ensnare them and keep them in servitude forever. Okay, by giving them a wife, and then if they have kids, but the wife and kids are still mine, he's got to go free, but he doesn't want to leave his kids, so he says that he loves his master and loves his wife, so then I get to stick a nail through his ear, and now he's mine forever. This is a loophole system designed to keep people in servitude forever. It's because I give them a wife. Okay, if I was a slave and I was given a wife, and maybe I didn't really love her all that much, maybe we just kind of got along because we're slaves, but then we have kids and I love my children very much, I'm not leaving my kids. Flat out. They're my children. I'm not going to leave them just because it's the year of Jubilee. I'm not just going to abandon my kids. So, yeah, I would say, yep, I'm going to stay. I love my master. I love my wife. I'm going to stay so I can be there for my children. All right? Unless they're complete douchebags of oh, nope, I'm free, I'm out, peace, and then they just deuce, which I'm willing to bet that also happened. Okay, but this is a loophole built into the system that was predicated that is these are the rules set down by God, this is the way it is, this is why we're justified in doing it. This is all man-made up, this is all made up. And the fact that your Christian God doesn't actually exist because it can't exist by definition, then it's all made up by human beings. So I think the Bible study, I think we're done with the Bible study.
Okay, we can move on from slavery if you want.
I don't want to. This was a relevant question from YouTube. Has absolutely nothing to do with the topic. Get back to the topic. Next speaker, evidence of God.
Cool. Well, thanks for coming up, Pato. Do you have any last words you'd like to say?
Last words. God bless you all. Have a good day.
Have a good day.
If you ever want that demonstration, Pato, let me know. You can message me on my channel or email me, but we'll demonstrate how your Christian biblical God does not exist.
Thank you, Pato.
Pato, check your DMs.
Okay, thank you for coming on, Pato. Who's next?
I can't read this name, but what's your name, man?
Zaim. Hey guys, how you all doing?
What's going on?
Pretty good. How are you?
How are you?
Yeah, first of all, my vocabulary is not really good, so English is not my first language. I'm going to try my best to explain you guys.
You're doing quite well, so don't worry about it.
So the God I'm gonna, the God I'm gonna argue here is Islamic God, independent. You know what I'm talking about, right? So I'm not gonna be responsible. I'm not gonna represent any other gods or any other religions, and I would request you all to give me some time to make all my points, because otherwise I would forget. Give me 15 to 20 minutes.
No.
15 to 20 minutes is way too long for this.
Okay, how about 10 minutes?
Something short. If you can keep it under a couple of minutes, that would be great.
Yeah, I'll try.
Well, you're not representing a god. You're not.
No, I'm representing only Islamic God, not any other god.
So Allah. Okay, gotcha.
Also, I will say, when people aren't live, they don't realize how much 5 or 10 minutes are. But a minute or two is actually a good, solid time frame. So a minute or two, it's yours, Islamic God. What you got?
The other guy, he spent 1 hour here, so I'm allowed to do at least 5-10 minutes.
You're good.
So you have evidence for Allah. Please present your evidence.
What I want to do is, I want to make a point of how many arguments there are for the existence of God versus how many arguments there are for against the existence of God. This I want to make a point of. So
why does that matter?
Because then it would be you have more reasons to believe in God than to not believe in God. The difference is
hang on. Sorry, Zaim. I have no reason to believe in God because I can demonstrate that it doesn't exist. So
okay, I'm
so
gonna
so in the face. No, so no, I'm asking this. T-Jump, I'm going in a direction. T-Jump, I'm going in a direction. Let me finish. So if I can empirically prove, if I can empirically demonstrate that the God does not exist, what hope does any argument have in the face of that?
I want to address what his actual point here.
That's where I'm going. That's the direction I'm going, T-Jump.
Look, man. Not everybody gonna believe, even if you can prove. Like, you still have flat earthers. What you gonna do about them? Like, I can't prove you all, bro. Even if I can, like, I can make arguments. I can make like points. I can't convince you. I can't prove you, bro. Like, that's up to you.
No. But no. See, this is where I was going, T-Jump. But Zaim, what's the name of the stage?
Yeah. Convince us. Yeah, I
Bingo.
can't convince you. I can only make points.
And you just said that you can't. And you just said that
Look, brother, I can't be certain that I can convince you. I can try. So I'm gonna make points of that, right?
He made a good point. He made a good point, which is the number of arguments. He said the number of arguments for God is greater than the number of arguments against God. That's fine.
Yeah. So like, even if we have like the most common platform we use to fact check the articles is we use Wikipedia. Even if you go there, you can find the list of arguments for God.
One sec. So I agree. The list of arguments for God is greater, like academically published.
But it doesn't.
For God is greater than the arguments against God.
Obviously sliding past, and what he's going to use later on is that all of the arguments, even if there's a lot of them, if they're all arguments,
I just want to mention all the arguments that are for God.
You're very familiar. You can just give a list of them. I know them: teleological, ontological,
moral. He can just like lay them all down.
Okay, I'm just going to give you a list. Okay.
No, I don't want the list. I want to know why you think it matters the number of arguments, because I can make infinitely many arguments that God does not exist. Making up a bunch of arguments doesn't add evidence. The number of arguments.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you all the most strongest of the arguments against the existence of God is this. Brother, if you don't want my points, then how can I even say anything here?
I want you to tell me why the list matters. Why does the list of arguments add up to evidence?
Our point of view, if you add up a bunch of crap, it's still going to be crap. Like, you could give us 1,000 crappy arguments, they're going to be.
I'm not going to talk about no crap here. Like, what I'm saying is that there are like hundreds of reasons to believe that there is a God and to know and to acknowledge that there is a God. Then there is not even like one solid point to believe that there is no God. So I just want to like mention all of it as a whole. Like, you will have the whole image of how much of a difference there is and how wise it would be to believe in a God and to eliminate the risk of not going to hell.
Like 0 plus 0 plus 0 is still 0. So even if you have 1,000 zeros,
brother, no. Look, I'm not gonna give you 0 plus 0, man. I'm gonna give you 1 plus 1 plus 1.
Wait. I understand.
Valuable.
I understand your argument. I'm just trying to help you understand here. So if you said there's a lot of arguments for God's existence, but if they're all very small numbers, like if they're all 1.
No, they're not small numbers.
Wait. Just listen.
I just want to mention them.
Stop. Just listen. So if you have a whole bunch of arguments that are very, very small, they add up together to be very, very small. So if there's 0.0001 plus 0.001, 0.002. So if you have one argument that's very, very strong, like that's God is a round square or something, and that argument would be a bigger number. That's like 100.
Yeah, true. Definitely agree with you.
Wait. So if there's one argument that's very strong, it's better than a whole bunch of arguments that are very weak.
Exactly.
Right?
But there are hundreds of evidence who are very strong against the argument of non-existence of God. I just want to mention those. That's it.
Hold up. So the point here is that the number of arguments is irrelevant. What matters is the strength of the arguments, right? So who cares how many arguments there are? We want to know what is a strong.
I never said that they're weak, bro. I said they are strength. Like they are strong.
I understand. What you said was there's a lot of arguments for God's existence. We don't care about that. We just want to know a strong one. Give us a strong argument that indicates God more than not.
Okay.
God.
So here's my request. I just want to this is my request. Would you allow me to mention all of the strong points, like all the strong arguments? Is it allowed here? Can I do that?
No, Zain, pick your best. Pick your best one.
I've been through every single.
I'm gonna like name them all. I'll try to name them all in like 1 minute.
It sounds like what you're about to do is just say Kalam and Cosmological argument.
No. Not that.
Stop.
No, not just Kalam.
Stop. So I've been through each and every one of those arguments. I know what each and every one of them is wrong.
Okay, maybe you've been
prove
through,
you.
but not everybody. I just want to make a point of all of them.
Stop. I don't care about the
All right.
names. What I want is to go through one of the arguments. Try to find out,
fucking
is it a
T-Jump
strong
show.
argument or a weak argument? Is it one of the big numbers or one of the small numbers? Give us an example of
But
one
that's-
argument that you think
But-
works
but
as
man,
a good number,
Look, man.
and I'll see if I can show it's not.
Yeah, your
Look,
best
man.
argument. Give the number one.
Yeah, give
Look,
your best
look,
one.
man. I'm not. Look, I'm trying to be
If you
respectful.
have
okay? And
several, if you
I
have
just
several good ones,
Look.
pick the best. Don't
no,
deflect.
listen.
Just
But
pick the
this
best.
is like when I came here. When I came, I told you guys that what I want to do is I want to mention those. So if you can allow me, I don't want to debate. I don't want to reason with one argument and go.
And you're not wasting your time. So pick your best and let's go from there.
Here, let's compromise. Pick 2 of them. Pick 2 of your
No,
best.
no, man. Like
that's
no, this is not what I want to do, man. Like I wanna, cause my point is that when I will mention all of them at once, it will almost convince you, because this is what it's about. It's about
If they're
convincing
all
us
bad
God,
arguments,
God,
why
God,
would they convince us? If it's just a
So-
bunch of
yeah.
bad arguments, why are they going to convince
No,
us? Try
no,
one.
no. I'm just,
Try one.
bro.
If we go over them one by one and just go down the line, what's the problem?
No. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I just want to name them. Like I just want to explain. I'm not gonna elaborate.
That's
every
called a
single time.
shotgun fallacy. That's a shotgun fallacy. Shotgun fallacy.
It doesn't even take like 2 minutes, bro.
No,
it doesn't even take 2 minutes.
Okay,
Like you can't give me 2 minutes on stage.
I'd like to suggest something. I think like the fundamental problem here, and what I'm going to suggest is that you maybe bring your best argument. But what I'm going to say is that the problem here is you've got this idea of using statistics to decide on opinion statistics to decide on something, and T-Jump is correctly calling this the shotgun fallacy. Just because you have more reasons in favor of something and less reasons something, that's democratizing it. What people will vote on in a democracy is not necessarily consistent with reality, and so it doesn't matter. There can be an example would be where you've had like kind of the bandwagon fallacy is also kind of being hinted at here. You're saying you've got more arguments in favor of it and less against it, and therefore you should believe it. There was a time when the vast majority of people thought that the sun revolved around the earth. That didn't make it correct. It was still wrong. So what we really want here is something that's factual, that'll actually work.
Well, I
and it
agree
can
with you,
just be
Blofeld.
one solid argument. It doesn't
Pissed
matter.
me
You
off.
can have 5 million arguments against it, and you have one that is actually accurate and factual. That's the one that wins out. So that's what we're after here. So my suggestion is maybe just pick one argument and let's go forward with that. Does that sound okay to you?
Gonna be honest, bro. No, it doesn't sound like, because that's not what I came here for. Like I want to make all the points at once.
It's not a good argument. I'm sorry, but if you're just going to say, like, I'm going to just go over, I was just using the Kalam, but if you're just going to go over a dozen different titles of arguments, that's not convincing. Like, I'm not sure what that's
But
supposed to do.
what if every single one of them are as strong as Al Kalam's argument?
No,
Then
all
the
zeros.
if they're all as strong as the Kalam, then we should not believe in a god. That's easy.
I can prove every single argument on that list is a zero. Pick one and I'll prove it's a zero.
You're saying they're all ones. We're trying to say you have a long list of arguments that are not good. That is what we're saying. So if you have a disagreement, you actually think your list is a bunch of good arguments. Explain why.
Okay, so we can compromise. We can do this. Okay, so I can name all of them, and you can bring me one that you disagree with. That okay? You can say that okay.
We're just
How
gonna
is
move
this?
you- we're gonna move you off the stage.
and
Last
let's
chance.
disagree with it.
Last chance. Pick one you think works. We say it does not work, and we can debate on if it
No,
works.
man,
That's,
no, I can't do that,
that's
bro.
your-
I
this
can't.
is your-
I
this
can't
is your only
debate
option.
with like.
Your
No,
only
I'm sorry. What I came
Next
for was
speaker.
something else, so I can't do that.
Would
So,
you be
yeah,
able
you
to
can-
list? Would you be able to list
Reason
10
about,
of them?
like-
Would you be able to list 10 of
No.
them within less than a minute?
I can do this like within 1 minute. I can name all of them.
Okay, let's
No,
do
I mean-
that and number them, please.
You don't want to listen
Okay,
to a list
so-
of arguments that are bad.
Hey, we're gonna give them 1 minute to talk. Let's hear it.
All right. The first one is a quintus 5 ways. That is like an event may or may not happen, so everything must be created by something that must exist, and nothing is self-existent,
Not
so
sound.
everything must be created by something that is self-existent. Or you have another one that's reality is
Not a good
contingent, so everything must be created by something that's immutable. or that you no good
Not
thing
a
is
sound
supremely
argument.
good. Okay, no good thing is supremely good, so everything must be created by something that is supremely good.
Not a sound
Don't
argument.
accept that either. Keep on
Okay,
going.
life has a purpose. Life has a purpose, so everything must be created by something that
If you don't agree, life
determines.
has a
sound
purpose.
argument.
Keep on going.
That's an assumption.
That's that's
Okay,
that's a
cosmological arguments, you already know about that. And
Not
then
a
you have
sound
empirical
argument.
arguments like,
It's a short
okay,
list
like
so
then you have
far.
empirical. Can I just speak? Because you gave me
No,
1
because your
minute.
arguments
No,
are
can
garbage.
you?
We're going to debunk
Okay,
your
you can
arguments
tell
as
me
you say
after 1
them.
minute, bro. You gave me 1 minute.
We're going to
He's
debunk
Can I
them
use
as
the
you
1
say
minute?
them.
going to list 10 arguments here in 1 minute's time, so he's up to
Well,
3 already.
well,
So
here's
go
the-
ahead.
here's the
carry
problem
on.
is that his-
Let's
Okay,
just let
and
him
then you have
finish. Yeah.
and then you have empirical arguments that talks about like the beauty of the existence, like how
That's
creative
appeal to
the
emotion.
like the cosmos and our like the mechanism of eyes and brains and everything, how it's arranged. And then you have the argument of consciousness, and then you have the history of God, how it's always been there, that it's a new concept of non-existence of God. Then you have the three question argument, that how we came into existence, what is our purpose of existence, and then where we go after we die. And then you have argument of miracles, like we witnesses of miracles, falsifying test of scriptures, argument of witness testimony, historical events
All of these are
from
crap.
everywhere around the globe about miracles and God's existence,
Every
the
one of
fear
them
of
has been
God,
debunked.
that you can't mock a God, and the God is being feared globally, so it must be a real thing. Otherwise, everybody could be mocking the God, and everybody could disrespect it openly and
Which we do.
with any fear.
For
The
future
question
reference,
of
we will
life, and
never
then you have
allow this again. We'll never allow this waste of time again. Like all of those are better explained by
okay, no
naturalism.
problem.
Those are all false.
No
easy
problem.
proven false. I've already done that. I'll prove
Okay,
every
so-
single one
Okay.
is false.
What I'm going to say here is I'm going to take all
Yeah, it became
those
the-
arguments
I've actually
together
muted
as a
over there. It
syllogism,
became
put them
the
together as a
T-jump
whole
show
single
and-
argument, because that's what's happening. You're presenting all of these, saying they're better. That is in
Shotgun
effect
fallacy.
the
He is
syllogism.
correct on that at least.
The syllogism fails because there's a problem with a number of those arguments. All we need to do is stop at any one of them, and that's it. So we'll take the Kalam cosmological
But
argument, for example.
brother, there are
And the
bigger
problem-
number of
just a second,
problems
just a second,
with.
just a second. The problem is that the Kalam cosmological argument, for example, it doesn't actually connect anything to a specific deity, so it's a non sequitur. So right off the bat, we could use that alone to fail that syllogism. So I'm not convinced by the arguments that you've put forward here. That's where I'm at.
You can also
Yes.
insult
Okay,
the
but-
God. He's easily insultable. You can insult their prophets, whatever.
You
Doesn't
can't
matter.
openly do this.
blaspheme.
You can't
We
openly go to.
We can openly
No,
say,
you can't
watch,
openly go on tweet.
watch. I openly am making
Yeah,
fun
this is
of the
Discord.
Muslim
This is
God
Discord.
right now.
This
Nana
is
nana boo
Discord.
boo.
This is
Why?
Discord.
How's
This is Discord. You can't openly go on street and try. Like it's a
Oh,
fact. You can't.
but
You are
that's
not
just-
safe
oh
to
my
do that in
God.
a Christian country.
wait? You're not.
You're not even safe to do that in a Christian country.
I don't know what Christian
are.
country you're talking about. The United
You
States
can
isn't
see.
a
I
country.
mean,
country. In
America,
the United
London,
States,
France,
you're
wherever
very
you say.
safe to say that. I feel like I don't
Let's
even know
just
where
stupid
you got
argument.
that from.
People-
Yes.
people are getting stabbed and being
God,
killed
so many people
about
talking at
making
once. So many,
images.
so many people talking at once. Zaim, just because your country puts people to death for being apostates or speaking out against God on the street doesn't entail that your God exists. Yes, I can go out on the
That's
street
one of the
here.
reasons.
Yes, I can go out here in the street and I can talk against God and say that God doesn't exist and God's not going to knock me down and my country's not going to put me to death. You know why? Because your God does not exist.
I was
Every
talking about
argument that you...
disrespecting. I was talking
Zaim,
about not-
quiet. Every argument that you put forward, the entire list of that, every single one of them was fallacious for a different reason. They're
He's a
all
Christian.
fallacious. So...
Okay. Yeah, I know,
Done.
man. Like, look. Just let
Are
me
you
say this.
Christian?
Oh, he's Muslim.
I'm not Christian.
Then why is he quoting
Um,
Aquinas?
Yeah,
So,
quiet.
bro,
Quoting Aquinas.
look, man. What I'm trying to say is this: that you know how easy it is to prove that Earth is round, but you still have flat earthers. They will. I can't do anything about it if they don't accept, right? But on the other hand, if you look at how many evidence there is for flat Earth, it's nothing compared to the evidence of globe Earth. Like if you compare that to the evidence of non-existence
We
of
have no
God,
evidence.
they
We have
go
none.
like how God created, who created God? If God created everything, there's no scientific evidence. Like God wouldn't make it obvious. Like God would
You
either.
have no
Let me say this.
Zaim, there
Just let
is
me-
zero
Yeah.
evidence for a flat Earth. Zero. And there is
Okay,
zero
Yeah, but
evidence.
there's still have flat
there
earthers
is-
giving some points.
and there
Wait,
is
I don't
zero
care. I
evidence.
don't care about flat earthers. You have zero evidence of a God.
And I was about
God
to
is
say
a
there
God.
is
That's our
zero
point.
evidence for your God.
Look. You can't find like pieces of God falling on earth. Like if God
All of
would
your
rather
arguments
make
are
it obvious
garbage.
and put us all in heaven and show us himself that okay, here I
don't
am.
care.
He wouldn't put us on earth. for that.
Don't care.
Why would he do like? Why would he
Don't
give
care.
like
I
scientific
don't
obvious
care.
reason when
I
this
don't
is a
care.
test? This
All
is a
of the
test.
arguments, all of the arguments you listed are garbage. We can prove them false. Naturalism has evidence. Yours doesn't. So all of your arguments are debunked. You have no evidence. You have no arguments. You have no
Okay,
evidence.
man.
You have
Good luck with
nothing.
that. You're not just not convinced. Yeah.
No. I
Okay.
can prove deductively your arguments are garbage and have zero weight.
You tried to
But
use
no
consciousness as an argument.
we can do
That
that
doesn't
another
have
time.
anything
Like-
to do with the God.
Huh?
You tried to bring up one of the things was consciousness. That's just my trigger word for a topic. That has nothing to do with the God. Your whole
Like-
list. I wish I could find a good argument so that we could just stick to it.
Pick one
Okay.
argument you think indicates a God, and we'll prove you wrong very easily. Pick an
Oh,
argument.
you can pick any of them, bro.
No, you pick an argument you think works.
Do you
'cause we
think
can prove
any
all
of them
false.
are good?
Okay,
Do you
let's
think
go with
any of them
let's
are
go
good
with cosmological. Let's go with cosmological.
The universe began to exist. The universe has a cause. That cause does not have to be a God. It could be a quantum field. Problem solved. Doesn't indicate a God.
No, tell me this. Okay, it's not a god. Okay, but there are dependent things. But the creator must be independent.
Sure, and the independent thing can be a quantum field that isn't a God.
Okay, but if this independent thing has always been there, then why did something came out of as a dependent being at a certain point, like 1,000 years ago? Why
It
didn't
wasn't.
happen
It wasn't.
2,000 years ago when this independent
It was
being
always
has been
there.
there
It was
forever?
always there. It was always there.
Yeah,
no, it's
yeah,
a different
that's
topic.
what I'm
different
saying.
topic. Different topic. So
Look,
there
look.
could be-
If this independent being has always been there,
Wait. So to answer your question, there could be a non-dependent being, an independent quantum field that's always been there. It has quantum fluctuations that can happen at random
Okay,
intervals.
yeah, I
and
agree,
that's why
bro.
it happened. Wait. And that's why it happened. A Big Bang happened at this point and not at the infinitely many times before it. It's perfectly fine to have a necessary being with no mind have quantum fluctuations that causes things to happen at one point and not infinitely many other points.
yeah, but dude, but if this thing has been there forever and it was making changes, whatever quantum changes it was making,
No,
it
I
is,
did not say
yeah?
that. I
Then
said
why?
that did not happen. Did not happen. So there's a necessary being that exists outside of space-time, and it created
Okay.
a one change at the Big Bang that had never happened before because of random quantum fluctuations, and that's it.
But why at that point? Why it didn't happen before that?
Random quantum fluctuations. It's a part of its nature. You don't need consciousness for that.
Okay, even if you don't need consciousness, that thing has been there forever, right?
No. It exists outside
No.
of space-time. Outside of space-time. There's no time before it.
So what you mean? It has not been there forever?
No. There is no before.
T-Jub's gonna have a
But
problem.
that
if you
is
say
always
forever,
there. But that is
because
always there.
If you say forever, that implies time.
So the quantum
Okay.
field exists at the exact same, like it replaces God. There is no God. Whatever you think God did, nope, not there. The quantum field did it, and it doesn't need a mind. It's just a part of its
No,
nature.
no. Just tell me this: this independent being that you're talking about is a quantum mechanics or whatever.
No,
If
field.
if it is always not being there, then like
It's
what's the case?
immutable, dude.
It's like your God. Was your God always there?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Then the quantum field was always there.
Then why it happened at that point?
Why did God do it at a
Yeah,
specific
why'd
point?
God do it at that time?
Because God made a choice.
Right, and so this thing had a quantum fluctuation. Problem solved.
But then why it didn't happen before that?
See, that's not actually answering it. When
Part
you
of its
say
nature.
God has a
Why
choice.
didn't God make the choice earlier?
Because that was his choice.
Oh my God!
That
guess
can only
what? The
happen by
quantum
a choice.
fluctuation had a
It can't
fluctuation
happen
at
by
that
like
point.
randomness. It can't happen by like changes or randomness. It can only happen by choice. If you never
You
make
just
a
disproved
like
that.
decision to make a robot, the robot would never ever exist.
Stop. So you just said that
It's gone
the
so
reason God made a choice at this point and not before this point was because he
It's
can
gone
make
so
a
off the
choice as a
rails.
part of his nature whenever he wants. Quantum field can fluctuate as a part of its nature however it wants. Problem solved. Has
But
equal
no,
parity.
but this has been there forever, my man. Like this is a problem.
Yes,
Like
just like
if
God.
this
God
thing
was
is
there forever.
unconscious
The
and this
quantum
thing has
field was
been
there.
there forever.
No. That's the same. That's the exact same for both. God was there forever.
No, it's
quantum
not.
field was there. Wait,
It's
stop.
not.
Listen to the words. God was there forever. Quantum field was there forever. God made a choice at one point. Quantum field had fluctuation at one point. He didn't make a choice before.
Bro,
Didn't make a
the
fluctuation
problem is-
before.
Yeah, the problem is this: the quantum mechanics or whatever it was there, and it was whatever reacting and whatever reaction happened. It can't randomly happen at one point when it has
Yes, it can.
always been there.
No, that's wrong.
Always.
No, oh my God, you're just basic
So just
misunderstanding
like God,
physics.
because it's always
so
been there.
No, but God can make a
quantum-
choice
wait,
whenever he
stop,
wants.
stop,
He made
That's
a
also
choice
a
at that
problem
point.
with,
Stop. So quantum fields can have
That's also a major problem with with the physics deal. You are correct, Arterisinin, is that outside of space-time is not a thing that can exist. He's using this scenario in order to say that it's not, that his God proposition is not necessary. If he can demonstrate the unnecessary nature of it, then we don't need to rely upon it.
I have a strong argument that God does not exist.
I've literally just told you all of the facts. There are quantum fluctuations. We can demonstrate them with uranium
fact,
decay.
fact, God is a fact, then I can say, like, but you gotta prove me
Shut
how
up and listen.
that.
Shut up and let me finish. Shut up. Shut up.
Okay.
The answer is quantum fluctuations have been proven to exist. We can empirically demonstrate them. We have examples of them in uranium decay, particle decay. We can see they happen, even though they have an infinite amount of time they could happen. They don't. They wait. They happen at random intervals, just like a quantum
But there are
fluctuation.
no such proof. But there are no listen. But there are no such
There is
proof.
literally that proof. I literally just explained.
No, that is not a proof. That is not a proof that this thing has always been there, and at a random point it just boom.
No. All I need to prove is that it can cause an event at a random interval without a decision. That's what I proved.
I'm having a hard time. What's the difference between this and God? Like, it just sounds the same to me. It sounds like you're saying is it can't be that because that has to be God.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's special pleading.
Is what?
So there's no evidence consciousness can exist without matter. There is evidence quantum fields can exist as a basis of reality. Quantum fields can create things. They do it all the time, called virtual particles. Google the Casimir effect. We have empirical evidence of this. There is no evidence minds can do anything, that decisions can happen ever outside of physics. So our hypothesis has evidence. Yours has nothing.
I'm not saying
you have nothing.
I'm not saying it's just consciousness.
Well, I also want to point out saying that it made a choice is not an explanation. If you ask someone, like, why did Bob go to the store? And you say, because he made a choice. Well, I mean, technically that is true. He made a choice, but that's not why he went. Maybe he needed milk. So you say, why? How did God?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Great. Now, exactly. If that quantum thing has always been there, then why did it need something else or some reaction at that point? This thing has been there. You're just denying the fact that it has always been there.
Oh,
always.
Wrong. It can always be there and have one interaction that happens at a delayed response. Like
you have never proved that. Nobody have ever proved that. There's
we
no
have literally proven that. We have literally proven that. That's called uranium decay. We have literally proven that in the lab. We can literally prove that.
Uranium decay. What do you have? You need uranium for that. You need other bunch of stuff for that. There has to be a beginning, and somehow you don't understand the mechanics of how this quantum physics works. And then randomly it happened to be at that point, so you think it happened that randomly. So that's not the case.
Intervals. Intervals are a thing. The fact that something has existed in the past doesn't mean that.
I don't know what that word means. Can you explain to me?
Things happen at different rates. Different things happen at different rates.
Okay, maybe you just don't know how the mechanism of this works, but obviously in this world, when we use quantum mechanics, we have a cause for that quantum physics.
Yeah, the quantum field is the cause. The quantum field is the cause. Its fluctuations happen at intervals, and so the fact that the universe happened now and not before is an interval, and that interval is perfectly explained by the quantum field. You don't need a mind or consciousness at all to explain any of that.
It's like you're saying that, the Big Bang happened and then the solar system came into existence, and then the distance from the creation of solar system till the creation of Earth is this, and it was random. You just don't understand the mechanism of. But I'm just saying that this is how.
Nothing to do with the solar system. This was that.
Yeah, I'm just giving you an example.
Example doesn't make any sense. It's stupid. So there was an infinitely existing quantum field. It has an interval of between infinite past and today it created the Big Bang. Problem solved. And that's quantum fluctuation. It has intervals in its nature. You don't need a choice for that.
Can you explain me how quantum physics works? Can you show me the mechanism of how it works? How it is random? Can you prove me that? How it is random without any cause?
That's what the delayed quantum eraser explanation does. Or the delayed quantum
eraser. But that has a cause. But that has a cause, man.
No, it doesn't. Google randomness, Google physics, Google the foundational attitudes of physics.
Yeah, but it has a cause.
No, it doesn't. Randomness is a force in nature.
Can you prove me somehow that it doesn't have a cause?
Yes, I literally just answered that question. Google delayed quantum eraser. Google foundational attitudes toward quantum mechanics, and then do a Control F search for randomness. It'll say in the poll of physicists, randomness is a fundamental force in nature. You can explain it. You can read the explanation. It's right there. Blade,
Okay,
quantum
first of
eraser
all,
experiment.
I'm not an expert in quantum mechanics. I don't have that much knowledge, so I'm not the right guy to debate this. But I'm pretty sure if I can go back and come back again, I can pretty sure I can reason with this because
Sure,
there are
sorry, you
millions
gotta
of
go to the
reasons
little
and there are
atheist
billions
room.
of evidence of existence of God as a sign, not as a scientific evidence, so-called like planets falling down from skies like that, like
So
parts of
do
God
the
falling
research.
down from
Go
like.
do the research.
Okay, I
Go
will do it. I will
Google.
come back.
Great.
Inshallah. Yeah.
Check the
Yeah.
paper.
Was nice.
Foundational attitudes
Thanks
towards
for having me
physics. Look for the randomness
Yeah,
section where it
thanks for having
says
me.
randomness is a fundamental force in nature.
Cool, I'll do that.
Do you have anything else you'd like to say?
No, that was. I would just say that I would just recommend you all to read Quran because that what we say is the evidence, like a miracle of, like a living miracle. So I would just suggest all of you because, like for example, if something goes trending on Twitter for like 20 days, we take a look at what it is. This book has been trending for 1,400 years by 2 billion people claiming that it's the word of God. So it's worth taking a look at it. So yeah, have a good day. Have a good day, everybody, and
Thank you, man.
thanks for having me.
Okay, thank you very much. I have read some parts of the Quran. I know that others here have read a lot more than I have. I appreciate your time, and I think in future we got to be very careful, as T-Jump was pointing out, that we're looking for an argument. If you had like 2 or 3 arguments together that you wanted to put as one set, that's fine. But this gentleman, he'd come up, he wanted to put a list on that would take 20 minutes to go through the list. That's just not what this show is about. That would be more appropriate for a show all of its own, where someone's doing a one-on-one with him, someone like Jail Warren or Peter DeTucker or even T-Jump if he was interested, I guess. Kind of have those kinds of shows. We're kind of looking for things that are a bit quicker than quite a bit quicker than 20 minutes here.
I thought it was... Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Amy. My bad.
It's just, it doesn't convince anyone, I think, to just... not to say a gish gallop, but to basically just shotgun out a bunch of ideas if you can't tackle them individually one by one. He could have had 20 great arguments, and all of them were amazing, but they're all separate. They all need to stand or fall on their own. And so I just think it's a poor strategy to convince us. Come back with your best arguments, maybe the 3 that really convince you and will convince others, and then we can talk about them. But I appreciate it.
I just thought it was interesting. I thought it was pretty much over when he admitted at the very beginning that he could not convince us. That he just straight up admitted.
He said it was a big argument.
That's usually probably grounds for ending it right there.
What was it, Taco?
I'll do that in the future.
He was like, it's a bad argument or something, and then he went and shotgunned an argument.
So two things. I want to say 2 things there. First, Amy's right that lists are not evidence. They literally are not evidence. Just giving a list is not. There's no premises. There's no conclusion. It's a list. It's a complete waste of time. Don't let people give lists. It's a waste of time. Second thing is, I disagree with JL that when he says that they can't convince us, it's not like an admission. They're just poisoning the well, saying, well, you're just biased. That's what they mean by that. So it's not. They're making an argument. That's an argument that we're biased.
Well, we recognize that. But if he's just going to admit that up front, then that should have been grounds for the end of the conversation.
Now, I just want to make one quick note about syllogism. When you have, the more premises you have, the greater risk you're taking at the syllogism being shot down, because you're exposing yourself to more arguments. So really the best approach here is to try to keep the arguments as simple as possible, and leave out the things that are unnecessary, so that you have the simpler arguments are usually more difficult to refute, because that provides less opportunities for others to find weak spots in them. That's just a little word of advice.
Room.
Sorry?
Less wiggle room.
You got it. So give us a tighter, better argument. We welcome it. And welcome Glowy Zoidberg. I hope I've got your name right. Just Zoidberg. Okay. Welcome.
Hello.
What have you got?
Thank you. Good day. It's afternoon in Italy, so whatever.
What you got for us today?
I will keep my religious beliefs or status ambiguous for now, right? I just want to ask you a question, and we can use this as a platform for a discussion. Question is as follows: why aren't all facts and intelligibility grounded in the unembodied mind of the Abrahamic God? This is for everybody here who's an atheist.
That's not answering the question, though.
The Abrahamic God has nothing to do with if things are intangible, or if we can comprehend things. So there's nothing going from like killing a rabbi to everything becoming tangible. So I would actually just love to know from the pre-sup view what God has anything to do with intangibility, how it makes anything, you know, understandable and coherent. It just seems like a voidless, vapid claim for people that don't want to present evidence for the fact that they think that a man came back 72 hours after decomposition.
Sorry, just a word to clarify.
Isn't this
Did you
just
say-
Jeff
sorry,
Trimble's?
we got to clarify. Excuse me, we just got to clarify. Did you say intelligibility or did you use a different word? Sorry.
I will repeat the question. Why aren't all facts and intelligibility grounded in the unembodied mind of the Abrahamic God?
Because it's grounded in quantum field, or the quantum field.
Wait. So you want so essentially, Zoidberg, you're asking the opposite of what Jeff Trimble asks of pre-subs.
It's Darth's question.
Yeah,
dude.
so Jeff Trimble will ask pre-subs for basically the argument for the first premise of the tag. You want us to argue the negative of that.
Yes.
Yeah, so you think a disembodied mind exists. Why?
I never made any claims that it exists. I'm asking if...
Well then,
if
yeah,
that que-
facts can't be grounded in something that doesn't exist. So, I mean, are we done?
Why do you think it doesn't exist?
Because of the way that we know consciousness. Consciousness needs a physical medium. It generally seems to be an emergent property that came billions of years after. And so a god would actually be putting the cart before the horse. A god doesn't make anything tangible or understandable or comprehensible. That's just, yeah.
There is insufficient evidence or logical argumentation to support the claim that a god exists. Therefore, we reject the claim that a god exists. By extension, we're atheists. So this is just a shifting of the burden of proof. So the burden of proof is still on you to demonstrate why things are grounded in the mind of this God. So you still have to justify the first premise of the tag.
Is it not possible for us to have consciousness outside of the material?
I don't think so.
That seems impossible.
Is it impossible?
Yeah,
Probably.
I think that's
Why do you
impossible,
think it's
yes.
impossible?
No, I think it's logically possible. There's no logical contradiction. Why does that matter?
Even
Well, I
go
mean,
with key jumps,
I
I'll
guess-
say it could logically, but it doesn't seem biologically possible right now, from what we know about biology.
And
There's
even if it could, it doesn't entail that it's the Abrahamic God.
Of course.
Okay,
I'm just
so you're still
trying
stuck.
to do like
You're
baby
still stuck
steps.
with the burden of proof.
There's a difference between logical possibility and actual possibility.
Yeah, do you have a reason why you think that a mind can exist without a brain?
Oh, I'm just trying to understand what the opinions of the people in the room are. I'm just like trying to like dip my toe.
It seems actually impossible.
Well,
Why? Why
because
do you think it's impossible?
there is insufficient evidence and logical argumentation to support the claim that these things exist. That's why they're
Gotcha.
rejected. That's why the claim is rejected. So that's
Gotcha.
all the justification that we need.
Mind
So-
appeared to evolve over the last 4 or so billion years on Earth. It appears to not have existed prior to this life.
But I think you're taking it too literally, right? Like mind is some sort of like I'm just gonna use this word, right? Some sort of a quote unquote machine, right? That does specific, that has like specific actions and.
That's not the Abrahamic God if it's a machine.
Please, can I finish, Taco? Thank you. It has like a specific way it works, right? There's like that we can observe when it comes to a mind, right? And in like not in the biological sense, right? But just in the sense of a mechanistic process or entity that experiences mechanistic process or events that lead to some other process or event, right?
I was with you up until it is the same mechanistically. It doesn't matter if it's biological or a machine. So it doesn't matter if it's organic or metal. It's
No,
still,
of course, but I'm talking about something outside of material realms, right? I'm not talking about material.
Is there something that isn't material?
Yeah. I mean,
Well, it would be
conceptually,
something
we
that
can
isn't
like
material.
we can imagine that, right? I think.
Yes, yeah, just because you can
I
imagine
can't
it doesn't
imagine
mean
that.
just because you can imagine it doesn't mean it's X into
I
reality.
never made any claims. I never made any. I just want to be very careful.
How could
I
you
never made
imagine
any
something
claims.
that's not material?
Uh,
That's
pretty easy,
incoherent.
but no,
we
it's
can
pretty easy.
imagine plenty of
You can
things, like
imagine magic.
unicorns are not material.
Hold up. I don't understand the point of anything you said. Like, I've lost any recollection of what a point of conversation is.
No,
What is
I'm just trying to understand why why is it impossible for intelligibility and facts to be grounded in the unembodied mind of the Abrahamic God?
It's not impossible. It's possible. There's just no evidence for it, and so believing it is irrational.
But you would probably say, sorry, teacher. Go.
Oh, no,
I was done.
And I was
I
just
apologize.
basically interrupting to agree, so I probably
Yeah,
shouldn't have
pretty
done
much,
that.
pretty much what I said. There is insufficient evidence or logical argumentation to justify the belief, so it's irrational. So that's why. So
Go ahead, Chloe.
it's
Yeah, sure. There is not enough belief. There is not enough evidence to justify that belief. I completely agree.
okay.
I would remain skeptic of the existence of the unembodied mind of the Abrahamic God. I think that's a fine position to have, don't you?
I do.
Sure. What do you think that entails when it comes to like? Well, let's. I'm gonna make a huge leap. What do you think that entails when it comes to like real world behavior, right?
That the
Well,
responsibility for our lives are our own.
I can also tell you, the joke is science builds planes and religion flies them into buildings.
Oh, wait. So it says nothing, because the fact that you lack a belief in the Abrahamic God doesn't mean you don't have a positive belief in other things. So there are many spiritual atheists, and so you can have an alternative model of reality that guides your actions independent of lacking belief in a God.
But you can, T-Jump, we can pull it like to a higher, like into like a bigger picture type of a scenario, like a bigger scope, right? We can say just a God, right? Doesn't have to be the God of the universe or whatever, right?
And that's why I said there are atheists who are still spiritual. So there are concepts of morality, concepts of purpose and meaning without a God. So even if you have no God at all, you're just contrasting God worldviews versus no God worldviews, you can still have equally everything. Afterlives, purpose, meaning, morality, judgments exist on both of these exactly the same. So there's no, not having a God adds no implications whatsoever, other than the fact that there's no like a being who's watching your every move. That part is like the only difference.
I mean, Jack Burton's a deist. Yeah, I mean,
So you would agree with me that remaining skeptical in the position of God or the Abrahamic God or any other God probably would entail a life that could be filled with superstition or could be like cold-hearted calculating rationality, right?
Right. It doesn't just delineate between anything. It could be the fact that you don't believe in a God doesn't entail any other beliefs. You can still have any beliefs other than the God and it'd still be fine.
Yeah, gotcha. I understand now. Okay, that's great. Then is it God, the irrational component, the irrational monkey throwing a wrench into the machine, or just the human condition and the fact that we're susceptible to all kinds of irrationalities or metaphysical beliefs, right? That lead our lives and dictate policy, right?
I don't think the previous point would be relevant to whether or not it's just a psychological feature. Like, for example, it's a hypothesis that God exists, and if there was evidence, then it would be rational.
Take it easy,
but
Ardo.
the fact
Thanks for hanging out.
that there isn't any evidence doesn't entail the fact that God's irrational. Those are separate topics. So I don't think there's any evidence of a God, therefore believing it is irrational, but it has nothing to do with whether or not there are any entailments the belief in God would hold. Those are irrelevant. Those are two different topics.
Sure. I guess, sorry, English is literally my fourth language. I guess what I'm trying to say is that if humans are as irrational with or without God, then what is the argument against like belief in God, right? I guess I'm trying to go down to like all my cards on the table, right? Like if with the God or without the God property, right, we're still capable of the same kind of rationality, then what is the use of like combating the belief in God?
Religion is superstition, and so it actually is a way of us undercutting our own. If you accept one superstitious belief, you open yourself up to not only accepting other superstitious beliefs, you also cut yourself off at the heels for criticizing other people who take superstitious beliefs.
Irrational beliefs tend to lead to irrational behaviors. So,
so his question is that if we can be equally as irrational as theists and as atheists, then why should we eliminate the irrationality of one belief? Well, that doesn't make any sense. Like, obviously, if you're irrational in 10 ways and you can reduce that by one, you should. So it doesn't make a difference if we're still irrational in other ways. That doesn't mean it's still not a good thing to eliminate one irrational belief.
Sure, but what if it's like a spectrum, right? Like what if we have like 100 irrational beliefs and one of them is God, right? We remove one, we're still statistically very much as irrational as we were, right?
because then we've
so you guys
eliminated
believe
one,
that
so
removing
we're
God
one
is a
if it-
huge
if we
component
have
of
100
Russia, not a small
irrationalities,
one.
if we have 100 irrationalities and one of them is God, when we eliminate that completely, now we only have 99.
Yeah, but
right.
It would seem that, I guess like it will make like a small difference, right? But
Well,
still,
the amount of difference doesn't mean it's not a difference. So if you have 99 splinters and you remove one, that's still a good. So you've still moved in the correct direction. So there's still an argument that you should eliminate the one irrational belief more than, or you should obtain the 99 irrational rather than the 100 irrational, and so that would be an improvement. But even if
of course
we were equally as irrational, getting rid of one irrational belief is still a good thing. So in and of itself, that would be an argument for why you should.
Would that be a meaningful change?
You mean like in the way that you live?
In the
Probably
way that
not.
you live there.
That's separate from the argument, because the argument that you should get rid of it is because it's one less irrational belief, not that having one less irrational belief would improve the way you live. If that was the argument, then that argument would not be as sound because it wouldn't make a meaningful difference. But since the argument is simply that you want to hold as many or as few irrational beliefs as possible, and eliminating one irrational belief would be a positive.
Gotcha.
By virtue, by eliminating that irrational belief, then any irrational behavior that would be justified by that irrational belief, you have also eliminated. So,
Gotcha. By the way, TJ, I'm a huge fan. I'm an atheist. What do you guys think about Jeff Trimble's argument?
he's leaving precept bodies all over the place.
Dude,
Yeah, I
he's
watch
tearing
from
them
Rabbit all the
apart.
time.
Yeah, I agree with
His
him.
argument?
He's asking them to justify the first premise of tag.
Yeah, it's basically what is the argument for that supports the first premise of tag, and it's like what is the argument that all intelligibility is grounded in the Abrahamic God, and so
all facts and intelligibility.
Yeah, why is that? And so he's asking for a justification for that first premise,
premise?
and no one's been able to answer it.
What's the first premise?
What's the first premise? Can somebody like pull it up, please?
God is a necessary precondition for logic and morality.
For intelligibility. So if that's literally what everyone asks every precept.
Yes. So, I guess I was asking, what is the opinion of this room?
Okay, yeah, so God is a necessary precondition for logic and morality, and then what is the justification for that?
He's
What's
in the right
argument
task
for that first
for the
premise?
justification.
Of course, but I guess I was asking is that, what, like, outside of, because I'm curious, I'm kind of new to debating this, right? And as far as I know, there are two types of theological, like pro-metaphysical existence, theological positioning, pro-God, right? In the case of the Christian God, right? Which is one is evidences and the other is presupposition, right? And the fact of the matter is that, sure, if somebody's using presuppositions, Jeff Trumble's argument's pretty good. I agree.
I don't from what I've heard so far, I don't agree, because the first premise is that God is required for the preconditions of intelligibility, and if you ask, well, what is your justification for that? If there's a competent precept, they're going to say any alternative will lead to contradictions. It's going to be their justification.
Well, that's
Can you explain that?
That's Van Til's response. That's how Van Til justified it. And he was doing that in order to avoid an infinite regress of causes or motions.
Can somebody explain that for me?
So like they're saying that if one of the common examples is that if you appeal to naturalism or whatever, you have the problem of induction. You can't solve the problem of induction. Therefore, it doesn't count as a precondition of intelligibility, because in order to count as a precondition of intelligibility, you need infallible justification.
But there's a problem of deduction too.
That's not the point. Obviously, they're making stupid arguments, but the point is what they do is they say there is one of the biggest problems in philosophy we haven't solved yet. Since your worldview doesn't offer a solution to that problem, it's not an infallible justification. Therefore, it can't offer a grounds as a precondition of intelligibility.
Doesn't it have to be just good enough?
You just repeat the same argument back, though, at deduction to them, and you're at a standstill because neither induction nor deduction or even abduction would work.
Oh, you just say that your God can't do it either, but that's separate to the argument, because the way the argument tree would work is first premise is God is required for intelligibility, and then you take this guy's argument, I forgot it's John or something. What is the justification for the first premise? They would reply, the justification is that any alternatives lead to a logical contradiction. And then you'd ask, what is the contradiction? And the contradiction would be that in order to count as justification, you need infallible knowledge, and this doesn't offer infallible knowledge because of problem of induction or Gödel's incompleteness theorem or problem of universals, whatever. They're just going to offer one of the big philosophical problems, and that would be how their argument would work.
So there is a way to answer?
Yes,
I mean, there's a correct argumentative line we can use when Jeff asks you this.
Yes, it's just say that any alternative will lead to logical contradictions would be the response.
I would say they have to justify how they know it to be like God and not a sufficiently powerful enough entity. Because they're saying specifically it's this specific thing that is the thing that grounds all things. Now, we could say, sure, there may be a thing that grounds all things, but what's the justification for saying it's the Abrahamic God? Just because you define the Abrahamic God as being this thing doesn't mean that it actually is.
That would be the same thing. They just say that anything other than whatever hypothesis they think would lead to a logical contradiction in acting as the justification.
It's literally just defining it into existence, though, isn't it?
No, because if it can be the case that there is something that as a solution to a problem and everything else entails a logical contradiction. There's no problem with that, and if it's true, then that would count as a justification. So their argument structure is valid and sound. It's valid. So if it was sound, it would be true. And it's begging the question. So it's a perfectly fine structure of an argument. It's not just defining it into existence, but it's making an assertion that doesn't have any evidence. Like obviously you can't prove every logically possible alternative has a logical contradiction. It's not even possible to imagine every possible alternative, but structure of the argument is fine.
But if they go down that argumentation line,
could
you just force them to pick one argumentation line that they think that it's incoherent or it's their worldview, and then just dissemble that one?
Yes, that would be the next step. That's what I do in my arguments with precepts, because they'll normally mention the problem of induction, problem of underdetermination, Gödel's incompleteness theorem. They pick just any of the unknown problems in physics, and they'll say your worldview can't solve this, mine can, and then we discuss that. So that would be the next logical step in the argument.
Gotcha. I guess but wouldn't that put you on the defensive? They would give you an argument, and they'll say, yeah, you cannot provide sufficient or coherent explanation about this anomaly, right? So therefore, the onus is on you in terms of your worldview.
You ask, how does your God do it?
Seems unfair, right?
Well, no, then you ask, how does your God do it? And then just mirror the answer.
Oh, gotcha. Well, I guess so, yeah. Okay, thank you. That's it. Thank you, guys. You've been lovely.
Thanks, Zoidberg. Have a good one, man.
Oh.
Thanks for coming by. Who's next?
We've got Kaz Beats, who's been in queue for a while, and then Otangelo. Kaz Beats, I invited you up.
Because it always kind of felt like to me like they were trying to come up with a reason, essentially, why is everything grounded, and that it could be something, but then they were just defining it as God because they can stick God into that slot, and so they wind up defining God as that which grounds everything, and so since they've defined it in that way, then it necessarily must exist because there has to be something that grounds everything. But they haven't. But there's no way to determine if that's God or a sufficiently powerful entity or some aspect of physics that we don't understand yet. So they were just defining it into existence, which is where I was coming from on that. But apparently, I was wrong.
What's going on, Kaz?
Yeah, it is. Just listen to what he's just saying there. This is what I, even just from listening, seem to kind of gather. It's a kind of what is the standard are we conversating on, if you understand what I mean, in terms of what is a God then is very important to the discussion.
Well, what God do you believe in?
Well, this is the thing. So, I mean, I did sort of want to say, hey, there is a God of something, some kind of power above us, which we don't know. And every religion is just a man-made whatever. People can do whatever they want with that. Me personally, I say that's like man-made type of things. You can take good things from things, you can take that, but that's a whole separate conversation. But in regards to now a kind of something more. So like he was just mentioning, an energy, a whatever you want to refer it to as. That's the important part. One obviously can believe in that, like a God, without abiding by aligning with a religion, a traditional religion, or any type of religion. They might say, "Oh, this is my, this is me, Anasty. This is me, Islam." The point is, they have their own one now. So now you go into the conversation of morality. You go into the conversation of all of that stuff. And yeah, it's kind of now listening to people, I'm thinking that that's not going to be sufficient. So it's a case of now what is required to basically prove more or less without all doubt that there is a God.
Hey,
Isn't
James,
it? Like,
good to see you.
for example, having that voice on the prayer, and the prayer, me being able to audibly hear it, me being able to audibly see it. This is why I'm saying in regards to like a religion or anything like that, it's you have no kind of personal sort of belief in it, trust in it, faith in it, whatever. Whichever religion it is, because of that inherent fact that it's off that same basis, where it's I can't see a Jesus, I wasn't there or anything, so the God now falls into that same aspect. So now, in my opinion, and me personally, in terms of what I would align with, you can believe in that God without the religion firstly. So now it's why and what the proof is, which is why you come to that conclusion, correct? So now it's going to be on a basis of tangible. I suppose is the most like reliable, the most you guys would probably prefer. If I could shake his hand right now, I believe in it. And so now, I would say, in my opinion, it's a case of, the world in itself, the very existence of us. We're going back into now the quantum and how a universe came into existence. So you're coming into the theory of, hey, we have zero black screen. Now we have a black screen with stars in it. Over light years and light years and light years of years, things happen. Pluto happens. We have the Saturn. We have Earth. You're then going along the theory of that you have now these single cell organisms, because now this is important part. Are they one and the same? Are you now more or less, if coming from an atheist perspective, how do you describe your existence? what are you aligning with? Most of the time, it's going to be sort of like that evolutionary stuff.
Okay, dude, I gotta hold up there because I'm literally you're I think I don't know. Speak for myself. About to put me to sleep. Are you making an argument for a specific God that you believe in, or are you just like asking atheists like what they ground everything in?
Well, what I was leading to is that in terms of like defining that stuff, I'm coming from a place of a power, which
why?
Which colloquially would be
Okay,
God.
great. What evidence is leading you to accept that position?
Yeah, so then I'm saying, so then in terms of like it's something more tangible, like the voice and the prayer, etc. Yeah, that I'm basing my own perspective from now, basically reality. So now,
Okay, so you said a voice and a prayer, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying, from the previous people who have spoken.
Well, I'm not worried about him. But I'm talking about your position.
Yeah, so he wants to hear the prayer that's more tangible, and I'm
Right.
saying for myself, it's like obviously now coming into how we have an ecosystem, the oxygen, a human being, the heart working, that everything we have now. So basically,
Okay.
just the world in itself, the creation
Does the
of the
existence
world.
of the world logically entail that there's a God or even
So
a
now-
higher power?
Okay, so now we go into that, and now what you just said. So now, in terms of sort of like a quantum universe, going from the zero, the black, into
It's a yes or
star.
Kaz. It's a yes or no question. Does the existence of our world logically entail that a God exists?
Yes.
No, it does not. The answer is
Would
no.
it- well, obviously, this is the
Why
point.
yes? Why do you think yes?
Yeah, exactly. So this is now the point. So for whichever way you want to cut it, whichever way you want to slice it, the Big Bang, etc., etc. So going from that the black darkness to a universe to everything we have, you have to have, I would say, in my opinion, some kind of intelligence, some kind of design is happening there, some
Why?
kind of conscious.
why?
Some kind of conscious effort, because from that instance, so for example, this is why I was saying, so you're having, for example, the darkness with stars now going light years. You
It's
obviously
an
have
appeal to
single cell
emotion. I'm trying to get into
organisms,
that,
etc.,
but
beyond
apparently we got to go
Earth.
through this again.
And now you're having that, and everything, then the atmosphere, etc. All of this happens over time, of course, but now all of that to be to have that end result, to have the material, to have
Can I
everything.
interrupt you to ask you two questions?
I think, one second.
The
Before you
first
do, I
is
think
okay.
I want to say that seems like he's arguing that there are property changes. That in order to get a property change, like you can't just start with hydrogen and then get plants or something. You need some intervention to organize the property change.
In order to bake a cake, you need to have the ingredients. So even at that very basis, there has to be some type of intellectual thinking going on. You have to have the
Just an
right
argument from incredulity.
universe
But
materials.
emergent properties, like emergent properties, are a thing, right? You can start with hydrogen and oxygen, and they can bond and then create water, and that's a new thing that wasn't there before. So
Yeah.
you can start with just quantum field and build
Yeah.
particles. Particles build stars. Stars build oxygen. Oxygen builds planets.
Yeah. So
But
that's
don't
what
need
I'm
intelligence
coming.
for that.
You take one ant, and the ant in and of itself really can't do anything, but you put a colony of ants together, and you get the emergent property of what appears to be intelligence, because they can function together and perform tasks and accomplish goals.
Yeah, that's interesting. But in these sort of, let's call them inanimate objects, or just like particles in the, like he's saying, this is what the point I'm trying to make, because I see that as more or less the fundamentals of the where we should be having the discussion at the point of that initial kind of like spurt of energy into the world, into existence.
See, but do you mean the Big Bang? Do you mean the world forming, or do you mean life forming? Because those are all like.
This is what I'm referring to more. I would say you call it the Big Bang. So I'm saying if we take it back to the real basis of everything, that's why I'm saying if we exclude the religion aspects, etc., to a later point, and you get to now the fundamental, how the quantum field and everything had like the necessary ingredients to produce things. The fact that it happened or when it happened or whatever is non sequitur. Is more so the fact that now everything that led to that, you can see from where
But
we
you
sit
think a consciousness caused the Big Bang?
So that what I'm saying is the consciousness, there would be some thought in the process of that would be the Big Bang, if you want to call it that colloquially, is a derivative of something. That's a derivative of a thought. That's an action of something. That's whatever.
Well, I would say it's an expansion event because you can't have
he
space.
means it comes from something, so it's
Oh,
determined.
but he's trying to say it's a person.
Yeah, that
Well,
it's all guided. That it's all guided.
But my question would be why. In fact, my original two questions was going to be, what do you think consciousness is? And then I'm gonna lead it back to a god if you'd like to bring it right back. Is what is God's conscious? Because it seems like we're using two different definitions.
I'm just curious how he determined that it's impossible that it could be just natural processes without a mind guiding it.
That too.
Well, this is the thing. In terms of the natural processes, for example, for those to be in the very existence, or for those to be in such a way where what happened, is my point. So for example, like I was trying to paint the picture of darkness now with stars, and you can imagine the momentum. So imagine that expanding over the light years. So you've had what I'm saying is, for that initial sort of action, whatever you want to define that as, you've had everything necessarily to have us sitting here discussing things now. So all of that, and then you can go into complexity, etc., is again derivatives of this fundamental, the fact that you have something with everything leading into all of that.
Why did God design the world this way instead of making the gravitational constant +1 or -1? Right? He has some nature that he decided to make it this one, not universe of just black holes or universe of just puppies.
Well,
so something,
sorry, go on.
Something has determined God's nature that he wanted this universe and not the other universe. Maybe there could be infinitely many types of gods, and each type of god could want a different kind of universe. So all the different ways the universe could be, there's a type of god who could want that universe. In which case, why is the God that exists who designed his nature to want this universe and not one of the different ones?
So in this one, not one of the different ones. I don't know. I feel like it's sort of me. It would be just me speculating on something. But it's kind of, I would say I don't know. It sounds more like, does one believe in like a one God or multiple, or?
Oh, just to clarify. So what I'm asking here is that when we look at the universe, there's a million ways the constants could be, right? And you're saying that in order for them to be this way, they're this particular set, something must have dialed them in to be this particular set.
Yeah.
Equally as many ways God could be as there are ways the universe could be. Because for each kind of universe, there could be a God who would want that one and not this one. So there's a one-to-one correlation between types of universes and types of gods. And so if this universe is finely tuned to be this combination, the God must be finely tuned like this universe as opposed to a different universe.
I mean, but then you're accepting the existence. Would you agree in that statement? You're accepting.
Wait, what?
Would you agree that you will be? It sounds as if you are accepting the existence in that statement you just made. Yeah.
Oh no. So the point here is that the same problem that you're describing, which is the problem that there's a whole bunch of different possible universes, we're in a very little narrow range. So something must have picked one option out of the infinitely many options. That same problem applies to God. There are infinitely many ways God could be, and there seems to be only one option of God that was chosen, which is one who would like our universe. So the same problem you're describing would apply to God himself as it does to the universe, because there's a large spectrum of possible universes, large spectrum of possible gods, and there's only one of them, and it picked this universe, just like there's only one of our kind of universe. So the same problem applies to both.
It's literally an argument from incredulity.
I understand what you're saying, and it's kind of like, to me, it's sort of like
this is
an
completely totally
extrapolation
irrelevant
on what I'm saying, in the sense where it's we don't even know
that, and his
that
voice
very
is
instance
boring
of
the
what
literal
it comes
fucking shit out of
It's
me.
like, for example, the zooming out of a guy playing chess, the zooming out of a guy controlling him playing chess, etc., etc. Russian dolls idea. would you sort of agree? It's that sort of sense where who is even that God, and how did that even come into being, which then somehow makes this spurt of energy into this existence, and then who even created that one? You could go on and on. Am I correct in that sort of analogy?
Well, not exactly, because I don't think your argument isn't the problem in the first place. But if you think that because there's a large spectrum of ways the universe could be, and this is a problem that needs an answer, well, then God also has the same problem. There are a large number of ways God could be. He's only one of those ways. And so he has the same problem that you need to answer. Why is God this one way instead of the way that he'd want to design a universe of only puppies or something, or a universe of only black holes, or a universe of only hydrogen atoms? So there's equally as many variations of God as there are variations of the universe. And if you think that the fact that there's a large number of variations, but it's only this one, needs an explanation, and that same fact about God would also need an explanation. And so there are two solutions here. One is you do the infinite regression of the dolls thing, like you mentioned, or you can just say it's a part of God's nature. God's nature is just this way. But if you say that, you could just say the same thing about the universe. The universe's nature is just this way. And so it doesn't need a designer, just like you would say God doesn't need a designer if his nature is just that way.
Okay, well, I think so then it's a case of now the very nature of what we are talking about has the design aspects of it, has the sort of intelligent creation aspect behind it, creativity, and the very essence of to even devise a life form or whatever it may be. But so then it's a case of like do you now do you now just accept that it's kind of this energy, or it's like it's not secluded to, or it's not a one type of thing or whatever? Because obviously it would be the Russian doll, which I don't know. It's of course not necessarily explainable unless you just say it's just it would come to an end. It would be one religions, I assume.
Yeah, so I think there's one thing. I don't think there's a Russian doll. I think there's just a quantum field, and that's the fundamental nature of reality.
Yeah,
so no Russian doll.
Yeah, so I assume as well there would have to be a standard. There would have to be a finality to it, and yeah. So then that would be more or less the true God, the ultimate God, the Super Saiyan, and then yeah.
Super Saiyan.
So I would happily sort of align with believing.
But my quantum field has no mind, so it's not conscious. It's just a
but now it's very existence in itself. It's very the black going into stars and quantum field and that whole physics, the whole structure mechanics of that in itself. It has creativity, which obviously leads to some type of conscious intelligence or something.
Wait,
like that.
What has creativity
intangible
in that?
aspect? And so even that and how it functions and how we've obviously over centuries somehow figured it out or somehow have an explanation in the textbook. Obviously that someone originally created it and truly obviously into the understanding of it for then to lead into to do whatever it may be.
Oh my god, the dude is fucking
obviously
killing me.
religions now try and explain, for example. So that's my point, the actuality of black going to something that. And then for me, you have derivatives of everything with the energy, with the sort of on a molecular sort of beyond scale, having sort of that charge or some type of energy can't be destroyed. And then you would just go into the derivative. So now it's a case of, do I believe that very just innate boom momentum blast of energy on your screen, that is something that's caused that? There has to be something, and then obviously it goes into light years, molecular bacteria, but all the ingredients were there, all the universe, everything was in there in that initial, and then you can go into but then he only started controlling it from this point, he did it from this point, it was this way and that way. Is obviously stupid men trying to interpret the world in something beyond their minds. And so that's something more I'm akin to aligning with. And then obviously derivatives, what I would lead on to is that in terms of believing that, and then we go into a Big Bang, because now the evolution comes into it, and then how that's being portrayed and things and how all of that align. You go into just, a logical, rational type of way of looking at things, perspective of just the information you have now at your disposal.
Oh my God,
It
dude, have a
seems to be
fucking
just more
inflection.
leaning to one side. There's always been cultures looking at whatever way, and all of that. Again,
What
it's
what
not-
is
it's not
leaning?
common.
Oh
what's
my
leaning
fucking
because I
God.
don't see anything leaning towards the mind thing other than our biases.
Well, this is what I was gonna say. Like in terms of like the bias aspects, the kind of interpretation aspects of a sun god, for example, that's not the discussion, because you have to come from that original point, the foundation of that initial click of the finger into stuff. That is now, hey, something has to have done something. There has to have been something there.
I
So
think
if
in the
you
past,
first have to get past that point. Yeah.
in the past, we used to anthropomorphize lightning. And so we said Thor makes lightning. And I think right now we go, hey, universes. Yahweh creates universes. I think it's the exact same thing.
Well, this is exactly my point. So we're never gonna really be able to describe it, but it's a case of that. Do I, in my mind, logically, rationally, sort of see that kind of instance of just things coming into being for that quantum thing with the
Okay, Kaz. I'm sorry, dude. I gotta ask you.
Yeah.
Everything that you've just posited, all of this, how is this not an argument from incredulity?
Well, it's a case of, you know, first we have to establish that would be, in my idea, that's the basis. Is there going to be some reason for all of these everything else?
Okay,
the
so
way that something functions,
so
like the
how would you
feedback,
determine there's a
all these-
reason for anything?
That's going to be, I mean, it depends. I guess a philosopher might interpret it, and it's going to be the perspective of the person, etc., etc.
So it's subjective.
Yeah, or you're gonna have to say, or this is where I'm gonna say that, in a sense, it comes with the information I have at my disposal throughout history, etc. It just looks to me like there's some everyone is leaning.
Okay, so is it possible? Is it possible for all of this to be the result of natural process with no mind guiding it?
Yeah, but mind. I mean, I'm saying that there would just be someone had to give the right ingredients for the cake.
No. All of it is natural. No, all of it is natural process. No someone, no mind, no agential action. It just occurs naturally, and that all of this life, planets, stars, all of it is just an emergent property of the universe. No agential reasoning or planning behind it or direction. Is that possible?
Of course, I'm not arrogant to say it's not possible.
Okay, so why is it not possible? Because otherwise it's just an argument from incredulity.
It would be, I guess, from the science and the understanding as a human. Now it's a case of the fact that we have, for example, life being on Earth and the things that we have, how we have no sort of reoccurrences of any kind of observed a man-made sort of man or earthly, I should say, level. There's not any repeatable earthly like representation of something which is
okay. It was dude. Collect your thought, because all of that you said nothing.
I'm trying. What I'm trying to say, I guess, and more simply, is that we haven't discovered the life on other planets. We don't have any sort of evidence of any.
Right. Okay. But the mathematics of the universe pretty much guarantee that we're not alone in this universe. But they also pretty much guarantee that we will never ever encounter them. I mean, that's just the mathematics of the universe. That's just the size of it. So that's irrelevant. That's completely irrelevant. I asked you, how do you know that it is impossible that all of this came about by natural process with no agential guidance?
Also, we found the basic building blocks for organic life on comets and asteroids.
Yeah,
so we know it out
life
there.
is, like I said, my statement is that life is an emergent property of the universe. The elements that combine us are plentiful throughout the universe. All it takes is the right conditions for them to take place. Now, that could be taking place on a planet that is literally so far away from us in its own little system in another galaxy on the, or maybe another system on the other side of the Milky Way. Okay, or somewhere. We don't know.
No,
we haven't found it yet, but it doesn't mean that it is impossible. It does not logically entail that it's not there. So I'm asking you, how do you know that it is impossible that all of this came about by natural process with no guidance whatsoever?
I would base it upon the very mechanics of those properties in themselves. Their existence is the proof of some type of complex thinking, where you have
the existence of what?
The existence of something.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Peter, let him finish. Let him finish. The existence of what specifically?
Something which is enable them to provide them with the properties that they have in their inner function. All these gases, for example, these atoms, whatever it may be. So their properties in themselves.
Matter is a form of energy.
Yes.
There's always energy. There's always energy there. The energy just converts. So
Yes.
matter is just energy.
Yeah. So what
okay,
I'm
so
trying to
atoms
say
are
is that
matter,
energy,
and atoms compose things, and everything's built up from there. Stars, planets, human beings, all life, everything. It's literally all just energy.
It's all just energy. So now that initial energy is what I'm saying, that even the concept of energy, so that has to have been from complex design. You cannot have such a thing like that, which is, of course, if you think to yourself now rationally.
So there's an argument from incredulity, is what it is.
It's fundamental to the world we live in.
No, it is, but it does not logically entail that there's an agential mind behind anything.
Wait,
you're
so
literally filling a gap. You're saying, I don't know where this comes from, and it seems so very, very complex. How could it have come about by any means other than someone put it there?
But Kaz, that's why I also wanted to go to my two questions. And I get the first one sounds really
Holy
complex. How
shit.
can we even answer it? What is consciousness to us? Because then I want to show very differently why a God's consciousness really is a plot device. I mean, maybe I'm just giving it away.
Plot device, did you say?
But yes, because I'll give you the example. Why you said complex thinking? Just why would an animal, a human, why would complex thinking be useful?
I'm gonna see if I can get some good batteries from
How about an animal? Why do you think we are able to complexly think? Do you think it has a use out there on the plains?
I know, Tesla. That's just
leading the answer. But...
and it's like drilling into my freaking skull. It's just
it's gonna be interact with the world around it. Like I guess, would you say?
It's an argument from incredulity. That's all it is.
We could talk about that forever. So let's just translate that instead. Why is God conscious? Why is it a mind? I don't get why it. What does it get out of complex thinking? Why does it have complex thinking?
Why does it have? I mean.
Yeah, we could have talked about for hours about what we get out of complex thinking.
Yeah. So I don't know. What are we going?
It just seems like this someone exists so we can exist, and it's almost like it's a Deus Ex Machina. It exists so the plot can go forward. Why did Why did the universe get created? There's probably a someone there. We all create things, and there was a universe, and so maybe someone made the universe.
Yes.
Maybe I can help. So, Kaz, do you think that the God is still creating, or has creation stopped? It's still creating.
I personally haven't thought of the question. I mean, what comes to mind, you might even say, for example, if a new species is discovered, or if you say it's eternally creating, I suppose there's a more religiously spiritual way of looking at it. In itself is just a, creation. Very.
Yeah, but if a new species is discovered, it doesn't mean that it's newly created.
Yeah, so I'm saying. So what I'm saying.
That's why I'm asking. Is God still creating to this day? Is God still creating universes, for instance, somewhere else? Or
Thank
still
you for
creating
for 5 Australians.
completely
Chill,
new
bro.
things, not new
funny.
animals, but
I'm
completely
sorry,
new things that we
lack
see
of
in this
inflection.
universe.
But this is what I'm saying.
Like Jack Burton said, like Siri
what
and
he
Alexa
has done
emote better than
initially
this guy.
is eternally creating. if more universes were, what has she Harris
No,
already
hey,
done?
I can't
Has-
help myself. Don't mind me.
No, has eternal as now
I'm just asking.
universes-
I'm just
yes, so now
asking.
universes are
This is a
happening.
simple yes or no question, cuz this is a simple yes or no question. This is to help out Amy with her question. So,
Okay.
is God still creating? Yes or no? And if so, can you give an example of a brand new creation?
Of a brand new creation. Well, because I don't know if you want a yes or no, I have to more so for in the honest sense fall upon. I haven't thought about the question, but because like I said, you have to define whether the initial creation is creating in itself, isn't it? If a computer
Still waiting for the
program,
yes or the no.
okay.
Well, how about this
No
hypothetical?
comment.
Well, how about this,
comment.
Kaz? Hypothetical.
So if you have no comment,
if
getting
another
back- hold on,
species,
hold on, jail,
no,
jail,
hypothetical.
jail, hold on.
I'm piggybacking, Peter. Hypothetical. We encounter another species that comes to our planet, is more technologically advanced than us, has been around a lot longer.
I wanted
Did
to
God
go
create
back
them
to
first,
Amy's question.
or
I wanted to go back to Amy's question.
Yeah.
If God is no longer creating, then what does his intelligence and his intelligent thinking, what does it bring God if there's nothing to do anymore? Because he seems to be silent, not doing anything anymore.
I agree, Odin. It's
Why
this is
this
tiddlywinks.
intelligence wasted?
That's a very good question. Very good question, Amy. But it's just unfortunate that unless you want to define if the creating is still creating. If I make a robot that makes its own robot, I didn't create that little robot, or did I? Because I created the initial robot. That's what
That wasn't the question.
Yeah, so it's like I can't answer if you don't define it.
Well, my main point is still
the question was if this God has consciousness.
The question's fucking pointless. I'm sorry, Peter.
Consciousness
The
brings
question's
us
fucking
something
pointless.
in life. We
I need to see if I can get
benefit
batteries
from
for my
our
vape.
consciousness. If there is a God who's not interacting with the universe, not interacting with the world at all, as far as we can see, as far as we can detect, what is the benefit of this God having a consciousness if he's somewhere out there completely on his own?
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be a case of man's interpretation, woman's interpretation on the matter. But at the same time, like an interpretation of all these things, is he, not in some way doing things? Again, it's intangible. So it's very difficult. So it would be a case of probably just its existence. And then I would probably say to you that different faiths would suggest different things. Different faiths will suggest that he's directly choosing when the rain falls. Or I would more align with, the science says this is why the rain falls, but he created the initial etc.
That would be a guessing. That would be a guessing game, wouldn't it?
That would be a guessing game. Oh wait, what exactly? Sorry.
Because you can't check God whether or not you're right. You can't ask God whether or not you're right, because you're never going to get that definitive answer.
So so she wants to, or she wants to know whether that you have a situation of, okay, he's done his job. Now, what is the point of it? So if we can't see, so that's what I'm saying. If we don't have that tangible evidence of his,
that was that. And Amy, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think that was Amy's question.
His conscious.
You're saying that consciousness is something really special, and Amy pointed out it is something. It's an emergent property of certain animals, among which are the humans, and we evolved our consciousness because it's beneficial to us in our lives. But if there is a God who also has a consciousness, what is the benefit for this God to be
that's
conscious?
more my question is because
Was that?
Yes, because
Was that
it
your
would
question,
be like
Amy?
because it could be that Thor actually does make lightning. That there's actually a god that makes lightning, and then there's a natural way that makes lightning, and so you'd have a supernatural and a natural, or a non-natural, whatever you want to call it. And so, I find the God concept is highly unmotivated to exist because and this is what I tell to people who make the contingency argument, who they will claim that without a God we cannot exist. I make the exact opposite claim. I believe that because a consciousness needs a physical medium to exist, that we as humans created gods. They are our creations because that's kind of our thing. That's our niche to be in the animal kingdom, to be creators. That if humans were to go away, that so would our gods. That these concepts would go away, and that if the sun red gianted, even the texts themselves would burn and there would be no more. And so these gods, you know, their existence and us debating them, it's all because we have anthropomorphized the concept, and so we gotta take people out of it.
Well, yeah, I appreciate what you're saying, but again, for me, this is the original point
Sure.
of the initial inception of everything, isn't it? So that everything that made everything,
Amy's
everything
amazing.
was that. Do you first accept that or not? And everything else is just a derivative conversation.
The problem is the problem is nothing was made, and a bigger problem is that for most of the things that we see, we have very good explanations when it comes to how it got there. And so far, in the entire history of science, there's never been the conclusion God did it. We always found a purely natural way on how things got here, whether it's the universe, whether it's planets, whether it's galaxies, whether it's life.
Yeah, but
there's
obviously
never
this is
been
still,
an explanation.
this
The
is still
explanation has
discussion,
never
isn't it?
been God did it.
Well, this is a discussion in itself because obviously there's still that little 0.001% of you who, I mean, it's not been proven without a fact, etc., or whatever. It's not been worldwide
the gap-
consensus, I should say. So this is why this
The gap
conversation
God
is
is
happening
in is getting smaller and smaller and smaller as far as science progresses.
It's pretty much just deism at this point.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
so this is the point. So in terms of these derivatives of like explanation in search for explanation for everything, this is why I'm coming from that initial that energy in this initial stage in itself in your own understanding of it seems to me like, you know, it's of such a significance. You know, that's the golden egg.
The total energy count of our universe is 0. What
No.
energy are you pointing to?
Okay, sorry. That sort of that initial everything that what started everything. So like if you're
Which is
taking
which
back
is
to,
which is 0. Which is
yeah, so if
0
you-
energy.
so the inert gases, the atoms, the whatever, the real, you know, particle
And the
level,
total
whatever you
count of
call it.
that is 0 energy.
No, but I'm
0 matter, 0 energy.
But what I'm saying is, so then that initial kind of burst of
Essentially,
quote
what
unquote
you're talking
momentum.
about is the expansion event that we call the Big Bang. Is that
Yeah,
where
the
the Big Bang is the origin of observability for our universe. It's not the initial starting point of everything. It is the initial starting point of observability.
So I'm talking beyond that, yeah. So before was mentioning about the
okay, so you're saying that there was something
field.
there, and we are saying that there is no evidence to justify. You're saying that there was an agent there, and we're saying that there is no evidence to justify. Saying that there was something there, or believing there was something there.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that
And the
field,
evidence that we do have points against an agent and in favor of a natural cause.
Well,
that's the evidence that we have so far. It's not conclusive yet, but that is what we have so far.
Well, so this is
points against a god.
This is the case of derivatives leading to the conclusion over time. And if we're coming from that quantum
this is
level,
not derivatives, it's evidence.
No, the quantum field perspective of it. I'm saying that there would have been some type of thing some type of whatever you want, like intelligence, some type of
Kaz, that's why I asked.
whatever.
How is it impossible? Because you said it was impossible for all of this to come about by random natural process. You said that was impossible. And I asked you, how do you know that it's impossible?
Because I'm saying...
And you didn't provide anything. All you provided was just, like, an argument from incredulity. You don't see how it could be otherwise.
We don't know.
No, the level of the sort of time period of intervention, etc., let's say, from this this God, that's separate from in itself those existing. So say, I don't know, if we paint the picture of the dot of the atom, whatever you want to say it is, the inert gas or whatever in space, if that's not floating along, that's creation in itself, the properties it holds and everything. So it can now float in space freely, let's say, without intervention, lead into everything that's gone in now that we live in today. But obviously that in itself, and it was from some kind of idea of, this is a property which, when it does this, it will do this. Because you can say it's a consequence of the right timing, the right whatever period and whatever situation with atmosphere for all of these things to happen. But the point is, those
it's the laws of physics that exist in this particular universe. It could be entirely different in other universes.
Correct,
it most likely was different.
So I gotta jump in. We're limited on time, and it's pretty much boiled down to an argument from incredulity. It cannot be demonstrated that it wasn't a particular way, that it wasn't, or it can't be demonstrated that it is totally possible that it was completely non-agentially guided, that we are an emergent property of a system that is completely that is a complete random occurrence. There is no evidence to support it.
How did those come into existence?
Quantum fluctuations. That's it.
No, but how did that come into existence?
The quantum fluctuations are random and they occur naturally.
But with their properties in themselves, that has some complex design. You even understanding to yourself what they are.
But so to understand your question, Kaz, how does God? What made God?
Yeah, exactly. That's when you go into the Russian doll scenario, perhaps, or just the finality of something. But the point is, maybe in that itself, what I'm saying in terms of, let's say, the quantum level, it's one thing to accept it or to deny it. But now I'm extrapolating, obviously, what I can observe today, and let's say the complexity.
Okay, but Kaz, going back to the previous conversations that we've had up here, it could either be an infinite, or it could either be the quantum field, and we are a result of a natural process. Random fluctuations within the quantum field result in universes, and we are one of those universes. That's it. No agential mind behind it, no driving force creation. You're saying not random, you're saying there's a mind behind it, okay? That the God itself thought everything into existence, and that thing has always existed forever. We're just replacing that with the quantum field, and we know that quantum fields exist, that the quantum field exists. So, but you don't know that your God exists, and you can't demonstrate it exists, but we can demonstrate the quantum field exists. So why would we accept the God? Saying. Why would we accept the God over the quantum field?
This is what I'm saying. So then it goes into a case of if that's the sort of the two yes or no's I have, for example, now in terms of the observable universe, the human being and what it has, etc. That's where you have a religious doesn't explain all of this side of it. They'll just go straight and my hands and everything right in front of me is evidence of God. The plants outside are evidence. But now if you just link it back to that, so now it's a case of now the way the ecosystem, the way everything is structured, the way that in terms of the universe observable, then you go in terms of these people throughout history, for some reason, everyone has an inclination to look to some higher power, no matter what they called it throughout history or something like this. And then you have explanations for even into people, aliens coming down, etc. Everyone's looking.
All of these arguments are fallacious. Every single one of them.
Oh, but so the point is that now that's coming and encompassing the original part.
It doesn't matter. 1,000 fallacious arguments. 1,000 fallacious arguments are not evidence.
because the inverse is that's what I'm trying to say. The inverse kind of theory or idea, like the atheist approach to that. But that if you take that as okay, that's more or less in conjunction, everything encompassed together is kind of substantial, I believe. Now you go to the inverse, which is that more of like that. That's what I'm saying. Evolutionary. This is like just these quantum field, then everything, then the gases, everything interconnected, etc., random led to random things, etc., It makes
Okay.
a
So what's
it's
wrong?
kind
No,
of,
but Kaz, what's wrong with that, dude? Man, you've
no,
got
so
to get
there's
to the
nothing.
point.
No, there's
You've got to
nothing
get to
wrong
the
with it.
point, Kaz.
Obviously,
What is
I
wrong with
am.
that?
Hold on, my friend. Like I'm getting to the point now. So
No,
my
dude,
point.
your fucking lack of inflection is driving me up the goddamn wall. I've got to be honest about it, dude. Like
Okay,
legit.
so now when you go on that side, it's a lot of like sort of assumptions of randomness and a lot of these perfect event scenarios occurring. This happened at the right time. This led to this, which led to this, which. So now, in terms of taking that all the way down to today, that in the inverse, saying that yeah, there's more of a design in place and things like that, and then all the arguments that go with that. It seems in a rational mind to me, the design seems more logical.
So it feels that way to you. It's an appeal to emotion predicated off of an argument from incredulity. Great. Let's move on from this, please, because we've already been down this road 3 times. It's an argument from incredulity, and you feel it appear a certain way, but there's no evidence to support this conclusion, which we've already stated a number of times.
All right, Kaz, we've got about 3 minutes left, and we need to get Otangelo up because Peter has a question for him, but you've got 30 seconds to finish up.
I was just going to say, because I'm trying to appeal to the sense of I want something tangible. And so now, in that case, I was, in my point, I'm trying to give you that kind of understanding of how you can have that. In the very...
I have it without a god.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. That in terms of comparing the two opinions, like as someone who's non-biased, objective, looking at the two options you have, that's what I'm saying. In terms of these things appeared, the molecules, the atoms, whatever the fuck they were, the gases, sorry, they then moved in certain ways. This random event happened. Then a random event happened again, etc. Now I have a human being, and now I have an elephant and a banana in the same, same planet, etc. Perfect ecosystem, and etc. So that's why I'm saying that if someone presents that to me, it seems like a weaker argument than there was some idea of okay, this is oxygen levels.
Kaz, I'm sorry. You just literally said it seems that way. Does that mean that it is? No, but Kaz, does that mean it is?
Does that mean it is? There's only going to be one fact, of course, isn't it?
It's a yes or no question, Kaz. You said it seems that way, but does that mean it is? Yes or no?
Okay. Yeah, but remember, we're talking about the existence of God, so it's very like in its nature. Yes, it's.
Kaz. It's a yes or no question.
Just because it appears a certain way, does it mean that it is that way?
Of course not, no.
Thank you.
So
this is the point. Of course, it's a point of God. It's not if the table is set in front of me. So now, in terms of understanding,
it's off the table. It's off the table until you have decent evidence.
Yeah, thank you.
It is off the table.
We have arrived.
You're understanding your existence. So now, that's why you have to come to an understanding of
God. Hold on, Kaz. We need to wrap up. God is off the table until you can present evidence of God. Until then, God isn't possible.
You have what is
plausible,
the evidence? That's the point.
Isn't
okay.
Even an option.
How about this?
You
Kaz?
have to bring something.
No, because we don't have the time to. I don't have the time to present it. But Peter's right. It's off the table.
So this is what I'm saying. It's what is the point? What is evidence? Apart from the slap in the face saying I am God, and then it goes back through your ceiling.
That would be pretty handy if that were the evidence, wouldn't it?
Yeah, of course I agree.
I would even take that.
I would take that. That'd be wow.
But what if I say to you that cooking a homemade meal is better than eating some
All right, guys.
shitty fast food convenience?
Kaz, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're out of time now. So there's going to be another AMA coming up after our stage here, and we were
nice.
trying to speed it up a little bit. So we do have to go ahead and call this here. But thank you, everybody, for showing up. Politics server is awesome. As always, make sure to join discord.gg/politics is how I think that works. And I'm losing my voice, so Randolph, do you mind finishing up there, please?
Yeah, sure. So I think we had an interesting show. Very sorry for the abrupt ending there, but I guess that went on a while. But what I would like to do is give everybody an opportunity to just give some final thoughts and reflections on the show today. And I think Peter's got something burning to put out, so we'll let him put out his own fire here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was hoping to get one other guest up for one single question. No, it's not necessary. It was more of a joke. So I can ask the question because the answer is going to be no. Ochangelo, a dear friend of mine, and of all of the people here on stage, because he's a mod on several channels, has asked me if you please can say his name. His name is Titan Uranus. That was my question. So, well, if I need to go first, it's always a pleasure being here. These conversations are a lot of fun, and so I'm hoping to have a follow-up with Pato. Pato did agree to have a further conversation, so if people want to check that out, they can go over to my channel, youtube.com/gonna-go-for-it. We'll hash out a day and time, and then we'll see whether or not I can be present, or if we have a completely different conversation, because I would be fine with that as well. Again, thank you, Taco, for putting all of this together. It's so much fun to do.
That dude's lack of inflection in his voice,
past.
just the.
It's one of my.
It was like nails in my skull.
To be on the stage here. So, and thanks obviously everyone for listening in. Thank you for the guests for coming on, and see you in as Randall.
Spiders in your bed. Is what
thank
that
you
felt
very much,
like.
Peter. T-Jump, did you have anything you wanted to cover before we ended here?
Nope.
No final thoughts, no perspectives to share? Okay.
Potato?
JL Warren, go for it.
Thank you so much. This is always a pleasure to be up on these stages. I know it gets a little heated every once in a while. There's a strong, personalities up here, but that's what makes it fun. So I appreciate everybody coming up. Peter, Amy, Randolph, T-Jump, Taco, and of course, Taco for putting it all together, and Jeff Spatchcock, who was here earlier. Thank you to everybody in the live chat who was listening in, everybody down on the stage. Sorry we couldn't get to everybody. It was a blast. But yeah, look forward to doing the next one. Sometimes, apologize about that previous, I just, oh man, that was just like ants crawling up my spine. But yeah, we'll see what happens the next one.
Great. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Amy Newman, did you have some thoughts on any of the conversation that happened today that you'd like to share or clarify on, or share some perspective on?
Sure. I don't think that any of us became more convinced of a God today, but I appreciate all the people, the theists that came on to talk with us. I do think that we are looking for the best arguments. I appreciate someone that, they could bring up many, but I think that we're looking for the one specifically that convinces them, because I think that tends to be the one that if it's strong enough to convince you, hopefully it convinces others. I don't think God is a conscious being, or let me put it this way. I don't think this conscious being exists. They could. It could be if there's evidence that we haven't come across, and so we'll come across it that one day and we'll change our mind. Until that time, all of the empirical evidence actually seems to be that critical thinking, consciousness, these words that we use, are part of the physical process, part of being a biological machine. And so I just want to thank everyone. I do lots of fun comedy and skeptic over at my youtube.com/Amy Newman channel. But there are also like 3 different fantastic content non-believer creators up here I know are streaming, and I hope all of their chats are having a lovely time, and I hope they like and subscribe. And I want to thank the politics server again for letting Taco and Randolph host such a fantastic episode.
Well, thank you, Amy. That's very well said. I noticed that there were.
Take it easy, Fred.
I did make a note earlier about the syllogisms, and I'd just like to reiterate that so people who are listening may look into this and not have forgotten about it. Usually, what we like to see is some kind of an argument. If it's something like a premise, that would be great. The syllogism is basically 2 or more premises put together, and so it just kind of groups them together as a single argument. If you're wanting to present multiple arguments, that's fine, but we, of course, keep in mind we have limited time, so we want to try to keep the argument pretty straightforward. And again, the risk with a syllogism is that over just a single premise is that any one of the premises, if it's problematic, the whole syllogism is out the window and it fails. So you've got more dependencies when you have a syllogism. Now, this doesn't mean syllogisms are bad. They're actually quite good. If you can put together a syllogism with a whole bunch of valid premises, then you've succeeded in with a more complex argument, one that's more sophisticated and covers more ground. That's always a good thing as well. That's worthy of respect, and it's a great thing to aim for. So we're definitely not trying to discourage it, but just keep in mind that you want to make sure that your premises are going to be they're going to work out well for you and be able to support your whole syllogism. Now, with the just mentioned that the Canadian Atheists, we had an event on August the 27th, 2022. That's a Saturday in Burnaby Central Park in British Columbia, Canada. That's in the Greater Vancouver area. 12 people and a dog showed up, and we ended up having a very nice community gathering, and we're looking at doing these on the last Saturday of every month. Now, these are real in-person events. So we've been wanting to do this for a couple of years, but it hasn't been happening because of the pandemic. We held off on it because we didn't want to contribute to the spread of the virus of COVID-19. But now we're able to start proceeding with these. And after the first event started with a group of this size, and people indicating they want more of these. We're looking forward to arranging more of these in the future. And if anybody is interested in our events in particular, you can take a look at www.canadianatheists.ca, and there's an events section there that lists these. And we'll be posting a schedule up very soon for the future events as we're narrowing down where we're going to host them. So everybody, of course, is welcome to come to those. But of course, there's geographic limitations, obviously, and we are interested, just like Peter, we are interested in helping and encouraging people to start other such in-person events in your own countries for the atheism demographic. And yes, go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, so Tom isn't here anymore, so I'm going to ask the question for Tom, and because I'm interested in it as well. So if we want to attend, are traveling expenses going to be coming forward?
These are free events. So in this event, we had mostly local people. 2 people came from the U.S. And one from very southern states, the other one from the northern states. I won't say exactly where because we're on the air here, but it's like I say, everybody's welcome. And my understanding is one of them decided to go on the weekend of the 27th so that they could come to this event. It seems that there's a lot of people who are interested in this because the churches and mosques and other religious institutions have been doing this for thousands of years and had great success with it. And they have a sense of community. So with the atheism demographic, we're seeing more of a sense of community is quite strongly desired. So that's why we're trying to host these and help develop this, because I think it's a really good thing. And our conversations were nice. We didn't really do any there was, I think, about 2 minutes of somebody bashing a religion, and that was it. The rest of it was all other topics, and it was just a very nice, organic kind of get together. So again, we're looking forward to doing more of these. Again, thank you to everybody for tuning in and being a part of this. We're really, really happy and appreciative of everybody taking an interest in these topics. We're also very appreciative of the Politics Discord Guild for hosting this for us and bringing us this wonderful audience, this wonderfully diverse audience of people with varying views on things. This is also available on YouTube, on my YouTube channel at www.youtube.com/Randolph Richardson, and that's RANDOLF Richardson. You can find a playlist on my channel that has an archive of all of these shows, episodes. So they show the live text chats that people are in, and at the moment I see JL Warren has just posted his YouTube channel as well. He's also posting these videos of these conversations along with his commentary, which is very insightful, and you can find him at youtube.com/JL Warren. The links for all of this are available in the YouTube video that I host, and I don't know if JL Warren's doing the same thing. I hope he is. Again, thank you everybody for tuning in. Really greatly appreciate it. Your time is important and valuable to us, and as are your opinions. And although we couldn't get to everybody today, we look forward to doing that next fortnight. That's 2 weeks from now on the same day and time. We will be posting that shortly as soon as we get the channel art together. Thank you very much.
Oh, and one more thing, Amy, you closed up really, really fast, so there you go.
Woohoo!
Thanks, y'all. Yeah, they were rushing us out of there because apparently there's another stage going on. So let's do that. Bam. All right. God. What the frig? That was that last dude. He kicked my ass. Let me see here. That dude just straight whooped me. Was kicking my tail. Let me see here. What was that? Oh. Pardon me. Oh, it's an AMA with Jackson Hinkle. I don't know who Jackson Hinkle is, so I'm not worried about that. All right. Okay, so that was interesting. There were some good conversations. Pardon me. That was some good conversation, except for the big, long, droning one. You're correct. I heart dogs. Yeah, that one was rough. I mean, I hate to sound like I was being mean or something like that, but his voice was legit like nails up my spine. And I know that like T-Jump, like he doesn't like stream these things, so most likely he walked away. But I wanted to listen, you know, in that respect. And oh, holy shit! Like, but you know, it was pretty much argument from incredulity. You could tell, you could suss that out from the very beginning. Is because it had to be this particular, you know, way and couldn't be another way. And I kept wanting him to give the evidence for that, but you know, it wasn't there. Where's this person messaging me? There's someone who said they had an argument for God, for the existence of God. And I'm very, very curious where they were at. No. I don't know who Jackson Hinkle is. I don't care. I guess they were trying to message me, get a hold of me. Honestly, don't know. Partners? No. This is weird. Anyway, so if they want to get a hold of me, they know where I'm at. So, woo, that one was a little rough there towards the end, and I know that things will get a little bit difficult, a little bit weird when they've got T-Jump on the horn, just because T-Jump's a pretty strong personality. He's used to be kind of being the T-Jump show, and typically sometimes he can be a little edgy in order to kind of like drum it up. It's very much the modern day debate, the MDD kind of mentality there. Oh, so Joshua Burton, good to see you. So you can message in the chat, and I'll see it right here. I know we had some individuals that were coming over from the chat over there who maybe didn't get an opportunity to talk on stage, so I'll continue the discussion here. But Joshua, you can put it in the chat, and I can address it here. I didn't get an opportunity to present how the demonstration that the biblically understood Abrahamic God cannot exist. And so pretty much, what I posit is that modern day Christians are pretty much just deists. They just pretty much argue for deism with the Yahweh slapped onto it, so they can pretty much justify their persecution complex or their cultural identity or their sense of moral superiority. So, but I was basically, we had the Discord stage going on, and I was broadcasting it over here. So, that's pretty much it. So yeah, you can put it in the live chat just like you typed it there, and I can address it, Joshua. And of course, anybody else who was over there in the chat, if you happen to pop over to this one. But let's see. Tom Robertson says God was created because of mankind's inability to accept his mortality. Yeah, that's one of the things that goes into it. I would absolutely agree. I would agree, absolutely. So, damn, that last dude still. I wrote another name, Kirkland brand God. Yeah. What do you want? Let me know if you know what that reference is from. Javier Yara says it will be easy for any of the guests to ask his, her, it God to show them the argument to convince any non-believers. Let's see. Remember to comment. Yep. Yeah, thank you, Frade. Remember to comment after the show ends to help grow the channels. Yeah, comment, like. If you smash the subscribe button if you really dig it. John Rapp says, thanks, mate. Been listening back and forth. Oh, and goddesses exist because I wish it so. Yeah, very nice. Rodinola's name says 5 hours of theist BS. Pretty much. It doesn't necessarily mean that all of the stages are going to be like that, but that's pretty much what we've got. I don't know if he who will not be named is going to pop over here into the chat. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. I doubt he will. Tesla Bit and Radio is just the smartest man in the universe. All right, so, Joshua Trent says, consistency of arguments aside, most modern Christians probably do have ontological commitments about Yahweh. True. They can define Yahweh as providing an ontology. They can define it in that perspective, okay? In essence, the question comes down to, where does all of this come from? Or what if you want to talk about identity or something like this, where does it all come from? Where does it all stem from? And I can say that the evidence does not point towards any one God. Does not point to any God. In fact, the God defined as the omniscient, omnipotent creator, that individual, that thing cannot exist. It's legit relegated to mythology. Because we know and we understand enough about reality that this particular entity cannot exist. Okay? Otherwise, we would have just by virtue of its nature, we would have a fundamentally different universe than we currently observe. So the only three logically consistent conclusions you can come away from that is deism, dystheism, or atheism. Atheism, which I hold is the most intellectually honest one. Blowfield, let's see. Now, let's see. You want to go with the conflict here if you want. Let's see. You want to give it a try? Oh, here we go. My channel now. I'm one of those guys that kind of narrates what he's typing. So, but the idea is that we may ask the question where does the thing come from, or where does all things come from? But the whole point is that we understand enough about the universe that there are some things but there are some questions that we haven't answered. And the question is and if you want to say what is the answer to this thing? Well, we either say we don't know or we know what it is. Joshua Burton says, we're talking about the textual Yahweh, right? There's a theological tradition which rejects the textual Yahweh, but posits that Hebrews mean to address the same being as Christians now. Okay, so Joshua, here's the problem. Here's the problem with that. If you go through the history of it, the history of the Bible, and the history of the God that was worshipped, okay? When you talk about the theological tradition which rejects the textual Yahweh, that is not where it started. The theological tradition that rejects the textual Yahweh is a result of the textual Yahweh falling flat on the sword or dying on the swords of logical entailment. The textual Yahweh fails on a number of fronts, number of just basic logical entailments, logical contradictions. So essentially, like the logical problem of evil, and so on and so forth. So that's just one of several. So you look at that and you'd be like, well, this thing what is said in the text, logically fails. So we have to adjust it, and we have to reject certain things about it, because if we accept them, then it means our God is logically inconsistent, logically fallacious, or logically contradictory. So you need to adjust it. If you want to hold on to it, it needs to be logically consistent with the universe that we observe, then you have to adjust it and drop certain attributes off, kind of like alter some of you. That's what I was talking about when that God mutates and adapts and evolves over time in order to survive the logical entailments of our understanding. So, so when it comes down to it, but the big thing about it, that's just talking about logical entailments, like why that God is logically contradictory, is because of things like the logical problem of evil. The big thing on it is this, is put rather simply, or not really simply, because follow me on this one. That the biblical Abrahamic God, that God in the Bible, okay, or you want to talk about the Bible or the Quran or the Torah, either one. Hey, DeFreak, good to see you. Is that, let's see, the notion that religion is excluded from cultural evolution seems odd to me. Yeah, that would be odd. Religion should not be excluded from cultural evolution. As cultures evolve, religions evolve, just as languages evolve. Systems of belief, systems of communication, systems of social interaction, all of these things, they evolve alongside each other. They're all a part of the society, and as the society evolves, they all evolve along with it. So, the God of the Bible, look at the text, that's what we've got. Okay? There's nothing else that speaks about it. You either got the Quran, you got the Bible, or you got the Torah. It doesn't matter what version of the Bible, doesn't matter what version of the Quran, doesn't matter where if you're reading the Septuagint, doesn't matter. What we can entail is one very simple thing, or what we can read is one very, very simple thing, is that the biblical Abrahamic God is defined as omniscient. It knows everything. That's it. We only need that one, okay? The omniscient God knows all things, so we can describe that as basically it possesses knowledge, or possesses all true propositions. So all true propositions are known to this God infallibly. Omniscience. That's it. All right? There's a problem with this. The universe that we exist in, the isolated system that we call the universe, we have what's called the second law of thermodynamics. The second law of thermodynamics is a physical law that we can test, and we can see that, and we can measure it. Okay? It's a physical law of the universe. That law is, there's a reason it's a law, it is consistent. So, the second law of thermodynamics is predicated on the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics. Okay? So, like the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, we cannot know the location and the velocity of a particle, of any particle, simultaneously. We cannot know this. Each one of those things, the position and the velocity of particles, they have position and velocity, and each one of those is a true proposition. But we can only know one of them. We can't know them both simultaneously, because the closer we get to one value, the further we get from the other value. Okay? The second law of thermodynamics is predicated on those uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics remaining true. If the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics are violated, this results in a direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics, resulting in a thermodynamic cycle of positive network gain, which is not what we observe in nature. In fact, if that were the case, that would be a fundamentally different universe than we currently observe. So, what we do is we test for the second law of thermodynamics. We find that the second law of thermodynamics is true. This entails that the uncertainty relations to quantum dynamics remain true. Now, what does an omniscient God have to do with this? Because in the isolated system that we call the universe, if an omniscient entity was within this system, just it knowing these two things, possessing the knowledge of both these things simultaneously, violates the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics and triggers a domino effect which leads to a fundamentally different universe that we observe. If this entity is outside, somehow outside, because basic physics teaches us that there is no outside the universe, that outside of space-time is not a thing, okay? It's not a thing that exists. So if this thing somehow was magically outside of our universe, it could not interact with our isolated system without violating those uncertainty relations. Which means, it does not mean that nothing exists in that category. What it means is that the Abrahamic biblical God cannot exist as understood from the Bible or the Quran or the Torah. What we do know is that, what we can say logically, what we can conclude from this is that is either deism, sufficiently powerful enough entity that kicked the football in the universe, left no evidence of its existence, and that's it. Distheism, a God that does possess this attribute and is deliberately obfuscating or hiding the evidence of its empirical effects. So there's empirical effects, it's violating the uncertainty relations, but it's using its power to obfuscate that and hide itself from us. This makes it a deceptive God. This falls into the distheism category. Deceptive or malevolent God. So you've either got deism, sufficiently powerful entity, distheism, deceptive God, deliberately hiding itself from us, or what I consider to be the intellectually honest one, based on the grounding of methodological naturalism, atheism. That this thing cannot exist, there is no evidence to support that it does exist, there's no evidence to support that anything of its category exists, and there's no logical argumentation to support it, therefore atheism. And we can reject deism, distheism on their unfalsifiable grounds. That's it. So, if you would like, there's no assumptions there. There's no assumption, and I just linked the article. I just linked the deal on it at the Arxiv. So there's no assumption there. There is no assumption that the second law of thermodynamics is not predicated upon the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics, because the observation of these things has an effect on them. The knowledge of knowing these things has an effect on them. Because to know them, we must observe them. Or essentially, to know them is to observe them, is to measure them. Okay? Having the knowledge of them, even preternaturally, has an effect on them. That's the whole point. By violating these things, by violating the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics, you violate the second law of thermodynamics. That can't happen. Done and done. Now, it doesn't necessarily say that no sufficiently powerful entity exists. Why I said the three logical conclusions that are consistent are deism, distheism, or atheism. Your program is designed to funnel ideas from people who you do not agree with and to simply talk. Well, I have to talk to disagree with them, but I also have to point out where they're wrong and where they're logically fallacious at. Because every single argument for a God, every single one that I have ever been presented, has been an argument from incredulity, an argument from ignorance, or an appeal to emotion. That's it. They're not assumptions I'm making, Joshua. They're not assumptions. These are known things. Okay? The second law of thermodynamics is a physical law that we can test, that we can measure. Okay? It's not an assumption. And there's no disagreement with that. If you disagree with that, you don't understand physics. That's it. Okay? There's no disagreeing with the second law of thermodynamics. There's no disagreeing with the fact that it's predicated upon the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics remaining the uncertainty relations. There is no question on this. It's just a matter of whether or not you understand the science or whether you understand the fields. Okay, which I linked the article for you, the paper that explains it all. Now, I don't know if you understand the calculus enough to break it down, but there you go. It's not an assumption. I'm not assuming anything. You tell me what I'm assuming. Tell me what I'm assuming, Joshua. Yes, I am reading what you're writing. I am reading what you're writing. I am not making any assumptions, and I'm not making it, I'm not making assumptions about anything. The assumption made were not regarding. I wasn't making any assumptions. I'm not making any assumptions. And there's not a ton of assumptions there. Thermodynamics, John Rapp. That's true. The entire argument is predicated on the notion that originality is the supreme mode of understanding, and then additionally that Yahweh was originally all-knowing. Supremacy of originality in Scripture? No, I'm simply going... Okay, no. Ooh, whoa, wait. What I'm predicating this off of is this. If the God exists... Because remember, the conclusion is not that no gods exist, that nothing exists. It could be deism, it could be distheism, it could be... And it's most likely atheism, because that's what's intellectually honest. What I was saying is this. If you look at the Bible... And if the God exists, and the Bible is the breathed word of God, then any attributes that we ascertain about God from the Bible are ostensibly God describing himself to us. Okay? So, God is there. God divinely inspires the Bible. We acknowledge from the divine inspiration that God is omniscient. That's essentially God telling humans that it is omniscient. Then we look at the logical entailments of that omniscience. Okay? Gods die on the swords of logical entailment. No, I haven't actually done that. And I thought that my bad for thinking that was understood, because I said the biblically understood Abrahamic God. So I apologize if I didn't clarify enough. But the biblically understood Abrahamic God, that cannot exist. And I'm not excluding a large portion of Christians, because the vast majority of Christians today don't believe in that because of the logical problems. Not the scientific problems, the logical problems. Which is why they reject the textual version of God, and they've adjusted it and manipulated it to fit around the swords of logical entailments. That's it. That's why I'm only going by what the text says. That is what you're citing is another problem, Joshua. What you're citing is the problem of hermeneutics. Okay? And the existence of hermeneutics disproves an omniscient entity. Okay? That's another logical problem. The fact that hermeneutics exists, the ability to interpret the Bible in a variety of different ways, or the Quran in a variety of different ways, or the Torah. The fact that you can interpret these things differently, which is why we have denominations, is problematic in and of itself. Because God, omnisciently, infallibly, would have known that this would have been a problem and would have been able to communicate itself to humans so that denominations would never exist. It would have been able to communicate itself in such a way that we would know, bam, this is the truth, no denominations necessary. And it wouldn't have required things like the Crusades or Islamic jihadism or fatwas or killing anybody or killing apostates in order to keep one version of the text. Violence wouldn't be necessary, slavery wouldn't be necessary, genocide wouldn't be necessary, none of this, bam, one book, done. But the omniscient God didn't do that. Okay, so why wouldn't an omniscient entity, infallibly knowing the true proposition that this would be a problem in the future, not avoid that problem by communicating appropriately in the past? That's problematic. That's another logical entailment of omniscience that results in a logical contradiction. Unless the God is fucking with us, dystheism, couldn't communicate properly in the first place, deism, or we made it all up, atheism. Those are your three logical endings, logical conclusions. Yes, Odin all farther. Yeah, this seems overly convoluted. The omni-quad God, yes, is a contradiction. It's a logical contradiction on its face. We can point out the logical contradictions all day long. So it's logically contradictory. Logical contradictions can't exist. See, it's very simple syllogism there. Premise one, the Abrahamic God is defined as omniscient, and it was defined as omniscient and omnipotent. Premise 2, omniscience and omnipotent create logical contradictions. Premise 3, logical contradictions cannot exist. Premise 4, the Abrahamic God does not exist. Or conclusion, the Abrahamic God does not exist. So, yeah, it's a simple syllogism in the logical contradictions. Logically contradictory and empirically impossible are two different things. And the important part is that, yeah, we can demonstrate it. We can say it's logically, the way it's defined is logically contradictory, but what this results in is a manipulation or an evolution of the God in order to fit around those logical entailments, those logical contradictions, to kind of like weasel its way around it. That's why you simply go, how is it even possible for this thing to exist as defined? And if you say, well, then God is not omniscient, then it's not the Abrahamic God. You've then changed it. It is now deism with a Yahweh label slapped on it, so that Christians can maintain their cultural identity or their persecution complex because it makes it feel fucking special. I don't know. Joshua. Omniscience is not a requirement for Christians now. It's not, because that is an adaptation of Christianity. Christianity rejects it because of the logical entailments. It's not a requirement now. No, the text does imply omniscience. It absolutely does. And I'm not simply asserting that. I can give you the scripture. A 138 Bible verses about God's omniscience. Which one would you like? Okay? 138 verses. This has been broken down. This is very, very simple to follow. Okay? Let me see. Matthew 11:27, John 10:15, 1 Corinthians 2:10 through 11, Isaiah 40:13 through 14, Job 21:22, Romans 11:33, 1 Corinthians 2:16. It goes on. I said there's over 100 verses, okay, in the text that directly either imply or directly state that God is all-knowing. And how do we interpret all-knowing? The best way to interpret that is infallibly knowing all true propositions. That's it. Okay? Very simple. And the problem is that if you pick one of these, Joshua, and you tell me, and I'm just going to head you off at the pass, if you tell me that I got the context wrong, I'm not looking for any specific context, I'm just going off the text, because I'm assuming that God inspired all of this. It's an internal critique. I'm saying, okay, if God exists, no, the reading is not wrong. His Father knows me, and I know the Father, lay my life down for the sheep. Let me see. For to us God revealed through the Spirit, for the Spirit searches all things, even the depths of God. For who among men knows the thoughts of a man except the spirit of the man which is in him? Even so the thoughts of God no one knows except the Spirit of God. Can anyone teach God knowledge in that he judges those on high? So that's just God super powerful. God knows everything. Oh, the depths of the riches, both of the wisdom and knowledge of God. How unsearchable are his judgments and unfathomable his ways. For who has known the mind of the Lord, or who became his counselor? There's no one above. God knows everything. For who has known the mind of the Lord that he will instruct him, but we have the mind of Christ. But the very hairs of your head are all numbered. Indeed, the very hairs of your head are numbered. Do not fear, you are more valuable than many sparrows. He counts the number of stars. He gives names to all of them. Okay, that's literally, if you want to talk Psalm 147:4, he counts the number of the stars. He gives names to all of them. What that implies that the stars, at that time that was written, were thought to be infinite. Which it says all. Okay? Ugh. What you are asserting is a modern adaptation of God, Joshua. That is not an original interpretation of God. I'm going off the text. If you have a problem with the text, get a new Bible. But your biblically understood Abrahamic God cannot exist. What you worship is deism with a Yahweh label slapped on it. So you can maintain some sort of cultural identity, I don't know. Okay? But what you worship is deism. And that's it. And this is understood. Their biblical scholars will back this up. Okay? I'm not reading into the text. I'm simply reading the text. You are reading into the text. Trying to define something to get around the logical entailments of it. Thank you, I Heart Dogs. Why does every Christian I know believe in omniscience? Virtually every single one I've spoken... I think... No, Joshua Burton, do not lie. You were not an atheist for 15 years because that would have entailed that you found that you were given evidence that the God exists, and that evidence you could then share with us. Otherwise, it's just an appeal to emotion, and that doesn't make any sense because an atheist would not be swayed by an appeal to emotion. They would recognize that that is a fallacious line of reasoning. Okay? You have always been a believer. You just became a devout believer or you espoused it. Because now, but no, this whole thing like, I used to be an atheist. No, you did not. There is no like, I'm an atheist and then I go back. Okay? Okay, then, yeah, please, Joshua, what changed your mind? Please demonstrate the evidence that your God exists without begging the question, an argument from incredulity, an argument from ignorance, or an appeal to emotion. Yeah, thank you, Tom Robertson. Very excellent point. Rejecting God is not disbelieving in God. Says, I'm a bit confused here. So what if the evidence is only firsthand and personal? Anecdote is not evidence, and the plural of anecdote is not evidence. Okay? Just because you feel something to be true doesn't mean that it is extant to reality. So you have no justification. All right? Now, you could be convinced for bad reasons. But if you were convinced for a bad reason, that means that you initially held the possibility that it could be true, which means you weren't an atheist. We are, Jay. We are absolutely dealing with a stubborn one again, who claims that he was an atheist and then was convinced that a God exists. But I'm explaining how he was not an atheist because to be convinced that an atheist through a logically fallacious reason would mean that you would entail that you held that it could possibly be true. Which means that you were literally agnostic to the deal. You were an agnostic theist. I'm open to the possibility, it could potentially exist. I'm telling you flat out it does not. So strong atheism, if you want to call it that. I didn't say you were, Joshua. I asked you for your evidence. That is a deflection that you are deflecting here. I asked you for your evidence. What convinced you? What evidence did you have? Like I said, demonstrate the truth of your God without begging the question, making an argument from incredulity, an argument from ignorance, or an appeal to emotion. If you cannot do this, then your justification is irrational and fallacious. No, because I've literally debunked the Abrahamic God. The Christian God does not exist. If you want to, deism and distheism are unfalsifiable hypotheses. They cannot be proven nor disproven. Now, you can hold on to those if you want. There's no logical contradiction in holding on to those. It's just irrational. The most intellectually honest position is atheism, because it follows the evidence of what the evidence supports and the argumentation supports. Okay? Which is why 3 conclusions, and because I'm having to repeat myself, means that you weren't listening to what I was saying. Deism, distheism, atheism. These are the 3. I choose atheism. I am an atheist because I'm a methodological naturalist. I reject unfalsifiable hypotheses as explanations for anything, and I fall back on the evidence and what can be demonstrated to be true and that which comports with reality as per my philosophy of truth. Yes, you're making a claim about reality. If you're saying that there's one thing that is necessary for all other things to exist, then that claim carries a lot of weight. And that which can be asserted without evidence can be rejected without evidence. Frayed edges. That big guy with the white beard smelled great. Class act all the way. It's not a personal rejection. I proved it doesn't exist. It cannot exist. That's it. The Abrahamic Christian God has been relegated to mythology. We have stuck it on the shelf with Zeus, Jupiter, Odin, Vishnu, Brahma, all of them. The grand architect, the great spirit, the juju in the sky. There you go. And what does that even mean? It's perfectly appropriate in your condition. Like, what does that even entail? Like, yes, Tom Robertson, thank you. It cannot exist as presented. Joshua Bird says, if you did prove it, wouldn't I agree? Especially considering that you require that I prove it to others to justify my own belief. No, because you didn't agree, because you changed the definition of God. When I said, you're making the mistake of going to jail. Yes, exactly. When I said that the biblically understood Abrahamic God is understood to possess the attribute of omniscience, omniscience cannot comport with this reality because it directly violates the fundamental laws of this reality. The omniscient entity cannot exist. It can't. Okay? Because it would violate the fundamental empirical laws of our reality. So therefore, that biblically understood Abrahamic God cannot exist. Now, if you want to say that God then doesn't possess the attribute of omniscience, that's not the biblical Abrahamic God. That is just deism, and you're slapping the Yahweh label on it so you can continue calling yourself a Christian because of some cultural demand. Or something because you want to justify your Christian persecution complex. Or you want to feel fucking special. I don't know. Oh, sure, Jay. Let me see. Am I friends with you on Discord? I don't know if I'm friends with you on Discord. Friends with several Jays. What's your name on Discord, Jay? See here. Where you at? Where you at? Oh, Blowfield 20K. Okay, cool. Oh, I don't think I'm... I don't think I'm friends with you. One sec. No. 2 seconds. Trying to figure stuff out here. I'm not finding you on Discord, dude. Surf, I'm trying to get in touch with Jay Patrick. Jay Patrick. Hang on a sec. Jay Patrick. Jay Patrick. Jay, I need to know where I can send this invite. Because I don't know I don't know if we're in the same servers, or I don't know where to find you on Discord. Text chat can, you are correct, Joshua. Text chat can be somewhat limiting, but we do. Or I do kind of advertise Discord discussions here. Just like to continue speaking about these things after the stage, because sometimes people don't get an opportunity to come on. Colin says, then why are you? But the premise is that jail is brought to you. Just walk. Something expected. Yeah, that's true. Should be preaching shivering, because to preach, basically preach from the Bible or to quote from the Bible in order to. Mankind's original reason for measuring time, the same reason for having a god, his mortality. I would agree. So Jay, I don't know if Jay is still around. I haven't seen him type. For a second, I don't know where to send this. To send this link. Okay, so Jay, I don't know where to send this invite. I don't know. Hang on a sec. Let me go here. Let me see. There we go. Okay, there we go. We got it. I got it, Jay. I got it. Oh, that took a hot second. Yeah, Jay has a wrench now, and I just sent him an email. Sharing links to poor channels. So it's you, Jay! It's you! Gregory Nitsky, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Since Christian who claims he was an atheist is likely just padding testimony or outright lying. Exactly. That's why it's problematic. Me saying that hell doesn't exist because it violates the first law of thermodynamics, because such a place as described would. Pato says I was saying that dimensions still exist within the universe, still subject to the laws of physics, because he doesn't understand what dimensions are. When he says dimensions, like an alternate dimension, he doesn't understand dimensions mathematically, so he's just like he's conflating like alternate dimensions with alternate universes. And he was saying saying that hell violates the first law of thermodynamics, and he says it's like you're a blind man saying color doesn't exist because it violates the first law of blindness. It's beyond dumb. Ugh. There's Mr. J. Mr. J?
Hello. Is it working? Is it? Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we gotcha.
Okay, cool. Like if I connected it, if I'm on Google, I'm using Google Chrome, and I got something playing, and I connect my headset, turn it on, and it connects. It won't switch over. It stay default to the computer. I can't figure out what's going on with that.
Oh, there's a little bit of up and down.
What's that?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I think you're coming in good now.
Okay.
Yeah, you're sounding good.
Yeah, the reason I wanted to come in was that was it Josh? Is that his name in the?
Joshua Burton. Yeah.
Yeah, Joshua Burton. When I asked him about the claim about the God being necessary for all things, he said he doesn't believe that.
That God is not necessary?
That God's not necessary for all things, because normally Christian theists kind of hold to the idea that God is that which everything is ontologically dependent upon, right? If God didn't exist, nothing would exist, right? You'd be absolutely zilcho, nada, right? Well, maybe there would still be God, but there wouldn't be anything, right? So everything is dependent on whether or not God creates it. But he said something about, he wrote and said that's not what he believes. So I find it interesting to, like, if you wanted to have a conversation with him, to like hash out what his concept of God is.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Joshua Bird, what is your concept of God? Like, because obviously it's not the biblically understood Abrahamic God. So, I like, what is your, like, what kind of what God do you hold to? Let's say what version of deism do you hold to?
Yeah, because I think that would be more, because I just assumed, based on, it seemed like he was talking as a Christian theist, and most Christian theists have that understanding that, you know, God is that one sole thing that's responsible for everything. And so it's like,
That kind
okay.
of like ontological grounding for all things.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's, if you go all the way back, God is that which defeats the infinite regress kind of thing, you know? And it's just weird if somebody goes, well, the God exists, but he's not necessarily dependent on, you know, or not everything is dependent on him, then you kind of go, okay. Because I think he even wrote, well, no, that was DeFreak. DeFreak wrote earlier, said something about God is not logical, which, man, I would like to see him use that on, he hangs out in Praise's channel. Praise thinks that the laws of logic are indicative of God. So God has to comport himself to the laws of logic. I'm like, well, then that means the laws of logic aren't indicative of him, not if he has to comport to them. That would mean they're absolute in some sense.
Right.
It becomes
that's what Xerxes brings up. What Xerxes often brings up is like, does God adhere to the laws of logic, or does God instantiate the laws of logic from outside of them? Are the laws of logic what they are because God says that's what they are, or does God? Is God logical in itself? Is God a logical being? So if God is a logical being, then that means the laws of logic transcend God. God has no choice but to be a logical being. But if God is outside the laws of logic, then the laws of logic don't apply to God. God simply instantiates them for everything else to apply to. And if God is outside of it, then that means that God can both, violate the classic laws of logic. God can exist and not exist simultaneously. It's a contradiction. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, because they kind of want it in some place. Sometimes I see it two different. I see it. They try to play it both ways. They try to say logic is mind independent. It's like they're implying that mind should, or that logic should be mind independent, but then saying everything is necessary is from the mind of God, or of the mind of God. So it's like, well, then that would mean that logic is not mind independent. It can't be absolute. It's subjective. So that becomes problematic, right? Just like we can think logically, and sometimes we don't have to use logic. We can be very irrational human beings, but you can look at the laws of logic in like a normative sense, like, hey, these are kind of ways that you might want to think about things, you know, not think that there's actually such thing as married bachelors, you know, that kind of shit. But we can still comprehend those things. We can still try to conceptualize those kind of insanities. But to say that God must comport himself to the laws of logic, well, that's, in my opinion, if we're not restricted to the laws of logic, only in the sense that we want to be able to do better reasoning, then I would say that it would be unfair to say that your deity is restricted to the laws of logic as well. Or that because he's logical, he must only comport himself as logical. Because the image bearers of Christ, the image bearers of God, are not, the quote unquote image bearers of God are not always logical.
Correct.
So, yeah.
You know what I got from all that?
Yeah, it's a lot of mental gymnastics. Yeah,
it's a friggin' floor routine, man.
Yeah, I've actually seen young kids. It's limited experience. Give justifications. My little sister, she had a make-believe friend, for example, and I've actually seen her come up with probably better justifications for why her make-believe friend existed than some Christians have for the God of the Bible. It's kind of sad.
Nice.
Because well, she just basically did the divine hiddenness thing, right?
Okay.
Oh, well, where is he at? Oh, he's hiding. You can't see him because he's hiding. And we should be able to hear him breathe, right? Or say something. He can't stay quiet forever. No, he's very, very quiet. He can be very, very quiet. Oh, okay.
Ooh. Let's see. Josh Burton says, I think you'd be surprised how many Christians care deeply about what the Bible is. Well, I mean, they often do, but like I said before, Joshua, the existence of hermeneutics is deeply problematic, because if the if the Bible is divinely inspired and it comes from an omniscient being that is ostensibly perfect by definition, that God is like morally perfect, or however you like, perfect in all things, then the question is, how does a perfect being inspire something imperfectly? Because that would be a violation of its nature. Everything that a perfect being does is perfect.
it's also interesting because it's inspiring. This kind of goes to like, I just kind of got reminded of Leo Filius's. I don't know if you're familiar with Leo Filius's.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
it's not
I
his,
know Leo.
but the argument that argument from failure, right? That they've thrown out there. It's not strictly Leo's. Other people have used it as well, but Leo has his own kind of rendition of it. But that kind of reminds me of that. Whereas if God is inspiring something, right? God is infallible, and yet God inspires, right? He inspires people to, certain individuals to convey his message, to speak his word. And if there's problems with it, then it shows that God is fallible. Right. So that violates, and then they go, well, who are you to say that God was necessarily failing? And you go, well, that language is really vague, right? So so God would know that. God would understand that, yeah, people are going to have a problem with this language when it's translated from fucking ancient Hebrew to some form of English, right?
So, like for example, okay, first and foremost, Gregory Nitsky says, Bridge the Divide, please tell Josh what we call a Christian that has read the Bible. We call him an atheist. That's what we call him. So, but where was I going with that? Yeah, so, like, for example, like, Josh, you'd have to contend with you'd have to contend with the fact, like, the original Hebrew text being converted into Old Latin, and then being converted into Latin, which is what Jerome did, which is what Jerome did. Jerome translated the Hebrew text of the Old Testament it was translated into Old Latin, and then he was conscripted by Pope, I can't remember his name, or he was commissioned by the Pope to translate the Hebrew text of the Old Testament into Latin, because Old Latin was falling out of favor. So he was going to translate that. Then he took it the New Testament. So let me get my facts straight here. Jerome was commissioned by the Pope to translate the New Testament from the Hebrew into, or to translate the New Testament into Latin. Jerome chose to use the Hebrew text and not the Greek text, which is the Septuagint.
Yep.
And there is a divergence in that, because Augustine directly disagreed with him, because Augustine believed that the Septuagint was divinely inspired.
Yeah, you're reminding me. You're reminding me now. I was like trying to piece this together myself. I was like, I think JL might be off there a couple bits.
Yeah, I was off. Then, under his own kind of initiative, he then approached the Old Testament and translated that directly from the Hebrew text directly into Latin. So he translated the New Testament from Old Latin into Latin. He translated the Old Testament from Hebrew into Latin, and he ignored the Greek because he felt that there were too many Hellenistic elements in it, and they were heretical. So he went straight to the Hebrew. But Augustine of Hippo was like, no, the Septuagint is divinely inspired, blah, blah, blah. So you have these problems in this. And then you have grammatical overlaps, which lead to grammatical solecisms, which are problematic as well because of the complexities of the languages. So Jay says, what is it that you are suggesting I have to do about this information? Is that
you can wipe it up, you can wipe your ass with it, you can do whatever you want with it. I mean, just because, right? It's just like for an atheist to say, well, you really care about these scriptures. Yeah, that's a very interesting. Well, yeah, I care about the Bible in the sense of not only the influence that it had on me when I was growing up, because I grew up in this faith. A lot of people did. Now people are leaving it. There's a lot of political ideas and political ideologies in this country that govern some of the decisions we make as a society based on these particular religious ideals, right? But if I were to just look at this text and I go, man, this is almost like a really kind of ancient version of a comic book, right? And just like in a comic book, I could just wad it up, and if I wanted some interesting possible streak marks in my underwear later, just wipe my butt with colored pages. It doesn't matter, right? But the information is out there. People have made these claims, and you assess that information, those propositions as they come, and whether or not those propositions, the truth that's being conveyed in those propositions, comports to the states of affairs that we all seem to share in. There, done.
He says, what do I have to do because the Bible is translated and has a ton of room for the inclusion of contemporary theology? That doesn't seem to preclude my understanding of it. Okay, so what we're talking about here is that the book in and of itself is very, very vague. Okay? You have to take it from an anecdotal perspective and a historical perspective. Okay? Because there are historical events that are depicted in the Bible, and there are anecdotal events that are depicted in the Bible. Sometimes there's even stories about people having dreams and shit like that. So you have anecdote and you have history. So then we look at these two things. We look at the anecdotes. These are literally just anecdotes. The plural of anecdote is not evidence. These are just stories. So they have no more credibility because the author's no longer around. We can't talk to them. We can't interview them. There's nothing to say that any of these occurred as depicted. The translation problems aside, they're just anecdotes. Derive from them what you would derive from Aesop's fables. Okay? That's pretty much all it is. Parables that you could draw glean from some wisdom from.
Yeah, because you can weigh the claims of the. Now remember that the Bible, in and of itself, doesn't. I mean, it does make the claim that the God exists because of the narratives they're in. But when you start from the beginning of the Bible, at least with the 66 books one, right? Because obviously the Catholics don't have that. Their Bible's not restricted to 66 books, and there's many other Bibles that aren't restricted to just the 66. But you start from Genesis, and it pretty much treats the God of Yahweh as a foregone conclusion from the very get-go, right? And then it's all the narratives that are supposed to that basically lead people to believe that from this historical, quote-unquote, historical narrative, one can therefore determine or therefore gain the knowledge of the one true God because of what happened with, what happened in Genesis, and then how people came, all these things with the Noahic flood, and then when it gets into Abraham and the Israelites leaving Egypt and all this other stuff, right? And there's all these stories about how they talked to God and how God led them through the wilderness and all this other stuff. Right? They're not demonstrating the evidence of the God. They took the God as a foregone conclusion when writing those narratives.
Right. Okay, so this would come along with it. So pointing out all of these problems and inconsistencies, and I see that people in the chat, Tom Robertson's bringing up Noah's flood was essentially the Sumerian epic taken from the Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh. That Jesus has a lot of allegorical connection or allegorical similarities with the Egyptian god of Horus. Not to mention the fact that the Jesus narrative follows the hero cycle, which was a common literary trope that has been prevalent throughout since humans have been telling stories. Is the hero cycle? So read, the God of the hero of 1,000 faces. So here's the problem, Joshua. Here's the thing that you need to ask yourself: why the Bible and not any other ancient religious text?
Yeah, I was going to bring that up as well. Yep.
Why the Bible? What makes the Bible the standout? What makes the Bible the thing to follow? Okay, because I own copies of all of them. Okay, there's a lot of really beautiful shit in the Bhagavad Gita. There's a lot of really, really wise stuff in the Tao. Okay, even the Egyptian coffin text have some really good stuff in it. They're all just ancient texts. They're all just ancient holy texts. That's all they are. What makes the Bible the big gotcha about reality?
There is something, though, I do think that you should put up there, JL, just suggesting, but Odin Allfather put in Ra was hot. That deserves a little...
Ra was hot.
Ra was hot.
Ra was hot. Someone said, John Rapp said, the Egyptian gods were better dressed, and they walked better.
Mm-hmm. Which by the walk like the Egyptian, man. That goes to a deep cut right there. Woo. Woo.
Let me see. Ida Pimp to Ho. Good to see you, member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much. As the Bible was a way to control the mass at the time, it was nitpicked and put together by very fallible humans. And one thing that's important to remember is that obviously you had all the problems between the Catholics and the Protestants. The big schism that took place, and then the assassination attempt on King James because he wanted an English translation. The whole Guy Fawkes scenario, and then of course the Catholics trying to wrest control of the Church of England because they from the Protestants. And all kinds of...
Okay. before you get on to the next one, he wrote, Joshua, this is from Joshua Burton.
Okay.
Bridge the Divide. The Bible is most culturally available to me, and it matches my theology best. What is his fundamental theology that he has matched with the Bible? Just
Joshua, I know you can hear Jay, so feel free to type your answer in there. It says, but he follows up. But by no means in the Bible, no means is the Bible the universal preeminent theological text.
What is the universal preeminent theological text?
I'm curious myself. Blofeld brings up the Bhagavad Gita, so it gets much closer to the actual age of the universe, which it did. Surprisingly close, like creepily close.
And don't let me keep you, JL. I just figured I'd come in here because I wanted to clarify that one thing that Burton, that Joshua was talking about, and he was being hit. You were asking him questions, and then he was being hit by questions by me and 6 other people at the same time. I'm like, yeah, this is going to get into a mess. This is going to get messy real quick.
Joshua says there isn't one.
There is
no universal preeminent theological text. There isn't one.
There is no universal preeminent theological text. So, let me ask the question this way. You said the Bible best matches your theology. So what is your fundamental theology, and where did you get that from before you matched it to the Bible?
Before he answers that, I'm going to guess it seems like there's a bit of a geographical bias in there.
Maybe he's across the pond or something, or what?
No, I think just because he's here in America, so he'd be more inclined to be Christian just because of where he was raised. Most likely is. He was saying is most culturally available to.
Yeah, so I get what you're saying.
Yeah. There may be. He says philosophical inquiry.
Okay, you might want to look up the definition of theology. Because I'm just wondering how you developed a theology. What theology is a study of God or gods. What was your theology that you seem to have developed by the way that you stated that? You seem to be implying that you had your own theology that you have now matched with the Bible. Maybe that was a little confusing. That's why I asked the question.
John Rapp says, can you imagine how much more religious America would be if the Southern Cross were in your sky? We'd never live it down.
That's why we got the Big Dipper.
There's a cross in the sky. Checkmate, atheists. If God no exist, why cross in sky?
Oh yeah? Look at Draco up there. Tell me if that thing. Look at Draco. Oh, it's not available over here. Well, then I'll show you. Let's fly across to my side of the world. Then we can. I don't know if I can't remember if Draco is ever available in the southern hemisphere or not.
To the northern hemisphere.
Well, I know it's visible in the northern hemisphere because I've seen it. I don't know if it's available in the southern. I've never been in the southern hemisphere, so. I'm a libertarian theologian general. I don't know what that means, Joshua.
Draco never sets below the horizon, is always visible in the north, but cannot be seen in the south.
Okay.
It is circumpolar.
Sweet. So, see, like the Southern Cross, if I start saying, oh, well, see, crosses exist, and I say, well, dragons exist, and you go, no, dragons are make-believe, and then I go, okay, let's go to the north here, and I'll show you the constellation that has a dragon in it. And
if no dragons, why Dragon Star?
Yeah. Yeah.
Checkmate, a dragon.
Yeah. Well, my God can still exist. Cool. But you just said your God couldn't make dragons. No, I didn't. You implied it.
Oh, let me see here. Joshua Burton says, my theology rests on the expansion of the epistemic justification to include the narrative and spiritual realm.
Okay, where did you get the concept of a spiritual realm from?
I'm going to guess his parents. Hey,
Yeah.
Donnie does that. Good to see you.
I still think it would be better. I mean, if that's probably someone that you would probably want to shoot an invite out to have a one-to-one with if you wanted to. I don't know how often
Joshua
you
Burton?
do. Yeah.
Joshua Burton. Something to consider. My email address. bridgethedivide2022 at gmail.com. My email address for the channel is in the description or in the about section of my channel. So feel free, you can email me if you'd like to come on my channel sometime and have a talk. And we can actually discuss this one-on-one. We could do that. I could totally set that up. And Aaron, yes. That's weird. Aaron, yes. Yes, I can see your messages.
Wait, he said liberate. Oh, yeah, I saw liberation. He said liberation, not libertarian. Liberation?
Liberation, not libertarian.
Yeah, liberation. Yeah, then I still definitely don't know what a liberation theologian is. I have no idea.
Yeah, don't know. Aaron, yes. I can see your messages. You can present your argument at any time. You can email it to me. You can message me on Discord. You can type it in the live chat. Whatever you want to do. So Josh I think he's going to email me. We may be able to set something up. So Jay, let me run it by you. You were in the chat. I don't know. You heard the evidence I presented that the biblical Abrahamic God does not exist.
I don't think I was here for that yet.
Okay. So in essence, you pretty much start with the biblically understood Abrahamic God, and that it is understood as omniscient, or what they call omniscient, or say all-knowing. And that... Do what?
Yep, I just said uh-huh.
Okay. And so we can interpret that as like knowing all true propositions simultaneously and infallibly. So it just... No, omniscient. Okay. So just for to break that down a little bit. Now... We can empirically test the second law of thermodynamics. Second law of thermodynamics is a physical law of our reality, of our universe, of the isolated system we call the universe. Second law of thermodynamics, physical law that we can test and we can measure, and we know that it is consistent because we consistently test it, and we predict the results and we know what they are. And the second law of thermodynamics is predicated on the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics. Now, the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics are that, in essence, in a nutshell, we cannot know the position and velocity of a particle simultaneously.
Okay.
That the closer we get to one value, the further we get from the other value.
Okay.
But both of them, but the particle does have values. It has a value for its velocity and a value for its position. It has both. But we can't know them both. That is essentially the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. So the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics, we can see that a violation of these, because making an observation of the particle in fact changes it, which is why we can't know either one. We go to measure the velocity, we can't know the position, so on and so forth, because observing them changes them. Because of that, we know that violating because there was a couple of physicists, and the two physicists, to name them, because I have it pulled up. Dang it, did I close it? Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I'm not all up on the quantum science. Whenever I've gotten into conversations with theists when it comes to quantum mechanics, I kind of go, "Are you sure you're really abreast of this to be having this conversation?" Because I'm not.
Esther Hanji and Stephanie Wenner asked the question. The question that they asked was, why are the uncertainty relations the way they are? That was the question they asked. Like, why did they take this form? Why can't they take another form? And what they found was that the uncertainty relations have to be that way because of essentially, they have to be that way for the second law of thermodynamics to be true. That the two of them are interlocked. And that if you were to violate the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics, then you would directly violate the second law of thermodynamics, resulting in a thermodynamic cycle of positive network gain.
Okay.
Which is something that we do not observe in nature, that we cannot, because ostensibly, given the age of the universe, would be a fundamentally different universe than we currently observe. So all we have to do is test for the second law of thermodynamics. We see that the second law of thermodynamics holds true, because it's a law. And then that verifies that the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics remain true. And that's all we need to know about that. Now, an omniscient entity, by virtue of that knowledge, and how knowledge works through observation, knowing these things, as far as like the knowledge of this, would violate the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics. The omniscient entity possessing the attribute of omniscience within the isolated system that we call the universe would by nature violate the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics, therefore resulting in this. So we know...
I can defeat this, but go ahead.
Oh, well, so we know that
it's a stupid defeater, though.
The omniscient entity cannot exist in this universe. Now, does this say that nothing exists? Absolutely not. This simply says that the omniscient entity cannot exist in this universe without violating it by its nature. So, say it exists somehow outside the universe. We know by physics that outside space-time, this spaceless time, this is not a thing that can exist. But say magically somehow it does. It would not be able to interact with our universe. It couldn't come into, because that also would violate. Energy coming into work coming into the universe violates that as well.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it can't be outside by virtue of magic or physics and interact with us, and it can't be inside without violating the uncertainty relations and therefore the second law of thermodynamics. So what we can logically conclude from this, is that if such an entity exists, then it falls into the realm of deism, sufficiently powerful entity that kicked the football on the universe, and then pissed off no evidence of its existence. Dystheism, this entity does exist, and is deliberately using its power to obfuscate its empirical effects. So it's there, but it's powerful to be like, oh, nope, I'm going to change it so it looks this way, so you can't detect me.
Okay.
Okay. So dystheism, deceptive God, or intellectually honestly, concluding atheism, because no evidence supports the other ones. The other two are unfalsifiable. So intellectual honesty leads us to atheism.
Okay. So
your three conclusions.
Okay. Yep. Here's my dumb defeater from possibility. The first theist that I know. Everything that you're talking about is happening in the mind of God. So those are all properties of God. And God can be uncertain if he wants to. And all what we're witnessing there is God's uncertainty. With the Heisenberg uncertainty.
But would that logically entail that God is not perfect because an uncertain being would not be perfect?
But when he acts, every time he acts, it is with certainty. Even though he has an uncertainty for his nature, once he acts on that uncertainty, or determines a certainty from uncertainty, then it is certain.
Okay. But that would imply that God is not omniscient though, because an omniscient entity wouldn't be uncertain in any
No,
stretch
it implies something much greater.
Oh, okay.
God is fucking with us. God is fucking with us.
As far as the isolated system of the universe goes, God has all that, but outside of that, where God physically is, or God is,
well, there's nothing outside. Well, no. In this particular theological concept or a theistic concept, everything exists in the mind of God. There is no true outside reality. There's no reality of God in its own space. Everything that is space and time is in God's mind. It is God's mind.
Okay, gotcha.
See what I mean? That's from Praise I Am. That used to be his position. But you know what happens with that? Evil becomes kind of a hard thing to reconcile.
Yeah, it would. Okay, so Odin Allfather says, I don't think we need to go into nuclear thermodynamics to disprove gods and magic. And you are correct. Like I've said before, gods die on the swords of logical entailments. Okay? And from the biblical Abrahamic God, you can disprove this thing logically, or you can disprove this thing empirically, is my position. You can disprove it empirically or disprove it logically. The logical problem of evil is one of the biggest hits to the Abrahamic biblical God. This is why I'm pretty much of the assertion now that I've wrapped my mind around this concept in quantum mechanics and the second law of thermodynamics and physics. Now that I understand it and I grasp it, I'm very much of the mind that, and now I understand the biblical historicity and the evolution of religions, and how he kind of like there's kind of like a track of the evolutions of gods as we have progressed in understanding of reality. Christians today, modern Christians, are just deists. They're just deists with a Yahweh label slapped on the side of it so that they can justify the maintaining of their persecution complex or their cultural identity or whatever. So they can say that we're not Jews. I don't know, but I'm just, that's pretty much my...
Be careful of that one. Because there's some interesting theories out there that Jews weren't Jews. Like when you read the Old Testament, when they refer to the Hebrews, those weren't Jews. Have you ever heard that one?
That's a first for me.
It's what they call the Hebrew thing. So basically, the way it works is when Israel was coming out of Egypt, right?
Okay.
There were other slaves that attached themselves to that party on their way out, and those individuals were called Hebrew. They're referred to in the Old Testament as Hebrews. So they were the Iberu or the Hebrew, right? So what they're essentially trying to say is there are these things being passed down from God to Moses that involve individuals that are not of the line or not of Abraham. That's the problem with that, because the context doesn't read that way. The Hebrews are being referred to as Hebrew is just another term for an Israelite, right, or a Jew. Right? They're trying to some theists make the argument that Hebrew, so when it gets into Hebrew slavery, that doesn't entail the Israelites having slaves. That involves these Hebrew people having slaves.
Wow.
Yeah. Dr. Josh covered that he covers a little bit of that in his slavery book. That's
Damn,
how
they really don't like the slavery problem, do they?
Oh, well, what are you familiar with one-way apologetics or one way?
I've heard of it, not terribly familiar though.
One Way is a YouTube user. He knows Matt Yester and Jay Robin and all those guys. He's he's a Calvinist, right? He basically got so far into trying to solve the problem of slavery in the Old Testament by basically declaring that the prescriptive sense of the narrative, let's say, right, of the way that the Old Testament, because some biblical scholars don't hold that the Old Testament is normative legislation, right? It's a narrative that describes the development of a law code amongst the society, right? Okay. But obviously, if you hold that this is actually inspired word of God, right? These are actually things that God was saying to his prophets to tell the people to do, then yeah, in that sense, they are prescriptive. But anyway, they try to One Way found a way to deal with the laws concerning slavery by saying none of those actually pertain to them. Nothing that you read in Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, any of those kind of legal prescriptives, right? Like you are the apodictic and the casuistic ones. None of those applied. The only ones that actually really apply are the Ten Commandments. That's it. So you don't really have to worry about the slavery thing.
Then why would they be included?
I don't know. I haven't gotten into the conversation. He has tried to explain that to people. He tried to get praise in on it. And I thought it was because they attached this to this idea, right? But because Raymond Westbrook was one of the theologians, or biblical scholars that kind of he held to the idea that the Old Testament laws were not normative legislation, right? And the reason he said that was because what you're reading there isn't actually normative legislation in any right? They didn't cite Exodus 22, right? They didn't use that as legislative law. But it is a narrative of the law codes that these people were developing as a society, right? So if as a Christian theist, if you hold that these are truly inspired, right, and this was written, right, all these narratives are true, and God is telling Moses or telling some other prophet, tell the people to do this, tell the people they should not be doing that, then as a believer in that, then yes, these are normative. These are obviously prescriptive, right? So, they're normative and prescriptive, right? Prescriptive was more along the lines, if you do this, then do that, right? Well, never mind. I'm going to get into a tangent, and I don't want to. But anyway, that's predominantly what he did. He basically tried to render the entire New Testament or Old Testament law irrelevant to Israelites.
That would solve a lot of problems if he was able to successfully do that. But
yeah, I had a way for that explanation to go, but it turned out more complicated than I needed it than it could possibly. I was like, no, that's not going to work.
Let's see. Gregory Nitsky says enough mental masturbation for me for one day. I
yeah,
dude.
Whenever you start talking to theists, and then you start wrapping your head around things, you start kind of going down some rabbit holes sometimes.
All right, so Tom Robertson says those are the Habiru. Hebrews hired Habiru to get around "Thou shalt not kill." You understand that. Boomer's here. Hey, Boomer, good to see you. Member of the Godless Army. Thank you. Appreciate the support. So apparently, Aaron Yes says, Surf says Aaron's argument is just watchmaker fallacy repeated about 20 times, not really worth the time. But Aaron Yes, let me see, free. Because Aaron said, okay, so Aaron Yes believes they can prove God. So I don't know. They can prove God based on the appearance of design. So Aaron Yes, are you arguing for God? Or is it the argument from design? Is that what you're arguing from?
You know, I had a conversation with two Christians about this, and they used cars instead of using a watch. They used cars, and they were trying to do this by appealing to the. I told them that they were trying to get to the natural by appealing to the natural, and they could not understand that. I'm like, if you're using a car as an analogy, it's a natural one, and you're trying to use that as the car as some kind of analogy to get to the supernatural. And I'm just wondering how you did that. Because
I've heard airplanes.
Yeah.
So yeah, similar deal. So let me see.
Well, they were talking about a car. They were using the analogy like if you see a car in the field, or maybe I brought it up. But I said I don't. If I don't know what a car is, if I have no concept of what cars are, right, whatsoever, and I see it in the field, I don't know who designed it. I don't even know if it's designed. Right? Because me as a person, if I have no examples of what cars are, I can't rationally come to a conclusion if whether that was designed or not.
Okay, yeah. So Aaron Yes says design and a mind both bridge the divide. Okay, it says or the Quran. Okay, we can just go by the argument of design. So Aaron, yes, you are referencing what's called the watchmaker fallacy or the watchmaker analogy or the watchmaker argument, which is a teleological argument. Which states by way of analogy that a design implies a designer, especially intelligent design by an intelligent designer, i.e. a creator or a deity. So originally I think it was William Paley in Natural Theology or Evidences of the Existence and Attributes of a Deity. I think it was like 1800s book. But here's the problem, and because you're going off of that pretty much tells me that you haven't read Hume. Which is really important because Hume put forward a number of criticisms, and there are three distinctions to that. The first objection is that we have no experience of world making. So Hume was basically saying that everything we can claim to know the cause of, we have derived the inductions from previous experiences of similar objects being created. We have no way of doing that with world making or universe making. Okay? So we can't work it from that angle. The second criticism was that the form of the argument as an analogy, the form of the argument as an analogy is that because object X is like object Y in one respect, then both are therefore probably alike in other aspects, maybe hidden, their cause having to be created by an intelligent designer. The problem is that a watch or a car or a designed thing are not analogous to the universe. Okay? They may be complex, okay, or composed of many parts, but they are not analogous. A car is not the universe. So it's not even, so it's disanalogous is the problem.
Well, yeah, especially in the sense of the concept of cars, because you don't have a designer of a car, right? We don't have a singular designer that's responsible for a car. Right. There's lots of people that were involved in cars. You had to have people who first came up with metal to fold metal, right? And know all that. Then you had people that came up with the paints, with the clear coats, with the electronics and all that other crap that goes into them nowadays. Those are all different designers for all different components that all go into one thing.
The guy who welds the frame is not the guy who wires the bad boy.
Yeah, nor were they the individuals that first developed metallurgy.
Right.
See?
And so the analogy of a universe to the watch is as ridiculous as like a universe to a vegetable. All right. So, and the third criticism, and I think is always the important thing, this is the most important, is that even if the argument did give evidence for a designer, that evidence does not directly point to any one particular designer.
Yeah, see.
Okay? So you can't say Yeah, it looks like it's designed, so there must be a designer. You cannot derive the Christian God or Allah or anything else from that evidence.
Yeah, you can't falsify it. There's no way to falsify it to one particular designer. You could say it's so like Otangelo wrote, machines are designed, proteins are machines, therefore machines were designed. Well, that's the there's a problem there because not all machines are designed by one designer. Multiple things in machine, like a car is a machine, a computer is a machine, right? Not everything that makes up a desktop computer was designed by one person or one individual. There's different minds that were at work to come up with computers and cars and those kind of things, those particular machines, right?
And
So-
Boomerstein states that watchmaker argument kills omnibenevolence. If you make a broken watch and you punish it for being broken, you're being immoral. Something Boomerstein wanted to put out there.
That I don't necessarily disagree with that.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yep, I'd have to say, yeah. If we are made imperfect and we're punished for being imperfect, but we're made that way because we are designed, then that is the failure of the maker and not the made. So, Otangelo says, no problem. Non-intelligent mechanisms never shown to be capable of making machines for specific functions. Well, you're using machines incorrectly, as once again, Otangelo is abusing language because cells are not machines. So just because the chemical functions, you are equating chemical functions with like a mechanistic apparatus, and it's not the way it works. So
Something mechanical versus something cellular.
versus something cellular chemical, it's
Yeah,
something in that respect.
it's kind of this is kind of like true empiricism 2.0 or true empiricism 3.0 or something like that. So instead of using the pumps analogy, I can't remember what was that he always used. They called it mayonnaise. There was a word for it. He was always talking about turbines, propellers. He was always talking about turbines and propellers and them being analogous to something else in nature. And I'm blanking on the term. But anyway, yeah, so Otangelo is really kind of just adopting, like you said, just a watchmaker's idea, right? We see design, so therefore there must be a designer, right? But we are extrapolating design from things that we know are designed, right?
Exactly,
And things that we have examples of things being designed and being created, right? And so since we see that complexity there, what we can call quote unquote complexity in that, then when we see it in states of affairs, like in the cellular structure of or the cellular structure of a living organism or whatever, we just automatically conclude, oh, well, then that must also be by design, right? So it's like, okay, but again, you're not going to be able to, even if we just sat there and said, okay, well, who's the designer? Now try to falsify who the designer is. Oh, well, I have a pretty good idea who it is. And then they grab the Bible and they whip out the Bible. And you go, what the fuck? Because then I turn around and grab the Quran and go, or I go to some other I go to Norse gods or whatever. I'm like, no, I'm liking how Thor manipulates lightning. I really like the fact that there seem to be gods that are management departments. So
Otangelo says ATP synthase are energy turbines.
Yeah, ATP. Yeah, they called it. Yeah, they called his. They told him it was. They used to call it ATP mayonnaise. They used to refer to true empiricism's take on ATP synthase as mayonnaise.
That's hilarious. John Rapp says, Bridge Divide, what do Martians think of the visiting Earthlings, I wonder? No intelligent life found. If the analogy of two phenomena be very close and striking, while at the same time the cause of one is very obvious, it becomes scarcely possible to refuse to admit the action of an analogous cause in the other, though not so obvious in itself.
Okay.
So, doesn't get you to a god. So Tom Roberts says, back to my question, show me evidence that God exists.
But well, you haven't narrowed just because you don't have. If you can't falsify a god or gods, that doesn't necessarily mean there are no god or gods.
Right.
But that doesn't necessarily mean no designer either. But you're saying you know of the specific designer, right? You believe that it's the God of the Bible. How did you determine the God of the Bible versus other God concepts as the designer of these particular things that you claim are necessarily designed? That's a how question, Otangelo. He's allergic to those, by the way.
Free Jemmy says says Bridge the Divide Otangelo is trolling because he's banned from ACA web shows, which he normally trolls on Sunday.
Oh.
This is also true.
Did they ban him finally?
They did, yeah. They refused
Oh.
to take his calls. Just because it's just the same crap over and over and over and over and over again. Boomer said, missed the entire stream. Anything interesting happened? Not really. As a matter of fact, towards the very, very end, we had one person up on stage whose voice, I swear, was like ants up my spine.
Who was that?
That was Kaz Beats.
Nope, never heard of him.
It was just and I was like, it just kept going on and on and on. I was like, I wanted to scream because no inflection whatsoever in his voice. And every time he stopped to think, it was like, but no emotive inflection whatsoever. Oh, it was just so aggravating. It was just like, just this droning. It's like had my head stuck in a hive.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and listen. I don't normally attend those, and the reason I haven't attended those is because you've had like Otangelo on, and then when I go in and I hear Peter and Otangelo going at it, sometimes I'm just like, no, I already know where that's going. That's going straight to the dumpster fire. So I feel like, nope, I'll back up. And then my wife and I end up doing something, so then I'm like really out of the loop. I'm like, okay. So now I'm gonna have to go back.
There are not many songs about Otangelo? Is it 'cause nobody cares?
Is that from Peter? Is that from Tucker?
I can't remember who made that.
Okay.
No, somebody sang. I can't remember who sang it, but I found it and then I made the image and then I put the cry.
Oh, okay.
So I think I put somebody recorded that line. I don't remember who it was, but then I said I have to make something out of this, so I made the crying Otangelo video.
Yeah, because my brother does a pretty good Otangelo. Mine comes out too forced and not nasally enough. But either way, it doesn't matter. I don't need to imitate him because that's too close to flattery.
The imitation is the sincerest form. This is true.
Yep.
Yep. But I've held on to that video for some time. So, Pine Creek did a song for one. So I'm not sure where it came from. I know I put together the little background and put the cry Otangelo. And thank you. Yes, the crying Otangelo emoji. I have a crying Otangelo emoji as well.
Peter knows how to straw man my arguments. That's the best line ever. Peter knows how to. That actually sounded like a sincere compliment. He really knows how to straw man my arguments. I really like Peter and his straw man because he knows how to straw man those things. He knows how to take that information and straw man it.
Aaron, says Bridge the Divide. The God of the Bible and the Torah is the same God of the Quran. Yes, the Abrahamic God. I'm aware of it. Did you read the argument? The argument presented why only a mind can do that. You presented an argument for why only a mind can do that. Well, human minds can create stuff, but well,
we can conceptualize stuff too that we can't necessarily create. So that's right. We can conceptualize ourselves jumping to the moon and back.
She said something about let me see, Arius. Have you seen natural causes, building phones or whatever, without falling to the assumption that it can happen, but no empirical evidence for it? But with an agent, we see human building things. Yeah, but that's not equivalent to. It's not analogous to universe or world building. The two are not analogous. Which is like I said, you haven't read Hume.
You're assuming. You're basically begging the question. You're using your reasoning and assuming creator. Right, when you don't necessarily have the example of a creator when it comes to universes, right? As far as we understand, we only know of one universe. There is the possibility of some scientists are hypothesizing multi-universes, right? But you're positing a creator must be the case when it comes to a universe, when we don't have examples of things creating universes. That's what a lot of atheists are kind of looking for when they're looking for that quote unquote empirical evidence. It's not necessarily something that has to be hashed out scientifically. It's the actual example of the thing doing something, right? I don't understand everything about my car, but we believe cars exist, right? We know cars exist. We operate them every day.
Mm-hmm.
right? Those are the examples. So if somebody who has zero idea of what a car is, we can demonstrate what a car is. We can show them the example of cars, right? To say that there's a creator of the universe requires examples of things creating universes.
Now, this is a new tactic of Otangelo's. Otangelo says, okay, guys, after this stream, I believe now that machines and factories have no intelligent creator. Luck is the new hero on the block. Well, machines and factories have human creators because humans create them. Cells are not machines or factories. You use that language. You are abusing language. You do that just like when you call like genetics, when you call genes code. They're not code. That's not what it's intended. You're literally abusing language here. I actually explained this in a video one time. How it's an abuse of language to call genes code, because it's not code like a computer code.
Is he saying that this is kind of weird to me, because if he's saying proteins, he said proteins are machines, right?
I think the cells are machines themselves.
Oh, okay. Huh. Okay.
Yeah, it says molecular machines.
Okay. I'd still like to know what made the molecules that make those machines, because all machines are made up of molecules. Ooh,
sorry. Cells are factories. Cells are factories. I guess.
So what are the machines? Okay, so cells are factories that are made up of proteins, and the proteins are the machines.
And I guess are molecular machines.
I would just like to see the design. Then show me the example of and falsify who the designer of the factories are, who made the factories, and who made the machines that are in said factory, right? A person can make a factory and not make the machines that go in the factory. Just like the person that made the machines didn't necessarily make the factory that the machines are in. So how did you determine that the factory, the machines, and everything that makes up the parts of the factories and all the things that make up the machines is designed by the same individual?
Aaron, yes, I'm sorry. Animals will not leave if you tell them leave. There is fire. They will only leave when they see fire.
No, they can smell it too. They can also they can also feel it.
They can feel it. They can hear it. They
have other sensory inputs.
Right. And if I run screaming at an animal saying fire, fire, it'll run away from me because I scared it. It doesn't mean that it's just like, oh, there's a fire. Thank you, human, so much for telling me. I will make haste.
And you can be really cruel and just start stepping on them and say, I'm putting you out of your misery, son. Just kidding.
We don't kink shame here.
So sorry. I'm not advocating for animal cruelty. I'm sorry.
Let's see if John Rapp says, let me summarize the intelligence sign armor. I look at my wrist and suddenly think, God poofed themselves.
Yep.
Well, here's what's wild. And I don't know if you ever heard this, Jay. So I was sitting in Discord, and I know I've been going a little over 6 hours now. They gotta bring it to a close here pretty soon. But I gotta tell you this about Otangelo. Regardless of everything Otangelo is arguing, it's horseshit, but nonetheless.
I'm all ears.
Otangelo came into a room that I was in when I was in the politics and religion Discord, and I was just chatting with some of the people, and Otangelo popped in. I don't know why, and so I actually got into an honest discussion with Otangelo, not about any of the scientific nonsense. I wanted to get to the heart of something, and I asked him, why do I never hear you argue these evolutionary points or all of this biology stuff that you don't really understand? Why do I never hear you arguing that against other Christians? You always take on atheists. You always come after atheists.
Oh, he's argued. He's argued it a little bit with Darth.
I have yet to hear it. I'm not going to say it didn't happen, but I'm saying I haven't heard him like press like he does against us.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I think you, in that sense, I think you're correct. I don't think he presses as hard. Right. I think he presses because I think he's still fundamentally of the position that if you're an atheist, then it just necessarily follows that you believe that nothing created everything.
So I asked him why I never hear this, why I've never seen him in a structured debate or moderated debate with anybody, with any other Christians, trying to convince them that evolution is not real. And he told me directly that he doesn't do that, or he chooses not to do that, to have these protracted engagements with Christians about evolution or abiogenesis, because they're already Christian. They already get the message. And that's okay. So the problem Otangelo has is not evolution and abiogenesis.
Well,
it's just atheists in general.
Well, the
and
other
he thinks, and I'm assuming, and what I drove from that is that he concludes that we are atheists because of evolution and abiogenesis.
Possibly. There's also an equivocation that's going on here because, not necessarily with the abiogenesis. There is an equivocation that when you get into a conversation about the way that, there is an equivocation, I think, on Otangelo's part when he talks about atheists having possible or zero answers for the origin of everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then the creation of life or the beginning of living things, right? Evolution, even most environment, as far as I know, most evolutionary biologists will say they haven't solved the hard problem for the origin of life. There's hypotheses that are out there, abiogenesis being one of those hypotheses, right? But there's still no solve for that problem of the origin of living things.
The work is currently being done. Yeah.
Yeah, correct. So, but evolution is an origin of species, and in order to have an origin of species, you have to first have things that can speciate. So I think he sometimes conflates or equivocates between solving a hard problem of origin versus the observations of the things that we have seen that are evidence of the theory that the theory of evolution best describes. Right, that's what the theory of evolution is a description of, right? And it tests and everything is based on our of states of affairs. So I don't know why the Roman Catholics don't have a problem with this, with the theory of evolution, right? So what's his problem?
Otangelo, he says, science of the gap. Science doesn't know yet, but when they have an answer, it will be a natural explanation. But therein lies the problem, Otangelo, is because if we don't know an answer, we simply say we don't know. Okay? I have no problem stating that abiogenesis, okay, the basic, I would say the beginning of life, abiogenesis, that we don't know exactly how that happened. Okay? All we know is we predicate the hypothesis of abiogenesis off the very simple fact is that we know that there was at one point no life on this planet, and now there is. Where did the life come from? If there was no life, and then there was life, abiogenesis. Okay? Is that the basic building blocks of life came together, and life arose from that. We do not know the specific process by which this occurred. There are competing hypotheses. Red clay RNA synthesis is the prevailing one as we speak, but we are working towards getting it. Until that point, we'll simply say we have some ideas, some educated guesses, but we don't know the actual answer yet. Just like at one time, we had a theory of quantum electrodynamics or a theory of general relativity, or a hypotheses of these things, where they were hypotheticals. And so we hypothesize and we go through the process and finally we nail them down. The theory of quantum electrodynamics is literally probably the only thing more widely understood as far as theories go than the theory of evolution. Okay? Evolution is an uncontested fact of reality. It's fact. There is no contesting it. Okay? Abiogenesis is another thing entirely. They're two separate things. But here's the biggest problem, Otangelo, is that you still have never answered me one question. And that is, I asked you, is God and abiogenesis / evolution, are these mutually exclusive concepts? Okay? And they are not. Because a God could exist, and abiogenesis and evolution could be the processes by which it created and diversified life.
He's going to disagree by giving his definition that abiogenesis specifically states that there is no God that could do that. That everything just happens to it.
But it doesn't, and then flat. We know that it flat out does not do that. It's just God could have simply put it so that the natural elements that create life came together, that it utilized abiogenesis to create life, because that would be more internally consistent with what we know about energy. Because abiogenesis, the process of abiogenesis, would not violate energy like pulling matter out of nothing. Because you can't do that unless it's magic. But if the God functions in a natural way and doesn't violate the laws of reality, God could have used abiogenesis as the mechanism to create life, and then allowed it to diversify through evolution. Because it fits with the laws of reality as we know them.
Yeah.
So they're not mutually exclusive concepts. It's not like evolution and abiogenesis, you cannot have a God.
Yeah, they don't necessarily, those two concepts do not violate or do not contradict the existence of a deity in any way. They could, depending on how the deity is necessarily described.
Described. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If it conflicts, if those particular things conflict with some proper, some attribute of that particular thing, then then there's possibly a contradiction. But if just, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, Tangela, he says he would contradict his word. He revealed that he made it through special creation, Regenesis. No, because the existence of a God and the truth of a Bible are mutually exclusive.
Wait a minute. That's special creation. What's that?
I guess the creation event as depicted in Genesis.
He's talking about God willing things into existence?
Yes.
Okay. So God willed all the atoms and electrons and protons that make, or all the electrons, protons, and neutrons that, let's say, just for basic principle, make up all the atoms, and those atoms make up all the molecules, right? Then everything is based on unliving matter, you twit.
As a matter of fact, and we've had this argument before, it was like, well, technically he does accept abiogenesis because God, if you, like you said, God willing it, but even if you wanted to go from there, it's like, well, these elements, whatever, but if God is not living and God is not classified as a living entity, like God in and of itself in the special creation event, then technically life did come from non-life, because God is not alive. God is the one that assembled everything, so therefore...
Oh, but then they'll go, but God is the one true living God. Jesus, remember? Jesus.
And Otangelo, you said he would contradict his word. The existence of a God and the truth of the Bible are mutually exclusive. Okay? Because God can exist and the Bible can be wrong. You have to determine both of those separately. We determine the truth of the Bible separately from the truth of the existence of God. Because just because a God exists doesn't mean the Bible is correct. Doesn't mean the Bible is entirely correct. Doesn't mean the Bible is proportionally or portionally correct.
He's starting to preach. God is the great I am. He has always existed. Sorry, that's the best I can do.
As a Christian, I believe the God of the Bible is the true God.
How was that?
Then Angel Rivera says, "Your evidence is."
Angel Rivera, you're a legend.
Then he goes, "What the Bible will tell you so."
Joshua Lee,
and little ones to him belong. They are weak, but
and
he is strong.
Little ones to him they.
Joshua Lee says, "That's neat, Otangelo. That doesn't answer the question." He says, "I have a higher pitch. Try again."
I don't think I can do that.
As a Christian, I believe that the God of the Bible is true God.
Maybe I'm close to that. I don't know.
I know you have it. What am I?
Herman?
Yeah. I meant to do that. That's...
I know you are, but what am I?
Infinity.
Oh my God, we are children.
Yes.
We are such children.
Have you ever watched some of Praise's channel videos?
Oh, I actually haven't. I've been drafting off of what Tom Rabbit does.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
That's true. Okay, Marvin the Martian.
There was supposed to be a kaboom. Where's the earth-shattering kaboom?
I remember when. Never mind. I'm not going to get into that tangent. Nope, not going to do it.
Yes, Angel Rivera. The next step is the tequila dance. Tequila.
Bum, bum, bum. You know, I'm going to tell you something right now. You know, my brother Jefferson Spatchcock.
Yes.
He can do that.
Which one? The
Pee Wee Herman dance.
Oh, really?
He did it. He did it at our wedding.
Nice.
At our wedding reception. It was hilarious.
My wife and I got the chicken dance from everybody.
I think we got the same thing. I think they did. Well, they played. I think my wife requested Tequila, that song specifically, so Jeff could do that.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Oh man, oh man, oh man. So, Otangelo. So just getting another like 6.5 hours, and I know that I'm getting hungry, and I probably need to get to work on my next video, because this next video, Jay, that I'm about to put out.
What's it about?
Do you know a guy named Brian Holdsworth? YouTube creator, Catholic. Oh, I hope I didn't lose Jay. Did I lose you, dude? Oh, I think I may have lost Jay.
I'm back.
Oh, there he is. Okay. Have you ever heard of a YouTuber named Brian Holdsworth?
No, because I've seen too many Brians.
Brian Holdsworth is got a pretty decent sized channel, 96,000 subs, somewhere around there, and he's a Catholic. And I came across him. I was like, oh, I got to give this a look, because I came across a video that he did that was like, trust science, bad idea. And I was like, well, wait, hang on a second. Let me dive into
While
this.
he's using that computer. I
So,
always love that.
So I dive into this, and the dude's Catholic, and I will admit this: the guy's got a really, really friendly, warm, non-aggressive, non-threatening kind of like presentation.
Yep.
He's like very, 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 very welcoming. But when you dive into what he talks about, and he's very selective about the language he uses and his terminology, very selective. Because I had to dig, and there were several times I had to go back and re-listen to what he was saying in the context of what he was saying to make sure that I understood it. Dude, I honestly think that this guy is one of the most dangerous theist content creators I've come across.
Really?
Because, and it was in this whole like science misrepresentation thing. It's not just a misrepresentation of science, but in essence, it's an anti-Marxism position regarding people doing whatever they want and using science to the end. So it was kind of equating it to Jurassic Park, using science to do shit that we shouldn't be doing and like that. Mm-hmm. So, and he takes this like kind of like this anti-Marxist approach, because Marx would say truth is science is how we derive truth from nature. And so we need science, but then we take that too far. So we need God. If we rely with God, God provides the truth. Then we don't need to use science. And scientists just want to prop themselves up as kind of like this new kind of pantheon of gods of explanation. Like they hoard all the information, and we need to just trust them, and put all of our faith and trust in scientists. And so he's presenting it in kind of like this anti-Marxist way to attack Marx's position on nature, but he completely ignores the fact that Marx was big on the protection of nature, because nature is essentially mankind's kind of external body, and that we're in a relationship with it, and we need to protect it. So, because if there is no nature, then science is pointless. And so he uses he uses a Marxist position to make an anti-Marxist argument about why you need to rely on God.
I think. Okay.
And the way he presents it, if you did not know anything about this stuff, you'd be like, oh wow, he's kind of right. I could see how it would be so enticing to draw someone in who did not understand the nuances of what Marxism was and Engels stuff and what the new Hegelian thought was. If you don't get this stuff, it's like this shit could draw you in, and it's absolutely predatory in how he presents his arguments. I was like, holy shit! I could see how someone who wasn't versed could be easily drawn into this. And I'm gonna break this video down. It pissed me off the more I listened to it.
I don't understand how he could do that from the Marxists. So he's kind of, I don't know why he would be focused on Marxism as that just seems kind of a weird way to even demonstrate the need for a God is through some failure of Marxism or because of Marxism.
Let's see. Okay. So,
can you hear me or no?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, wasn't sure if that went through or not.
Let's see. So Marx held that Hegelian philosophers separate thinking from activity, and that once philosophy is removed, that it no longer represents anything real. Marx's mind, so full conscious. So he used a quote, and the quote from Marx was his change of quote that philosophers have hitherto, attempted to understand, or what was it? God damn it. I friggin' had it here. Sorry, 1 second.
That's right.
Marx's quote, was, the philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point is to change the world, was Marx's quote. And he took this as a Marxist call to wrest control of nature and change it to what we want it to be, irregardless of the consequences, because we are the asserted lords of nature. And that science has essentially glommed onto that by hoarding all of the truth and knowledge about it into one special place to kind of make themselves the new gods in this Marxist anti-God world where we're the lords of all creation. And that scientists have now hoarded up all the knowledge, and that we have to go to them for education and learning, and we have to trust that they're teaching us the right things.
We have to do that with our parents. Why does he have a problem with strangers?
And he completely ignores the fact that science is replicatable. That the whole thing about science is that you go out and
it's testable.
Fucking do it.
And he's doing it, and he's demonstrating the truth of that science by the very things that he's using to convey his messages on YouTube.
Yes. And so then, he makes some weird assertions like how human beings, there was the weirdest thing, how our advancements in science were as a result of our resentment of our physical limitations.
Oh.
So it's weird stuff like that, that could seem like it follows, but it's completely erroneous and fallacious. And so, Marx himself so I said, Marx held that humankind's relationship with nature was closely interwoven when not distorted by capitalism. That's why he was huge against capitalism, because he saw capitalism as giving man a blank check to just pillage nature for profit, for personal gain. So just all the resources you can to get that, because it puts the onus on the person in order to get as much profit as you can. And where do you get the profit? You get it from nature. Exploitation, exactly. And because he saw science as the only way to derive truth from nature. If there is no nature, then there is no truth, which is Marx's entire thing. So he said we must protect nature so that we can continue to glean truth from it. But that Christianity stands in the way of this, because it allows us to philosophize about things and not actually do anything, like changing the world so that we can, so we can make changes so we can understand these things. It's so wildly insane. I can't wait to like record it and break it down, because the dude is like so.
What is his channel? Just his name?
Yes, Brian Holdsworth.
Why does that name? You're describing his ideas, and it sounds like someone that Nicola may have sent me links to.
Let me see if let me share this. That's what it looks like.
Yep, I have seen him. Yep. That's the guy. Yep. I think Nicola introduced me to that guy.
Yeah, I can't wait to take this one apart. This one pissed me off, something fierce, because this is the dangerous shit about theism that we rail against. You know? All right. Man, this has been intriguing. This has been fun. This has been interesting. We've had a little bit of Otangelo here, a little bit of some arguments here and there, some arguments from design, appeals to, essentially, Aaron is full of non-arguments. All right, so bridge the device. It says, see, atheists are scared of theists? That's why you reject every argument. You try to defend your position without a better reason, desperate atheist. Aaron, I'm going to tell you this. Just by virtue of your grammar and your syntax, I can tell I have a few years on you. I think the beard gives it away. I can tell you, of every argument I've ever heard positive for a god, and I'm just going to nutshell this without getting too complex. Every argument that I've ever heard presented from a god, from anyone, has either been predicated on an argument from incredulity, an argument from ignorance, or an appeal to emotion. Oh. One of those three. Or all three. Or two of them. Either way. That is what every single one of them could boil down to. They're all fallacious. Okay? Unlike T-Jump, where I'll tiptoe through the tulips with this and say edgy comments so I can kind of incite my my followers, incite my listeners. They all predicate from that. What we don't know, what we can't accept, and what makes us feel good. So,
well, I actually felt better when I became an atheist. So,
exactly. I will say this. The crushing weight of the responsibility for my own life, not to mention my actions as well as my inactions, almost sent me screaming back to religion.
No.
Because all of a sudden you're aware that you can't it's not just in God's hands. God has a plan. You know? When God closes a door, he opens a window. He'll never give you more than you can handle. These platitudes don't work anymore. There's no, God moves in mysterious ways. There is, you did something or you didn't do something. And you're responsible for both. And then all the times when you look back on your life, the times that you could have done something and you didn't.
Mm-hmm.
That is a heavy fucking burden.
Hey, even God regretted.
I think I fucked up on this one.
It's right there in Genesis. God saw that his creation of man had become so wicked, and all they thought of was wicked things. He regretted it.
Aaron, yes, it's the exact same thing that the other dude said. Said, you didn't give me the attention, so it's really hard to share an argument with only 200 characters in the comment section. Aaron, you posed the watchmaker fallacy. I explained to you why it doesn't work. Very easily, too. It's Hume.
I think we covered that. I think we covered that pretty extensively.
Yeah.
In a short amount of time.
So, Chili squatting a cough. Chili squatting cough. Nice. Argument is still one sentence. Show me a shred of evidence. Good point, Chili. Excellent point. I think I got the good version of Chili.
I always like it when this happens quite a bit, not to prolong the show, when I ask, finding it more and more when I ask somebody a question, and it's a question that goes towards clarification to some claim that they've made, and they go, and then they'll come back, that's not what I said. When you come back to me, when you can read what I wrote, come back to me. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, it was a question. Don't straw man me ever again. And I'm like, it was a question for clarification.
Aaron, you did make the watchmaker analogy. You initially that's the argument from that. That's the appeal to design, or the appeal to design fallacy, or the argument from design fallacy. Okay, it looks designed, so there must be a designer.
It's actually inductive reasoning. It's straight up inductive reasoning. Because I see design, therefore everything else is designed. It's like, because I've only seen 10 swans, therefore there are no black swans.
Black swan fallacy, yeah.
Yeah. Right, which is perfectly, the reason a black swan fallacy is a fallacy is it's a fallacy because it's inductive reasoning, not because, and it's being used as a justification for deductive logic. For modus ponens and modus tollens, the black swan fallacy doesn't work because it's inductive, not deductive.
Surf, you are correct. Just because you use examples that aren't watches doesn't make it not the
watchmaker argument. Yep.
Because I've heard planes was my favorite.
Yeah, you could do planes. Yeah, it's all just an analogy, Aaron. When they're using watchmaker, they're just using something specifically of design. You could use cars, you could use planes, you could use computers, right?
Paintings.
Even when we've talked about, I've had conversations with Christian theists about God being analogous to a computer programmer, and that one's one of my favorites because that goes down a whole lot of holes. But anyway,
Cholita sewer, buddy. It's brilliant. I'm loving all these new chili names. It's fantastic. I'm filing a lawsuit against Aaron for attention seeking. You get him, Cholita. Aaron says, not only design I shared what humans built, like robots, virtual reality, use Occam's razor. That's not how Occam's razor works. Just because humans can design things that are complex does not mean that we were designed.
right? If that holds, then you basically would have to say that God is designed.
Aaron says, God designed the universe, humans using that same method to design because God programmed us. It's a sign that proves God.
That's not deductive. That doesn't follow.
Okay, yeah, I think we've spent enough time on that.
That's inductive, not deductive. Even if that's valid, it's only valid inductively. Right, but it's also well, actually no, it's begging the question because it assumes the conclusion in the first.
So circular. What was it that Jack Burton likes to say? Because he brought up the circular one time. He said that's just circularity, and he was like, and then someone made the argument that I can't remember. I think it might have been Darth or like this, but tried to make a difference or tried to say the difference between virtuous circularity and vicious circularity. He's like this because there's a difference in Darth's mind or Precept's minds. There's a difference between virtuous circularity and vicious circularity. And Jack Burton responded with, here's the difference between virtuous and vicious circularity. One circle, they're both circles, and one circle is, I love doing meth because it makes me feel good, and I get a job so I can get money to buy more meth. And then the other circle is, I really, really fucking love meth, and it makes me feel good so I get a job so I can get money so I can buy more meth. Which one is vicious and which one is virtuous?
Yeah. Yeah, if by that logic, Aaron, I would say that if you're basically seeing that humans design things, and from that observation or from that example, therefore there must be a God that designed us, but for every designer there must have been a designer for every designer, right? Then who is the designer of the design? Now you've gotten into the possible problem of the infinite regress, and then the only thing you can do is basically special plead to going to what Darth does, that which is ultimate and that which instantiates all that's possible and impossible.
Right. Says, if you're inside a game, virtual reality, when you have freedom to do things and you have no way to get out of the program until you die. So we're in a simulation now. So this is simulation theory. Or simulation hypothesis, my bad. So that does prove a programmer more than the game designed itself. But,
well, you never die. Well, in Jesus, you never die.
No, this is true. Yeah.
See, you already screwed up your theology. You never die. You never have a true death.
God can't be okay. It's not deigned. It's denied. I'm pretty sure you mean that God cannot be denied, but deigned doesn't mean the same. But so he is eternal.
No, God. God cannot be designed.
Oh, designed. Okay, God
can't be designed. He is eternal.
He is
eternal.
That's
special pleading.
Special pleading, yes. I'm telling you, Aaron. It doesn't matter if you're a Muslim, a Christian, or whatever. It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't matter. If you're holding that this God is the ontologically, again, if you're kind of going to this idea, God, there is a singular God, and that God exists as that which everything else is ontologically dependent upon. That means that nothing could exist if this God actually exists, right? So nothing can be what it is without this God being the necessary thing that makes everything to exist. That's something you now have to demonstrate how that is the case, and how you falsified any of these other deities could not be the designers of certain aspects of states of affairs as well.
It does not matter what your faith is. Fallacies are equal opportunity defeaters. Assigning an attribute to your assumption is still an assumption. This is true. The universe has an age. We can't test God because he is the foundation. No. I can't. I just can't. Because it's just fallacy after fallacy.
Well, then you're basically just appealing that God is unfalsifiable. So I don't know why, if God is unfalsifiable, how do you hold to God being the case? Right? What is it, Aaron, that convinced you that the God of the Bible, or excuse me, you're Muslim, the God of the Quran is actually this thing?
Says the Quran doesn't have any errors.
Yeah, until they talk to a Christian theist and they go, oh, that sure as fuck does.
The Quran has many errors.
I could go over to Praise's channel and find where they just started arguing about the Quran. And I can just pick and choose from all the arguments that they've used. And it just goes round and round and round and round and round. It goes nowhere. It's basically no different than two Christian denominations yelling over soteriology or eschatology.
Aaron, I would strongly recommend that you pop over to Aaron Ra's channel, where he has a series where he tears apart the Quran from the beginning to the end. He literally rips it apart. So
Aaron Ra's too harsh, man. That's you got to ease him into it. You got to ease. Yeah, you're just throwing him in with the pit bull. You got to get him introduced to the poodles first. Then you throw him to the pit bull. Poodles of evolution. Poodles of evolution. The poodles of science communication. Then you can go to the bulldog.
Aaron, Aaron says you can say it has error, but I believe you've never heard it from a Muslim. Doesn't matter where it comes from. It comes from the book, and the book is full of errors. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how you preface it or how you phrase it. You try. Go ahead.
Yeah, and fundamentally, you're still dealing with the concept of this particular deity, which, as far as I remember, the concept of the God of Islam is pretty much the same concept as the God of Yahweh from Christianity and the Old Testament and Judaism. So.
All right, so I think that's going to be about it. So we've been going for almost 7 hours now. Man, it's going to be a long one.
Yeah.
So, Jay, thank you so much for coming on. This is the first time you've been on my channel. This has been awesome.
Yeah. Yep, and now my vitamins are kicking in, so this is perfect timing.
Oh, awesome. Fantastic. Okay. What was this? Aaron said, no, I know who Aaron Ra is. He was exposed many times by Mohammed Hijab and many popular Muslims like Hamza Zortis.
Well, yeah, I think Aaron's referring to, is Aaron guy, girl, they? It doesn't matter. I think they might be,
yeah.
I think they may be referring to his conversations that he's had with Muslims on his channel. He's done several of those. He was doing like a series where he was having conversations with Muslims.
Okay.
That might be what Aaron's referring to.
All right, cool. So, well, I appreciate you being on, Jay. This was fun.
Yep.
I know you heard some of the stream earlier, so there's some wackiness in there, that we can talk about. But if you want to go back and listen, then definitely I hope you enjoy it. I want to thank everybody in the live chat for being here as well. Thank you so much, and thank you to all of the channel members. I do appreciate your support. Your support helps to make this channel, stay alive. So you help me do what I do and continue making content. And of course, if you're interested in becoming a channel member, would like to support the channel and the efforts here and in my content that I create, the link is in the description. It's only 99 cents per month, and it's likely never going to change about how much as I view my or value my content. And of course, you get all of the cool custom emojis that I made for you, like Crying Otangelo, Darth with red duct tape on his face, Donut Earth, and a bunch of other like Flying Spaghetti Monster. Not to mention my absolute favorites. I got the new Chili Clown, the Chilito Clown on there, and I have Heil Greg, when Greg Locke did his book burning thing. So I hope you all enjoy those. Have you seen it?
Nope, I haven't seen it.
Somebody put up the Heil Greg emoji so that Jay can see it. I know Donnie's a member in there, but one of the members put up the Heil Greg emoji, or maybe I can. I think I can. Yeah, I should be able to. Bam.
Let me look at it in. Oh, there it is. I see it. Yeah.
So enjoy those custom emojis for all of my channel members, and of course the membership badge, the channel badge, which is the expanding mind. That actually, it's like the meme, and it continues to expand the longer you're with me. See what I did there? So thank you all so much. I do appreciate it. To all the channel members and to all of the super chats that came in. All of the super chats are going to the travel fund so they can support the trip that I'm going on, so I can go out there and meet Irish Demon. We can go see the fight that Chili bitched out of, and of course I'm going to go by the Ark encounter, and I'm going to go take a look at that as well. So good.
I was just gonna go for just the small price of the price of a small cup of coffee per month. You too can support your lowly YouTube atheist. Thank you.
Oh, we appreciate everybody coming out. So thank you again, Jay, for hanging out with me. This was a blast.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, anytime. And thank you everybody out there. And as always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together, we can bridge the divide.